Okay, I think we're back. Apologies about the reset. Every time a video goes over 12 hours, YouTube won't save anything after that. I learned the hard way last year when I had streams going on for 5 days in a row that we missed 5 days of, historical record about the crazy fires last year. Crazy stuff happened, like lightning striking my building and nearly striking my car outside, and that wasn't saved by YouTube. So you never know what's going to happen live, and we want to make sure that YouTube saves the videos. So sorry that it kicks you guys. And I don't know why YouTube does that. I wish people would just stay in the lobby and the videos would cut every 12 hours and save separately. But, well, here we are. We have to obey YouTube and do things the way they want. So let me switch to our different video. We've got Blue Mountain Kern as a very active camera. I hope Helen comes back to tell me a little bit more about what she's found out about the redwoods. It says no connection. Hi, Mark. That's weird. Can you see stuff now? David Magana says my favorite silent movie is Charlie the Chaplin's The Kid. Cool. To me, it says that I'm broadcasting video. Is it good now? You see the animated time lapse? I kind of wonder about YouTube and the connection sometimes. Welcome back, everybody, as people trickle in. Not that we had a whole lot of people. I mean, the radio's basically been silent a long time. I looked at Sequoia and Sierra National Forest. It said that it had disconnected from it because the feed went offline. So that's been down for who knows how long. The Caldor East Zone kept playing, and we can hear that static. But they generally stop talking in the middle of the night. So that is why we've kind of checked cams and checked the maps throughout the night, past few nights, and then we try to figure out what to do. Since we don't have embedded media journalists there giving us too many updates because it's federal land, they have a lot less access than state land for the other fires, because we don't get that many videos, because we don't get that many meetings for the community and whatnot, like we did for the mega fires, at Caldor and Dixie. We were kind of flying blind here the way we were on the river and the Antelope for a long time. We see stuff on the maps, but what's going on there, we can try to get an understanding from the cams. But other than that, there's long periods of time throughout the night where we just have no new information. So we began trying to figure out what can we do to pass the time that would be copyright safe. Sometimes we watch videos about firefighting equipment, new technology, and then to take the edge off, story time, history stories. But when my voice was shot like last night, we decided to watch non-copyright movies, and what we found out was, silent films are non-copyrighted, and so they're safe. I won't get a YouTube strike, and so generally I had pretty good reception for that idea, where we just kind of watched some funny Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton or something, and that's that was pretty cool yesterday. Yeah, exactly, Mark. Thanks for trying, and You know, we could try to watch that, David, if that's what you want to watch. I bet that's on YouTube. Um, I'm really just getting into silent films as a fun treat. I'm really starting to appreciate them now, especially that they've been restored. Some of them are just awesome. I remember when I was in Paris, I was absolutely sick as a dog. I got the worst flu of my life, just almost had to be hospitalized. I was stuck in a hotel room, just rolling around with a fever, and everything was in French, and I couldn't understand it. And then there was a classic movies channel, and there were silent films. I'm like, I can understand this. And there were some of the French productions too from that era, which were just a dream. And the movie, what was it, Hugo, was about him. Not Lumiere, gosh, you know, he made the dreamlike, you know, like Journey to the Moon productions that were supposed to be just kind of like art house silent films. Those I took an appreciation for. Maybe it's because I was in such a fevered state and it was all kind of like a trance dream kind of a thing. But I really thought, you know what? That was good art back then. Good early art. And it can be soothing when we have such a dark topic. You know, I'm only seeing a couple of cams that are good right now to show the fires. This is Breckenridge Peak 1. We can go look at the Caldor as well because there's such massive wind going up at Tahoe. The reports from Opus Singer and others at Tahoe are that, you know, the wind's battering the place right now. Well, we'll check all that. But we see active, vigorous fire, but underneath a kind of a smoke blanket, which I'm taking as a good sign. If there's smoke, that will dampen down the activities. That's why we haven't seen the crazy explosive growth that we could have on the Windy and the K&P. Having just enough stagnant air in the pits and the valleys meant that mostly the peaks are burning like crazy. Like you think of it like a candle, a couple of candles of different sizes, different heights. So if you think of a tall candle, you know, and then you have a medium-sized candle and a bunch of small ones, you know, little tea candles, you know, the ones with the little trays, you know, and the thumb ring, you know, and so with the concept with the Caldor, excuse me, the K&P and the Windy, is you have high elevation, you have really high elevation, and the smoke settles in the dip in the valleys, like such as behind the candles right here, you know. You can see the smoke just settling in. So imagine that every night water fills up and it would kind of extinguish or really start sputtering the lower elevation candles, right? Not really extinguish, but you know what I mean, like really dampen them down. Well, the ones that are higher up on the peaks, these can go blazing like crazy. They can go to town, but the other ones are a bit smothered at the lower elevations. And so it's a strange concept that in some ways the terrain being up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down has been limiting the fire spread at night because you have the smoke filling the valleys at night. And so you get this blitz blazing party time on the ridges. Yay. And down here they're like, you know, sleeping. It's a bit of a strange thing, not but welcome, you know. At least it's been limiting it a little bit. So, oh, hi Vanessa, hi Gail, hi everybody, welcome back. Oh, hey Opus, yeah, you guys. If you mods need to take a break, please never hurt yourselves for the stream. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate everybody who's helped me keep going. This is day 70. This is now day 70 of me being here every waking hour pretty much since July 14th when the Dixie fire began. This is day 70 of my stream. People are asking me, how do I have the stamina to do this? Talk like 14 hours a day for 70 days in a row, except for 5 or 6 days off. I don't know. I guess it was mostly adrenaline. Just how do you not? I mean, no matter how bad you feel, how do you not sit and try to cover the fires, you know? I've wanted to have days off in a row. That just hasn't worked out. Like people say, why don't you go and rest or sleep? And I've tried really hard. But when there's a crisis happening and new fires and people wanting evacuation info, I just can't go to bed and be like, oh, sorry guys. The last few days I've been sick with the flu and I've kind of collapsed at exhaustion, but I'm doing my best. You know, it's caught up with me. It's caught up with me, but that's why I explain my health. Like, I'm not here to complain. I'm not here to try to elicit sympathy or something. I'm here to explain that I'm not drunk, and that when I disappear during the day, it's not because I don't care or I'm disinterested. I have reached the point of exhaustion and near collapse. So I'm gonna sound weird and a little bit loopy and off. Just explaining myself. Imagine if I didn't explain that. People walk in and be like, what the heck's going on? What's this intoxicated chick talking about? You know? So, it's okay. It's okay, Gail. But I hope that I feel like you're in better spirits, Gail, and I'm happy. You know, we're here for you. We're here for you. And anybody else affected by fire, just big hugs, okay? And I wasn't just talking to you, Gail. I mean, I'm talking to others who are wondering, why do I have a health update, you know, like starting out streams. So I feel like, you know, what if I didn't explain that I've been here for 70 days? I'm kind of like a cosmonaut on alone on that I feel like a cosmonaut alone on the space station in that movie Armageddon, wasn't it? Was it Deep Impact or Armageddon? Where the astronauts find the cosmonaut who was alone in space for a year, and he's kind of gone nuts a little bit. Well, I've kind of, other than interacting with you guys, I've barely seen another human being since July 14th. It's been like a second lockdown for me. I've gone outside a few times. I've gone to the store a few times. And I'm not exaggerating. Like, I've only been outside a few times. And so it feels really weird. I'm looking outdoors like the season's changed. You know, people are texting me like, are you okay? Where have you been? Did you go on vacation? No, I did not. So, you guys have kept me safe. The little pats on the head, telling me I'm doing a good job, mean more than you know. That's all I can hope for. I like being here with you guys, because you know what? I would obsessively track these fires anyway if I was alone. People are like, why not take a break and rest? Well, all I would do is have these fires tracking them this way anyway. Biting my fingernails off, wondering what town's going to be next, what piece of history is going to be next. You know, are my friends and family's cabins and homes going to be next? I had a worse emotional experience when I was on my own. You know, just trying to live my life and do my stuff. I've found the whole supportive environment here we crafted way, way better. So, yeah, Mark, that was the windy, I believe. Let me go back to the, I'm checking each cam. I was hoping Helen would come back. We've got, down here's the windy visible from King George Ridge 1. Whenever you see Porterville, you know that it's the Windy. See, the Windy is almost due east of Porterville. The heart of it is. So let me just show you on the big screen. Now, if you want to know about the K&P, that's just due east of Fresno, pretty much, just that area. So, but my point is thank you everybody who's allowed me to be here. Thank you for all the donations, the PayPal, the Super Chat sticker, which is there in chat. I would have had to quit this probably only after about 1 or 2 weeks. I would have probably had to quit doing this to go back to work, you know, around the beginning of August. But your kind donations have kept me going, bought me the food, kept the lights on, kept the bills paid, and I'm happy to volunteer my time. I'm so grateful and humbled by the outpouring of support and the wonderful community we've made here of support. And I just want to say thank you. My mods, everybody who's helped out, people in chat who've helped out, who've helped me keep track of these. The many days I haven't really been capable of much other than just sitting here and clicking buttons. You guys that help keep me informed and sharing links, I'm extremely grateful. Vanessa says you're stuck with us now. Yeah, darn. But you know what? If I was gonna be marooned on a desert island, I'd pick you guys. I hope I can unban people and get them back. That was just a big misunderstanding for the most part. I'm still working on it. It's very difficult to figure out what happened. It's my fault. So some of the mods didn't realize when Tahoe was happening that when I called for chat silence except for links to information, some of them were hitting the buttons to hide user on the channel. They thought it was hide them for a day. That means ban. And so a lot of that was unfortunate. Please, if any of you feel like you got banned for no reason, it probably was just a mistake. Please email me. So you can do a lot to help. Everybody can, Gail, and you have. Just expressing, like, hey, I love you guys. You know, saying I care about others. You know, just being here, it helps. Yeah, we're happy to have you. We're all under stress here. We're making mistakes. This is one of the most stressful situations a person can be in. It's in a disaster. And so the whole point is that if we ever rub each other's fur the wrong way, or there's issues where we cause each other harm or stress, that we just both realize it and go, well, I'm sorry I angered you, and the other person says, well, I'm sorry I angered you, and then just be like, okay, it's over. We're under stress. I think that's the best way that we can handle the situations. Expecting each other to be perfect right now is not a reasonable expectation. I'm not perfect. I've been cranky and irritable and you know, trying to handle everything, but I try to make amends. So, oh yeah, everything's hard. Everything's hard, but we get through this together. Oh, good, Helen, you're back. I wanted to know which cameras were you watching? Let's go. I see Blue Mountain Kern. Now, when I was looking at things yesterday, I thought it was Yucca Mountain that was on fire. But when I went to, we watched the morning update. It was just to the right. It was the other side. They showed the map. It wasn't Tulare County. It was here. And they redrew their map and they had their update. Oh, let's see if they do have an update, by the way. And so it was, the funny thing about these cams, I found out, Helen, is they're not, the target is sometimes not correct. So the target that I think it was the lookout tower at Buck Rock 2, if their map is correct, then that means that the oh yeah, that was 4 days ago. Then here, I'll just show you. Here, I'll just show you what I mean.
Good morning.
Sorry about that. So we were trying to puzzle out which ridge it was. So here we have Yucca Mountain. Oh, let me get the pink pen. Here's Yucca Mountain, and the target for our cam was sweeping right across this way for the most part. And or maybe I was right if that's not Yucca Mountain. Hang on, let me orient myself. Go back to the K&P. Hang on. I just woke up, guys. I'm getting over the flu. Not quite 100%, but I'm doing better. So here's the sequoias. That is Yucca Mountain right there. Right here. So when we had our cam, let's go to, yeah. We had our cam target go straight in between these in these roads right here and right here, like it was on target to look at Morro Rock if it could have seen that far, right? And so the back on his you know, maybe I was correct. If I drew right here, then I think I was thinking that the ridgeline was here and here, but yet it was sloping up, right? So I thought maybe it's actually here in Yucca Mountain. So when we looked at his video, this is Yucca Mountain right here. And so I was thinking that these were the ridges we were seeing. But here, he showed that this was where it spilled over the ridge, you know, in the morning update. So, is that what your conclusion was, Helen? Because I'm dying to know. Because I was wondering, as scratching my head, how could it possibly have been here? How could the camera see right here to the northeast portion of Yucca Mountain, northeast of Yucca Mountain? Because it seemed like other peaks were in the way. But, you know, when the camera was only at 3,300 foot elevation, something like that. But then I looked closer, and there may have been a slight gap where it might have seen it. But it was very hard to puzzle out. But the target, though, could be slightly off, and that's what I wanted to warn you about. You know, the laser beam. What I mean is that when you click on any of these and you put camera target, you see the laser beam in the center. It can be slightly off. So yeah, it's perfectly imperfect. There you go. That's a good thing. Never trust somebody who thinks they're perfect or normal. Oh, normal exists? Okay. Yeah, that's awesome work that you've done, Helen. Do you have any maps to share with us, or that would be good. So this particular one, I've used Google Earth a little bit. It's been slightly helpful, but you know what? I can't do it much because I run into the nausea thing. That's the main issue I've had with being sick, is nausea. So when I was flying around 3D mode in Google Earth, I just spun the world around a few times and went, oh, and decided I wasn't going to do that anymore. So let's see. Let's look back. Which cam should we be looking at? Right now, Blue Mountain Kern is looking at the windy. If we do a time lapse, this has zoomed in quite a bit. Just as I was saying earlier, we have the majority of our activity happening up at the high ridges, which are above the water line, so to speak, of where the smoke is settling in the valley. But activity in the valleys has been slowed very much by the amount of smoke. That's why we haven't seen the explosive growth that we could have. Now, if we get extremely high wind events that blow the smoke out of the valleys, we got to look out. You know, we really got to look out. So, yeah, I see you guys are having fun in chat. Helen says, not sure you could see spillover, but there has been hot spots over the backside of Yucca. Yeah, we saw that. We saw straight up spillover the other night. It was pretty alarming. Really alarming, where it was 2 in the morning, we're like, hey, nothing's happening, whoa. And we had seen it from Buck Rock 2 and Bear Mountain, Fresno yesterday, and it rolled all the way down over the mountain. So the next morning when he had that video, we were eager to know where exactly are we looking, because it was pretty dang frightening. So right now on McKenzie Ridge, we're kind of blind. Oh, whoops. I'm over there at the K&P. Yeah, K&P. Let's see, where's Buck Rock 2? There we go. But it was Fresno. I think it was. Remember, I got quite a sickness still going on. Yeah, it was Bear Mountain, Fresno 1. Let's do a time lapse and see if there's anything visible here before the smoke settled in over it. But yeah, it was quite a crazy spillover, burnover. If not last night, the night before. I'm getting, yeah, last night. I'm getting kind of confused now that it's 2:45 a.m. So yeah, thank you so much, guys, for hitting the like button. You guys have already hit it a bunch of times. Thank you. That helps the stream go trending, and anybody trying to find the stream will find it better. I don't know why YouTube is like that, but YouTube will only connect somebody with a video that's already popular. You know, it's hard to break in. Last year, I reached almost nobody who needed info, and then somebody walked in and said, your site's great. I'm going to share you on a forum of Napa Valley. And then all of a sudden I went from 18 viewers to 18,000 views on my videos. And I went, whoa. So you sharing and hitting the like button and the subscribe button, sharing the link in social media is the best way for us to reach people who may not know that we exist here. You know? So Helen says site centerline gets you in the ballpark. Because you're quite good at it, it's matching up the terrain to map. I'm getting better. I can't do this as well as Plumas County because I haven't been here since I was 8 years old. But yeah, Fast and Furious, hey, welcome. I hope nothing happens to those redwoods. I know we can look back at our heat, and that's what we're so worried about, the 101 grove right now, Helen. Isn't that what you were saying? So if we go down to the windy is blowing up quite well on its western flank. Now, isn't Tobias Peak 1 still down? That's what's awful. So Blue Mountain Kern here, this is the windy, and you can see it blazing up good. Now we can see the wind is pushing to the west. So I think we're looking, yeah, the wind is fanning it towards the west. It's coming out of the east, fanning it to the west. That's a complete opposite from what we've seen. If I zoom down a little bit more, we could, maybe even to the northwest, we could get a better idea with the smoke. But that's a lot of wind on it. Let's look at our wind chart. So that matches up perfectly with the fact that we see on its western flank right there all the, sorry, I didn't mean to move that, all that crazy amount of activity. So now the K&P, is what we really were frightened about, moving towards the west, moving towards Three Rivers. But thankfully, we see a quietness, and we see a lot of smoke up there keeping it tamped down. But the windy here is going hog wild with the burning off the peaks here. Probably, yeah, Table Mountain. And so here is 100 Grove. Now the nice thing about this, though, is if the wind is going mostly like so, which it kind of seems to be, it's not directly pointed at the 100 Grove right here. That's a grove of very important big old sequoias. So we know that fire doesn't have to travel with the wind. It does so quickly that way. But what we have here is a ridge line with a steep slope. They could be experiencing rollout, which means flaming debris just falling off of trees and trees shattering apart, especially the dead ones, which are everywhere, the snags. When they get weak, they shatter apart into 500 to 1,000 pound chunks of wood that go crashing down a mountain and spill and roll down all the way down the sides. You know, flaming pine cones, flaming tree pieces, flaming logs, branches will go rolling down a slope. And if we turn on shaded relief, you can see how steep that is. So I imagine that is their biggest trouble that they might be having at the moment, because the wind's a bit more favorable right now, blowing towards the west or towards the northwest. So that might be an ongoing battle that's happening. I have turned on the radio for Sequoia Kings Canyon National Park, but we don't have any radio chatter. These guys are so deep in the mountains and deep down in the valleys that even if a ham radio operator was on the other side of some of these ridges, you wouldn't be able to hear anything, and they wouldn't be able to broadcast it to the internet. That is one of the big challenges here. And even then, we just don't have a ham radio operator in the area, it seems. The only time we ever hear something is daytime when an airplane occasionally flies over, and even then, we don't hear much. So that there is the 100 Grove, also called the Long Meadow Grove, the 100 Campground, or I can't quite remember what they decided to name it. On different maps, it looks different. Long Meadow Grove Trail. It's Trail of 100 Giants. Okay. Some people just call it 100 Giants. Some people call it Long Meadow, but it's got some really big ones right there, and it's under immediate threat. We've been worried about it for some time, and the Tobias Peak camera kept showing the fire, as the Tobias Peak looks up from the south at it, that the fire was coming over the Mule Mountain and Mule Lookout area and is coming south, not really because it was pushed by the wind, but slowly making its way south because of that rollout. Flaming debris at the top of the ridge falls to the bottom of a ravine. Then the fire climbs and says, "Woo, I like to climb," reaches the top of a ridge, eventually, even if it's against the wind, and then falls back down, and that's called rollout. And the type of fire spread that rollout is encouraging is called backing. It's slow. You know, like backing down a hill is the best way to remember what it means. It means going downhill or kind of against the wind. That's what a fire's backing movement is. And right now the roaring head of it is trying to go to the west or to the northwest. We can't tell exactly on the cams. We should look at the wind speed. But a fire in a steep terrain can expand in all directions because of the whole rollout and backing that it does. The climbing up and falling down is the best way to say it. Backing is like climbing up, falling down, climbing up, falling down. So let's look at our wind. Now this is a really cool program. Ventu Sky, or whatever it's called. I hope it remembered New weather fronts in our iOS and Android map. Ooh, cool. I should get this on the phone. If they have this for the phone, that'd be cool. Right now you can see surface winds are very minimal, right? Here's Fresno, Visalia. This is where the two fires are. But here's what you gotta do. Go to altitude 2500. Now you can see the wind is much fiercer at 8,000 feet where these peaks are. 6, 7, and 8,000 feet. So that is going to be the way the windy fire tries to go. Now, most of the wind is, and this explains it perfectly. Porterville, remember the windy fire is right by Porterville. Remember, east of Fresno is where the K&P is, right? Whoops, wrong color pencil. So see the high altitude winds blowing and fanning up the windy versus this lazy action right here on the K&P. So there's K&P. That explains everything. It's the hot, dry desert winds coming in from Nevada, hitting right there. And the windy just happens to be right there, ready to accept that extreme amount of air and moisture. So I would say that we would see it rapidly progress and towards the west and towards the northwest, unless there's something we can't see is there to stop it. Wow. And we also have alignment of ridges. So alignment means rapid fire spread. When you have canyons and ridges the same way as the wind direction, like this. So these are our canyons. I just drew their outline, right? Fire loves to race along ridge tops and down through wind tunnels, which are canyons. So when you have alignment of the terrain and the wind in the same direction, let me get wind as a blue pen, then you have the fastest rates of fire spread and movement. It just depends on what the wind speeds are. So Lori says, time to feed the ready mix plant. Have a good day, everyone. We'll check back in 14 hours. Okay, Lori. Yeah, come back and see us. Yeah, Helen is saying that Veers gives a good indication of prevailing direction and strength of the winds based on spotting locations at some point in time. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes forget to utilize it as much because the satellite only comes around a couple times a day, but once it's done its duty, and like that's 1:48 a.m. Mountain Time or Pacific, because it's an hour ahead of us. Then that's made a pass quickly recently, just an hour ago. But yellow, remember, yellow isn't the latest heat detection. The yellow color code is 24 to 36 hours ago, but you can see how it spotted ahead of itself around 24 hours ago. And so this right here, wow, is that a 20-minute ago update for Veers? Oh, sorry guys, it's the 21st. Sorry, I forgot. It's now the 21st. So that's yesterday's info. In fact, a long time ago info, because that would be 1:48 in the morning yesterday, so 24 hours ago. And then at the time this was taken, the color code shows the heat detection. Okay, I gotcha. So that's 24 hours ago. That's why it's yellow. Excuse me. Just woke up. This is why I caution people. This is really, really old data. It's has a lot more accuracy, but it's old. Unless you get lucky and it's just made a pass. And so you have to zoom in for each set of dots and check out the time. Sorry, I thought it was 20 minutes ago because I forgot that today's new date is the 21st because we're past midnight. In fact, that's 24 hours ago. So the progression map. This is a good color code because it shows you with the color code how the fires progress pretty much through the past week. And you click on the color code, it's the same thing. The reds are less than 12 hours ago, from the time the satellite made a pass. And so the red is the most recent fire spread, with the orange being the day before. As the colors cool off and get down to a gray, that goes further and further back in time. Gray is like more than 4 days old, and then it kind of starts to disappear. So we know that it actually started, this was the core of it right there. Let me get a black pen. And it went marching off different directions as the wind was pushing it down that way for a bit and threatening places like Johnsondale. And then we had the southwest winds pushing it north for a bit. And then recently, it did its normal progression, just rolling down slopes, even though it was against the wind. And then most recently, see a lot of red here. Now, we know they're doing backburning. We know that they are doing some. They just aren't saying exactly where, but they prepped Johnsondale to do backfiring to protect it, and that was done days ago. Some people were trying to tell me that the straight lines are not backfiring operations, but oftentimes it actually is. Some say that, the satellite makes a pass, and it makes an optical illusion of straight lines doing the backfiring, but usually it actually is backfiring that they did. They take the drones and they take them up to altitudes, they fly them in a straight line, and they drop the little incendiary balls to light the fires in front of the fire to make a fire break. Oftentimes that is exactly the way that looks. People are saying not every time, and I concede that. It may not be every time, but oftentimes it really is. So we can't verify that unless the next day they said this is what we did and where. So yeah, thanks Mark for being here. If you mods want to take a break, I'm holding the fort for the next foreseeable future. Like you don't have to be here staying up all night, So it's a healthy debate, and I concede I might be wrong on it. But I've been doing this for a couple of years now, and usually when you have super straight lines, yes, there's a way to do viewers only. When you have super straight, east to west kind of lines, north to south lines, they usually are doing a backfiring with the drones. I know what it's like to fly a drone, and when you want to go one direction, usually it's just in a straight line somewhere, and then you kind of make the drone stop and you pivot it, and then you make the drone go forward again. That's the easiest way to control a drone with remote control. You can get fancy and have them do wide sweeping arcs and turns, but it's easier to control it if you just kind of bring it to a halt, make it turn in place, and then go in a straight line. And that can be kind of like a timer where they say, okay, they run it up, they fly it over an area, and then just on a timer it drops a ball, drops a ball, drops a ball. And we saw this on the Dixie, where people were arguing with me, saying that may not be backfiring. You see the straight lines which I'm talking about? These dots right here, 3 lines. That could be optical illusion, the way the satellite passes over. I just don't know how. But oftentimes that is a sign that they lit those on purpose. This, remember, is a heat detector. It's not a wildfire tracker. It's just a satellite detecting heat. And that can be from the beneficial backfiring that they do, or from the wildfire's progress. Unless they tell us, we don't know. We know in the Johnsondale area they did light backfires. We just, big question mark, where? So, exactly. It's not normal for fire to burn in straight lines. Fire will burn in accordance with the landscape and the wind direction at the time. So fire will reach out in fingers, because it will race along the top of ridges and race along canyons in the wind tunnel formation. So what you get is fire reaching out in fingers. You think about it as a hand. You know, you take your hand, and most people, if you're at the beach, right, like in the kind of a wet sand that's not totally hard but not totally soft, most people think that there's a solid wall of fire that moves like a brick, and then the next chunk of the landscape to go is going to be like this. The next chunk of the landscape is going to be like this. No, it doesn't work like that. Fire is like the palm of your hand is the main point, but where it gets up on a ridge and in a canyon, it's going to reach out in a finger like that. So if this is the hand, wherever the landscape is, you'll see it follow in fingers. So you'll see little things like this, little finger patterns like a bear claw, right? Now, if there's only 2 wind tunnels, you're going to see a crab claw. We have perfect examples on 2 different fires when we look at perimeters. One of which is the Caldor. Here at the Caldor, we have a crab claw. There's just 2 fingers. But look at the terrain. There were 2 major canyons and ridge lines that the fire raced ahead of itself. Here is the normal wall of the fire, and it got caught up in this canyon right here and this one right here. These were just like huge wind tunnels that were just spreading it faster. This is the Consumnes River right here, and I don't know if that's the American or whatever, or tributary on that. We could zoom in, but you get the point that the size of the wind tunnel there was what pushed it. If we turn on in shade of relief, this is one huge canyon. I think that's the North Fork of the Consumnes River. Then we see also on a different fire up in Oregon, we have a crab claw that happened with the Cougar Peak. Sorry, I went to the wrong place. Cougar Peak had a crab claw as well, but it's the wind tunnel effect. You can also trace the drainages here off the mountain. Now, in 2 ways can fingers mostly form. One of which is wind tunnels like in a canyon. The other is ridge top. But the alignment is the word. Does the wind blow in the same direction as the terrain is pointing? That's alignment, and that's when you have maximum fire spread. People got very, very suspicious when they looked at the Caldor and they said, hey, this doesn't make any sense. And they started speculating the government was trying to make the fires burn people out, and all these bad conspiracy notions that are just nonsense. But the bottom line is they didn't trust what the government and the officials were saying about the fire, because the wind was basically doing this almost every day, blowing towards the north and northeast, which should have pushed it towards Tahoe, right? And what happened was we had extreme spread to the west of the Consumnes. What they didn't understand was at different levels of the atmosphere are different wind directions. Down in the canyons is a microclimate. So even though the prevailing wind was going this way in general, and we did have spread up there, they were doing a valiant effort to burn off the Highway 50 ahead of the fire to make sure it didn't spread. Some of the wind falls down in a pit. It goes down the slope. And instead of rising up over the slope and going to the north, it kind of it's easier for the wind to just turn path of least resistance and just go down this wind tunnel, and it picks up speed to the west because it's going downhill. Remember, to the west is lower elevation and to the east is higher. But what you have is these microclimates. So maybe the wind right here really was going this direction, right? But we also had wind coming from the valley, pushing up and finding its way into the valley, going up 50. So we had this crazy opposite direction growth in the Caldor at the same time, and they had to fight the east zone and the west zone. You never know what's going on. We unfortunately don't have that many weather stations. People think they're everywhere, but just in the Sierras, weather stations are just kind of scattered around like this. excuse me, let's use a bigger dot so you see it. Like one there, one there, one there, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, one here, and here. And unless there was one in every single little canyon, down low and then on the ridge tops up high, we have no idea which way the wind direction's actually blowing. It's crazy, but we need more of these. But some counties, like where you have a huge square amount of miles, are like 3 different weather stations. And that's why we have no idea what the wind's actually doing on the fires unless we check out the cams. You can follow the smoke. And if you check out these are, this is not exactly the Bible, right? This is not exactly what's happening. This is taking all the data from all the weather stations that do exist, which is not that many, plus data from weather balloons and satellites, and guessing at which direction the wind's blowing at different elevations. So remember, it's nice and lazy down at 10 meters above the ground. Then you start going up in higher elevations. Wind is much fiercer, right? Here's at 750 meters above the ground, 1,500 meters above the ground. It's much higher. And at the very top of the peaks, at the 8,000 foot mark, wow, is it a lot higher. But it's crazy what we don't know. But different layers of if you're a drone pilot or if you're a regular pilot, you know that if you when I take the drone just 100 feet above me, sometimes the drone is getting hit by wind and it's having trouble stabilizing. Well, I barely feel a breeze down at the valley. And if I take it up to 300 feet, all of a sudden it's almost falling out of the sky. It's unstable because there's high winds. Drones get real unstable at like 15-mile-an-hour winds or 20. It's hard to keep them aloft. Now look at that. That is really, really cooking. This is being absolutely fueled by high winds, high wind gusts. Somebody said, "Good morning, Bob." Oh, hey, Big Al. Hello, how are you? And good to see you. Oh, you missed movie time? Where's popcorn? Movie time happens when there's nothing to look at, when there's nothing to see. Right now we're trying to study something because this is on the move. Movie time is like, well, we've checked everything. We've seen all videos. We've seen all cams. Nothing to see right now. But look, there is something to see right now. This is Blue Mountain Kern 2. And you can see the windy is pushing hard towards the west or to the northwest. I imagine we're going to get new heat detections, because look what's going on with the windy. Remember, I wish there was a fire button. So remember, Fresno, not much going on. Whoops, that pen's way too big. Not much going on with the K&P, because see, there's not much wind at the K&P east of Fresno. But east of, Visalia and stuff right here, here's the windy fire getting fanned by these high winds at the higher atmospheres. So the color code over here, those are at least 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts, or sustained. I think that might be sustained. So, I mean, what we're seeing reflects that it's really going. So, this is what time lapse was this? Let's do last 3 hours. It's this is our current image from Blue Mountain Kern Camp. And do you think this is around Mule Peak, Helen? Yeah. And Helen says fire intensity burn maps depict where the wind tunnels are, where 100% die-offs occur. Lessons: don't rebuild or replant there. Or put extra protections there before you rebuild or replant, or don't bother. That would be my take on it. But that's exactly where we should put some wind gauges. And even though they break from time to time, on the Caldor fire the night before last, all of their wind, not all of their wind, but their 3 repeaters one of which was heavily damaged and 2 were basically destroyed. They lost some of their comms because they had 65-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts around Echo Summit and Echo Lakes. Dang. But if we don't replant, that would be probably a good idea, Helen. Now I think I get your meaning. If there are big dead trees or big trees that burn there, the windiest areas are where the embers will fly off. Is that what you were meaning? Because that would be smart. Because the big problem is when you have trees at the top of the windiest areas. Like when the Dixie took off, the Feather River Canyon is really steep. The problem with a burning dead tree with its crown on fire, meaning the top of the tree on fire, is when the high winds hit it, it's at the top of a ridge and it can throw the embers all across the landscape. And trees burning down in the valleys are bad enough, but the peak of the ridges, especially if you have a pyrocumulus cloud, boy, if the pyrocumulus shows up, the big mushroom type cloud, then the 65, 70 mile-an-hour winds like twisters. It looks like a fire tornado, but it's not really. The whirl can go up 0.6 miles into the sky at when its maximum height, like half a mile in the sky, and then that flaming debris can rain down from a long distance, super long-range spotting. That's the worst case scenario. That's what we saw in the Dixie a couple of times. When we saw those 1,200 foot tall fire whirls that people don't believe me unless they have seen the channel when we lost Greenville. This is one of the highest fire whirls that we saw. The human eye just sees a bunch of clouds. But the FLIR cameras on the Dixie at Dyer Mountain showed us the center of those pyrocumulus clouds are these. Basically, they're like fire tornadoes, but they don't move much. A tornado has to move along the ground. That's what distinguishes it. But a fire whirl that's kind of stationary, these are extremely high winds. They're probably around F1 tornado strength. They're probably around 75 miles an hour, and they're taking flaming debris all the way to heights. This one was about 1,200 feet or so, because we were measuring it with Google Earth. In other frames, we had other mountains behind it. And so these are tiny 120 foot tall trees on the landscape. That is what's at the center of those pyrocumulus clouds. Because you have 65 and 70 mile an hour winds, it can take chunks, even 20-pound branches probably, high up in the sky, and it's on fire, and then drop it downwind. That's why we saw the extremely deadly, fast-moving spread of the North Complex, also known as the Bear Fire, that killed people and took out 2 towns. It ran for Oroville and almost destroyed Oroville last year on the 6th of September. That's the grim anniversary. That's the day I really started my stream. Was just Labor Day with the crazy red Monday. When I went live, that Labor Day storm pushed the Bear Fire, which was like a 68% contained fire up by Bucks Lake, all the way to Oroville in less than 24 hours. It was less than 16, actually. If you want to be horrified, watch the images of that, and then it killed about 12 or 13 people. I remember there was 29 people missing. We were like, holy crap. Some of the survivors of it have come into the channel and talked about their experiences. It's been absolutely horrifying. But that's when you have your pyrocumulus cloud, massive fuels, high winds, high elevations, and the Diablo and Santa Ana type phenomenon. This is a minor version of the Santa Anas. This is basically their concept, but this is at 30 miles an hour. This is nothing. If these fires are still going when we get the for real Santa Anas, look out. You know, I'm not even going to call these, but some weather people have. That they think that it's a true Santa Ana when anything comes out of the desert. But I want to differentiate them. I think the real Santa Anas and Diablos should be elevated above normal weather activity that's mild. because you have to give people a sense of the danger. It's like you can't call every windstorm a hurricane, or the word hurricane loses its meaning. They maybe should have classification for Santa Anas. Maybe they should say Category 1 Santa Ana, Category 2, Category 3. So what happened last year in Labor Day, if you used a category method, it would be like a Category 5 Santa Ana wind event or Diablo wind event with 101 mile wind gusts and 75 mile an hour sustained winds, whatever craziness we had. That's what could be coming down the pipe in the months ahead of us. God help us if these fires aren't super contained or smothered by heavy rains or snow by that time. God help us, because that means these fires will run for the valley and try to eat towns, whatever town's in front of it at the time. If they've got the fuel and if they got the winds, they do have the drought. It could be even worse than last year. That's why we're so worried about these fires. All the fires of August and September, all the firefighters of California are in a race against time to get them contained or out before the Santa Ana wind events of the autumn and the winter. It's a seasonal wind event thing. It's October, November, December, January. Not climate change related at all, just simple geography. Every single winter these appear. And it's always a race against time to get the lightning strike fires and the man-made fires out before the Santa Anas come. This is a taster. This is an appetizer of, hey, here's a 30 mile an hour Santa Anas. You know, your Category 1s or whatever. What about the Category 5s? They're coming down the pipe. People are thinking, oh, especially people who don't live in California, oh, fire season winding down, right? You guys will start getting rain. Everything's going to chill out, right? No. My friend burned to death in his house on October the 13th in the Cascade fire of 2017. Our family friend. That was the night that Santa Rosa burned down. Remember, the following year, Paradise with the campfire burned down November 8th. Remember, the Oakland fires, wasn't that in November as well? Winter is the worst fire season of California. And most of the time, you know, July and August are the lightning seasons. Most of the time, they try their best. They need to put out immediately all the lightning fires of July and August and whatever may have happened before the Santa Anas and Diablo winds come, which are basically the same thing. So, yeah, Bob O'Connor says true. That's how they acted out here for the tropical storm that hit southern Massachusetts. People kept calling it a hurricane when it wasn't, and they got confused when it was barely windy. I know. I disagree wholeheartedly with the new trend of let's call every little storm with rain a monsoon. I'm sorry, what? You know what monsoons are? Monsoons, like, wipe away entire villages in India and China and such, because the Himalayas rains are torrential, and you know, you get hundreds of people or thousands of people killed per season. That's what a monsoon is. When they said monsoonal moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, I almost coughed and sputtered. Like, I'm sorry, what? Let's not disrespect the horrific experience that people go through in a real monsoon, where, you know, people get crying on Indian television and say, I lost 12 family members today across 3 different villages. I mean, that's a monsoon. That vehicles going down the river, making their way, you know, down the Ganges, that's a monsoon. I don't care if technically it's the same kind of, the same kind of spawning of the moisture, but please give the public who don't have time to study meteorology a good idea of what is dangerous and what isn't. That is my whole point. It looks like we lost Tobias Peak at noon, and it hasn't come back. That would give us the most. That would give us the best idea of what's going on right now. We are stuck with Blue Mountain Kern. Blue Mountain Kern too, to figure out what's going on the Windy. Now let's go and see if the Windy is giving us new heat detections. I would expect that soon we're going to see some to the west here, because that fire is going to be marching along the ridge line, and we can clearly see that that's its behavior on the cam. Yeah. Whatever they want to do behind closed doors and in their university settings and at their meetings and at their seminars, go ahead and call it whatever technical name you want, but there has to be a simple thing the public can understand so that they take danger seriously. If monsoon type flooding happens in America, that word should have impact, and people should pack up their bags and leave immediately without even, because of a flash flood warning. Yeah, it's not even just social media, Bob. It seems to be a strange trend in the meteorological community. I don't get it. Where they're being technically correct, and they'll come out and be like, "Hey, technically, the same thing that spawns a monsoon in the Himalayas happens in the Gulf of Mexico." Well, I don't care. That's nice. What we care about is people evacuating and lives being saved. Speak not because of technical accuracy, but with what you want to have as a result. What do you want the public to do? Do you want them to get used to the name and start ignoring it? It's the whole crying wolf thing. If you cried wolf every time a coyote showed up, nobody would pay any attention to the 125-pound wolves that might show up as a pack. If somebody cries wolf when two 20-pound coyotes show up, that's a lot different. Your livestock and your pets might be very much more in danger if a pack of 14 125-pound wolves show up at your doorstep. One of them is like, "Oh, honey, is the cat inside?" The other one is, "Oh my God, the horses are screaming in the corral." That's different. But anyway, sorry about the rant. But I do find that people that are in academic circles are resistant to the idea, and it frustrates me. We have to be factually correct and technical all the time, and no. Sure, you do, within your branch of science, but remember, the public just wants to know about the weather. They don't want to understand it. Just how does it affect me? There's what you want. I had this explained to me because I used to be a lot like that. I used to be like, well, let's just get the public to change, right? Let's just get people to change, and be more scientific, or be more this way or that way, whichever way I wanted them to be. And somebody took me aside and said, "Look, there's two ways of making an argument, and like even in a personal relationship, do you want to be right and have a lot of people walk away from you and then just stick to your guns and be right, but have no cooperation? Or do you want to communicate in a way that's effective? It gets what you want." You may hate somebody. They may have just totally spit on your face. But if you retort and call them a name, you're going to end the conversation. You're not going to get anywhere. But if you just respectfully say, "Hey, this is my issue. This is what I want," and keep your cool, you're going to get a lot further in an argument. And it's the same thing with communicating to the public. You can either want to change the public, or you can just adapt to the way they already are, and just understand that people don't really change. But be technical and write all you want, but where's your conscience if people don't evacuate? You're going to have that on your head, if they just don't understand danger. It's the same thing. I want them to change warnings, a tornado warning versus a watch, or like any kind of storm warning versus a watch. It was pretty late in life that I finally realized that warning doesn't mean something might happen. It means something's in progress. A tornado warning means a tornado is touching down right now. It doesn't mean it might. It means it is. Warning means it's happening. Watch means it might. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh. That's when I went, okay. So, but that isn't particularly clear. Unless somebody explains that. Occasionally the weatherman does, or the weather lady does, on TV. They've gotten a little bit better explaining that at the end of special bulletins. But out on people's phones, oftentimes you look down and you just see tornado watch or severe weather watch, and then warning. But if you're an immigrant to the United States, or if you're don't have a great meteorological education, or if your English is a second language, or whatever your complication is, if somebody just looks up in the dictionary what a warning is, it doesn't guarantee that something's happening. It doesn't mean something is happening. But in the weather community, it does. Oh. Different definition. I just wish that they would make it super clear so that anybody, even somebody that doesn't speak English, could go to the dictionary and look up what it says, that they would know exactly what's going on. Hopefully, I'm not disrespecting them. I'm hoping this comes across as constructive criticism. It's a good way that if they chose to change, I think they would reach a lot more people, and I think people would be more trusting and more understanding of what the experts are trying to tell them. A lot of times with scientists, they're not necessarily gifted communicators. Communication is in the realm of the arts. Science is in the realm of math and numbers and very non-personal stuff. A lot of people that gravitate to it are the type that just like the consistency of numbers and like that kind of job rather than dealing with the public. A salesman versus a chemist. A lot of times you can have a very charismatic, great communicator chemist or geologist. You got the Nick Zenters of the world who are genius communicators as well as amazing geologists. Like Nick Zenter has a cult following. But for the most part, somebody going into the sciences may not even be comfortable with public speaking, let alone gifted in it, or public communications. It's a tall order. But they can learn to change things like vocabulary and really reach the public. I'm hoping they would accept feedback from people like psychologists and communicators, because that's my sphere. I'm not the best speaker. I'm a writer. I kind of ramble and such. I like writing because I can write 10 pages of stuff and then condense it down to 3 paragraphs eventually. I am not even praising myself as any sort of a good speaker. I kind of suck at it. But I think I do a decent job explaining to people like what's going on, and just I interpret the geek speak, so to speak. I speak nerd and geek, right? Okay. Let's see if we have another cam. We have King George Ridge 1. King George 2 is facing the opposite direction. Now, we could do a time lapse here, but we see a lot of smoke. And it's pretty far away. I don't know which... even if we did go back to daytime, I don't know that we could make out contours and peaks to try to say where exactly this is. I still think that what we're looking at is the Mule Lookout being right around there. And I think it's burning to the west and to the northwest. Big Al says you're an amazing speaker with a true gift. I'm barely adequate, but thanks for the praise. I don't summarize. That's the problem. I speak too much. People can tune me out and not get the main point because I have too much fluff around it. But I'm working on it. But thanks for the pat on the head. If I were to do much better communication, I would do it like this. I would start out the show with, here's all the info you need to know about the current situation. Boom. Here's what we think will happen. Boom. Here's what we're going to look for. Boom. Here's what you should watch out for. Boom. And then I'd start my show. And then people that just needed to tune in for the 15 minutes to get the info they needed, they would be much happier with me, and I'd be much more effective. The average amount of time that somebody watches my videos is about 15 minutes. People are coming in, they want to get their info, and then they have to go back to work. They have to go back to the range. They have to go back to what they're doing. And so what I try to have here is an environment where people can just ask a random question. Otherwise, I'd be summarizing every 15 minutes. But the problem is, with doing kind of a live show, if I were to make a video, that's what I would do. I have a couple of options before me. I could make summary videos like that, but I decided not to do that format, where I could 3 times a day make a 25-minute update, right? That might be easy to digest. People could just tune in. And that was my idea originally. I didn't want to do all-day streams like I did last year and miss out on my life and not leave the house and exhaust myself and all that kind of bad negative health consequence. But I realized when I started trying to do that, these fires changed so rapidly that the moment I made a video, it was obsolete. It was the info was no longer good. They were just traveling, especially in the afternoons until about 9 p.m. From noon to 9, these fires just rapidly expand with extreme rates of spread. And I realized we have to do a live show. But if I wanted to improve, I would still, like, say, every half an hour read a summary. And then tell people, hey, every half an hour I'll do a summary. On the dot, 3:30, here's your summary. 4, here's your summary. 4:30, here's your summary. But my big problem is I can't summarize worth a dang. I don't know how. I can write a script for myself and read it. But I kind of struggle to say what I'm thinking about, like, as an example, in a small amount of words. But I'm gonna work on that. Big Al says, I talk to people for a living while bartending. Oh, cool. I can't keep my thoughts going for any more than 5 minutes before I have to find something to get me out of the conversation. Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing: is I can lecture. I decided that I would teach, not in a formal setting. I've done teaching, like in a tutoring setting, and I am more comfortable with that. It's like stage acting. I'm socially awkward in person. I'm not really good as a conversationalist, but that's what I'm used to. So my idea was to make an informational 1 hour and a half videos on topics like history or whatever I know. I've never had the skill of, like, how do you just summarize something? If I were to do a summary, like what we just saw in this cam, it wouldn't be good for live broadcast because I would sit there with a long period of silence thinking, how do I want to say this? And I found out statistically last year, but boy, that fire's cooking, by the way. I found out statistically last year, anytime I tried that, I would sit there and look at notes. I'd check social media. I'd check official sources. I'd start writing a little script for myself to read, like a like the news update on the radio. And I would just sit there for about a minute and a half summarizing my thoughts. And I look back up at the viewership, and I'd have like 50 people in the chat. Then all of a sudden I have 29. And I went and looked at, there's like a little thing in the YouTube channel. And it shows you when people leave, which is great. It's good feedback. Like if I mention a certain topic and people leave, I know to avoid that topic, that people don't like it. In fact, last year that was mostly conspiracy nonsense. But I found out that most people are listening to live streams and not watching the screen. And so any time period where you have about 45 seconds of silence, then they tune out. I mean, the same thing, like when I'm cleaning the house and listening to some video, I don't want there to be 45 minutes of silence. I look back at it and I think the video is broken, and I find one where somebody's talking a bit more often. I like to watch bird cams, which don't have any audio, but that's only when I'm at the computer and I glance over at my second monitor. So Helen says reporters have script writers put those mods to work. Oh man, that would be above and beyond the Call of Duty. Can you imagine? Hey mods, you're not doing a good enough job. You're already being amazing volunteers. You're already here for many hours of your day helping people with links, and you're already here policing. Also, you need to write a script for me. Oh God, everybody would just be like, screw this, I'm going home. Hey Derek, hello. Helen says Parker Peak Grove is threatened now. Some of the oldest and largest trees on Earth are sequoias, not within the grove designations and not seen by many. We lost exceptional isolated trees in 2020. I know. Let's see where Parker Peak is right now. But at least they saved the four sentinels. That's a good sign. Let's go to Parker Peak Grove, and that is Tulare County. Oh yeah, it's right there. Is that where Redwood Corral is? If we go to different scanned topos, yeah. Here's the thing, though. If the wind keeps going the way we think it's going, if it doesn't shift, we might have a miracle where it skips it. See how it's in this corner? It doesn't have to skip it forever, but it's more likely that this place will survive if it skips it tonight, and if the wind kind of pushes the fire more that way to the northwest of it. That'll give them time to respond by the morning and go clear out brush and do whatever. This looks like a death trap, honestly. This has got to be either trails or roads that are very difficult to drive. It looks kind of more like Jeep trails / roads / mule, trails. This is some steep terrain. So I don't know that any fire crew would sit here. See how the steep terrain above them would kind of trap them in a bowl, unless there was some big defensible space with lots and lots of internal source of water. I don't know that they would stay there to babysit the trees. It's you never know. If they feel safe to defend it, they might be there even right now. But there's only one way out. It would be a thing where they would have to feel confident enough to allow the fire to go past them, over them and past them, like they do in small ghost towns and places. But if this wind is correct, we might get incredibly lucky with its direction right now. Whoops, I changed altitude. What is the altitude of the peaks? Wow, I went to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So this is a touchy website. I'm sorry if I'm making anybody car sick. Okay, nice and easy. Nice and easy. So there's Portersville. Porterville. I've been saying Portersville this whole time. Whoopsie. So even though we can't see the fire, you see how it's not due west? It kind of curves up towards the north. That might be all they need to survive right now. Remember, this is the margin of error. That's more than 5 square miles. So it could just be this on fire. It could just be this on fire, and it would trigger the whole thing. We have to wait till daybreak to figure it out. I'm trying to figure out if there's communities in front of the fire that would be affected. This is mostly wilderness campground stuff, but the Indian reservation it's going straight for it. Painted Rock Campground might have some permanent structures in Soda Springs. We could try to find that. These places might be impacted relatively quickly, depending on how much this wind keeps up through the night, because remember how fire likes to race along ridge tops, and it can jump over canyons and jump, up and race up this one heck of a vertical climb. Depends on how much vegetation is on that slope. That would be something it would race up. So we could have long range, spotting kind of keep happening as long as these winds were pushing it. But I love it. I love it when my mods actually copy and paste info for me to summarize. That's really good. So Helen says the river fire carried crooked but intact leaves to my yard 14 miles away. Identified 12 species from them. Man, Helen, yikes. Are you a botanist? I forgot what your specialty was. I'm so sorry. But the people in Nevada at Minton were talking about the Echo Summit fire throwing long-range pieces of bark the size of a person's fist all the way into Minden, Nevada. That was like 12 miles away, but it was cold by that time, but just intensely scary. So Wheatons. I don't know what Wheatons is. It sounds very ghost towny or like old sheep corral. There used to be sheep grazing out here. There's a series of ghost towns, sort of, but they were little more than camps when they did sheep industry. So this must be the Peroni Grove over here that's in the crosshairs. We can check the Google Maps and see if the Google car's ever driven out here. I don't know that it has. So let's go to Wheatons, California. I don't know if he will show. Tulare County. Yeah, it is. It is on the map. Okay, so let's see what's in danger, because we got that fire blazing. The windy is headed off to the west. It's going places. Here from further away, you can see the smoke direction, and it's we're looking northeast. So that means the smoke column is going north we're looking northeast. The smoke column is going to the northwest. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. We know it'll do the furthest rate of spread if the wind does not shift. If it blows back on itself, that's perfect. It'll arrest its spread. But unless we see a change in that wind, it won't. It will keep going the same direction. And we are not seeing any change in direction yet. So the next thing in target would be somewhere like here. Wheatons, but I don't know that we'll have any photos out here except for the occasional picture that some camper takes. I don't know that there's much of a community here, or that it's mostly a place name. It's hard to say. But I think this is the reservation land. Looks like it's a decent place for a town if you were going to put one here. Maybe we can find some pictures like Wheaton's, California. See if there is a populated place since it's designated. Populated place profile. Let's see. Rural ranches or something on the reservation. I wonder. It's not census designated. Okay. Roadside Thoughts. Is this somebody's blog or something? It's around 2,900 feet above sea level, so it's lower in elevation. Okay, yeah, there's no data. Probably was a once inhabited place, but not now. Wheaton Springs. Wheaton, California, fun facts for kids. Okay. It's a former settlement. No, that's Lassen County. Huh. Wow, okay, that's a ghost town. Wheaton's with an S. Maybe campers have some pictures. Oh, it's like a... Oh, okay. So Bodie had a Wheaton and Hollis hotel. Well, we don't really have any sort of picture. We got a satellite. So I guess it's not a community in danger. There may be a ranch or something. Let's look what's further. In fact, it just says corral. Further. Over there is Painted Rock Campground. Maybe this is a seasonal inhabitation place. Let's see if that has buildings. Painted Rock Campground. Why did you zoom out? Okay, we got some photos. There's a... Cool. Looks like a cool place to go. But did the Google car ever go there? I'm pretty sure they didn't. Alright. There's a casino further west. That would take some time to get over towards inhabitation, but the Google car never bothered to come out here. So here is definite inhabitation with the Eagle Mountain Casino and reservation land. So I don't know. Okay, we have some buildings. Okay, here's inhabitation, permanent structures, probably where people live and cater to the campground tourists. So this would be one of the next places to be at risk, I would say. So we would have to check in with Tulare County Sheriff's Office, at least by daybreak, and see if they feel like this area might be eventually in danger. We would look at the wind, the forecast. If the wind changes direction again, then this place will be okay for the time being. But right now it's pushing towards that direction. So we should look at our forecasts from several different sources. And the fact that it's lower elevation might be okay, because at the lower elevation, if the wind is a lot less, as we see here, then once the embers got down to lower elevations, they'd be able to chase after the spot fires. They would be able to catch up, you know. So let's see what the forecast. I'm not that familiar with this website. Is the wind direction going to change? Okay, by 2 p.m. it's showing the wind blowing more towards the north. That would help that community. Okay, so we can hope that by tomorrow at 2 p.m. Yeah, then tomorrow at 11 a.m. No, 11 p.m., excuse me. The wind is forecast to change directions, blow the fire back on itself, and would blow it towards the northeast. Okay, that might be very, very helpful. Let's see when exactly that might happen. So 5 a.m., not much change. 8 a.m., not much change. 11 a.m. tomorrow, not much change. 2 p.m., change. So between 2 and 5 p.m., the wind should be pushing towards the north at the higher altitudes, where the ridges are. And 1,000 meters or so has almost no wind whatsoever tomorrow at 5 p.m. Just very, very light, except for the coast, according to this particular website. Let's do a 1,500 meters. Higher elevations have more winds, but that is looking better for the community. But let's check in with the Tulare County Sheriff's Office and make sure that there hasn't been any sort of new updates. So, cool. There's a fun, thanks for the visit. Wood Lake Community Leader Frank Ainley Sr. stopped by Sheriff's Headquarters to say hello to the sheriff. Cool. And, whoa, fugitive apprehended. Or wanted. Top 10 fugitive is busted. Cool. Okay. 17 hours ago. Oh, the powwow. I wish I could have gone. I love powwows. These are cool. So they held their powwow. The Tulare County did. And on the 19th, they said evacuation warnings due to the KNP. Nothing too new about the Wilsonia area, but I'm so happy to see that the KNP is just kind of laying down like a good dog right now and not being that ferocious. So, but this isn't too many miles away as the crow flies. It's might get a warning today. Partially, we have alignment with ridge and slopes. I'm very much interested to see and very concerned if we get new heat detections right here, which could happen at any time due to the fact that the fire's still cooking in that direction, the windy fire. So what we would want to see is the fire died down, but it just isn't. It's pushing around throughout the night and until tomorrow afternoon. We don't expect that it will cease very much, that they'll have less activity. Oh, Helen says wildlife biologist, but have to know what those herbivores eat. There you go. So, what was your specialty then? So then I assume you were in carnivores then, or that's pretty fascinating. I wanted to study marten. I kind of explored being a caller, release type biologist. I wanted to figure out what pine marten will, American marten do. But I found out that hiking around the wilderness is, and the steep slopes and terrain and extreme conditions and wintertime trapping you'd have to do and snowmobiling and all that stuff is just not something my body was capable of. I also thought about marine biology at one point, and then I realized I get terribly seasick. So I have an interest, but no formal education. But I followed around trappers and outdoors people because I was told it's an extremely difficult position to get into, a government job as a biologist. You have to have an edge. You can't collar and release animals if you don't know how to trap them. So I went following around various types of trappers and elders and learning all about things like the beaver, which were totally incredible. And only to figure out I'm not cut out for that. But it was quite an amazing, eye-opening experience, the way they know the animals intimately and pass on the knowledge from some of it's thousands of years old about animal behavior. It's quite amazing. Oh, and Helen, Were you here when I talked about beavers being the gangsters of the forest? Because that's part of what I learned, how savage they are. I wanted to make a funny documentary called "Beavers, the Gangsters of the Forest." The way they do territorial scent marking, like it's their graffiti, you know. Just as I got off the air talking about that, I couldn't believe it, but I looked and there was a fire that was started by beavers in Oregon. I can't make this up. I just told people that beavers are gangsters, and beavers lit a fire in near Corbett, kind of by the Multnomah Falls. And I said, see, they're gangsters. They're doing racketeering. Somebody in the gorge didn't pay for protection. I can't make this up. This was about 3 hours. It hit the news 3 hours after I said that. This is the most bizarre fire start that I've ever heard of in my life. But it's real. And people are like, how could they be sure it was the beavers? This was 17th, and I think my broadcast the night of the 16th that went over past midnight shows near Multnomah Falls and I-84 by Bridal Veil, Thursday night, September 16th. Columbia River Gorge, a brush fire near Multnomah Falls was caused by a busy beaver, according to Corbett Fire Department. Fire officials said the beaver caused a tree to fall on a power line, sparking the flames. Then the east winds of the gorge helped fuel the flames, the fire officials said. But they got it out and contained pretty quickly. It was brought under control in about 2 hours. I can't make this up. The weirdest things happen to me where I'll say something and then this stuff happens. I was like, see, guys, I rest my case. Beaver gangsters. You know, they were like, hey, guys, you could pay for protection or else your landscape could have an accident. So I bet you everybody along the gorge is paying the rodent mafia now. Now if they show that they meant business. But, going back to the windy here. So, you did a Fisher survey. That's fascinating. But did a lot of utility district projects and straight lines. People doing riparian restoration projects. Have no love for them when they chew down all their planted trees. Yeah, the nurseries business in Oregon gets hammered by them. We went out to a nursery, and I was just being a follow-along, a tag-along. And I ran around with different trappers of all types, biologists, nuisance animal control guys that do the urban thing, and then some old schoolers. And so I was with the nuisance guy one day, and there was he was handing out his business cards to the nurseries. And this nursery goes, well, we've got some beavers in the area. We mostly have a problem with nutria, but we kind of like beavers, and they're nice looking and blah, blah, blah. And they had just taken over a nursery. And we went, okay. And then there's this emergency call the next day. Help! The beavers! And a single beaver, we tracked it, and it was just the one same size tracks. It was this one individual had taken up shop, had been kicked out of the forest, and entered the urban landscape. I mean, this nursery was in the valley right next to towns, and I thought it was a whole colony because I didn't know anything. We had seen the nursery, and now all of a sudden there were more than 87 trees missing in the course of one night. And I saw elk tracks, and I'm like, could the elk have been doing stuff? And elk don't eat trees. They don't eat nursery trees. They might nibble off some leaves and stuff, but the elk just moved through. And it was obviously the beaver chews. And so what they do is they make a food cache at the bottom of it. And this was just a canal. The 2-year-old beaver, the juvenile, had been chased out of the lion pride area, so to speak, away from its home when it reached sexual maturity, like they all do. And they have to fight for a territory in the woods. And if it's all taken up by too many beavers already, then they'll go wherever they can. And that's ditches, like roadside ditches. And farms and such. And so this one single juvenile beaver that was a 2-year-old ate more than 67 trees in a single night, nursery trees, and then it chewed around the base of a $7,000 ornamental tree that they had been growing for 14 years as a sort of like a bonsai-like ornamental. Just decided it wanted to cut its teeth on something and killed the poor thing. It was an extremely amazing looking tree. And so here they are scrambling, saying, "Can you get this beaver out of here?" And it ended up just being a little one. I couldn't believe it, what it did. And I don't know if it ate all of that in a single night. It probably did most of it, but it probably was starting to take some of those to build its food cache. It's an underground food cache where they'll just take, branches and leaves and stick them underground for the winter, under the water, and that kind of preserves it. And it did not make a dam. It did not make a house. It just made a hole for itself in the canal and was cruising along. But the incredible amount of damage it did, that was probably $16,000 of damage in one night to that nursery. People don't know how intense they are. They love to eat crops and love to eat people's gardens and such. And they just chew through an area and leave devastation in their wake. But they're fascinating. The amount of work that they can do in one night. People don't realize you can break their dam and destroy it and haul away all the wood. The very next morning, there's going to be a new dam, like it never disappeared. And they'll march around the neighborhood and tear down take trees out of people's front yards. There was another one that was hilarious that I heard through the grapevine at the time. Somebody thought that vandals were stealing their Christmas lights and stealing their trees, and they put out security cams. And then a neighbor looked out the back porch one night, and there was a beaver dam that was glowing. The beavers grabbed one of the trees out of the front yard and dragged it over to the dam, and the extension cord unraveled just perfect, and the Christmas lights were glowing in the dam. That's the coolest thing ever. But yeah, they made quite a comeback. People think that they're a rare creature. Oh no, they're rodents. They repopulated. The most funny thing ever that I saw was a 1960s film. Gosh, maybe we could find it. Of how they repopulated the Rocky Mountains with beavers. As they trapped to release. And it was to some of the higher ponds, the higher elevations, were too tall to access. Like you couldn't really hike up there feasibly. So they took wooden cages, and they put the beavers in wooden cages that they got from Oregon and other places. And they parachuted them out of airplanes onto the Rocky Mountains at the higher altitude ponds and lakes. And they made it out of wood so that the beavers could chew their way out. But there's these funny 1960s films about it, and I just couldn't believe it. It was incredible. But beavers causing fires now, just wow. They're totally gangster. Vicky says, "Hi everyone, I'm in Western Iowa. Hello. This is my first time listening to the channel. We have the correct type of watches and warnings. Most of us have lived here long enough and know how to watch the weather." Yep, that's a good point. You may be behind in the broadcast. Make sure I gotta type this here just in case. Make sure to hit the live button to be at the current time of the stream. I don't know if you meant what I was talking about earlier and whatnot, but what I'm talking about is Not everybody is that educated. You know, I mean, places like Iowa, you guys have some serious storms, I imagine. If you have stories to tell, do tell. I can only imagine the rough ones that happen in Iowa. But in places like California, the western states, we have a lot of immigrants, a lot of English as a second language speakers, a lot of migrant farm workers, a lot of refugees, and oftentimes they're not familiar with the weather system at all in any way. And so one of the better ways they can communicate with the public is if they're going to use English terms, especially out here, is that when somebody does Google Translate or look something up in a dictionary, if they look up the two words watch and warning just in a dictionary, they're very similar. A warning might be a stronger type of warning, but they would have to be told that in the weather system that a warning means something's happening. It's not warning it might happen. It's warning it's happening. That's the problem. You know, with oh gosh, what am I saying? That's the problem with the makeup of the population out here. You know, we can't assume that everything is as clear as we think, because there's what is clear on the surface versus what do people know, you know, like word on the street. Let's look at other cams. The windy is going places. We have a wind phenomenon going right now. That is, let's go back to what's current right now. I may have to restart. Yeah, let's bring the ball back to right now. This is currently the windy's being fueled by higher altitude winds of around 7,000 feet-ish, 7,000 to 8,000 feet, coming in dry winds from the desert, just fanning it up. See, east of Porterville is kind of where the windy is. Now, east of Fresno area is kind of where the K&P is. Maybe I may have drawn that a little too north, but you get the idea that the K&P is sleeping under a smoke blanket because there's not much wind circulation, while the windy down here is being fanned by the wind, and the K&P is not. It's in a sort of a little sleepy basket. So the K&P cameras are completely smoked out, where we just don't see anything going on. We can switch over to things like Buckrock, Buckrock 2, there we are. McKenzie Ridge, see a solid blanket of smoke, can't even see the fire. And that's great for the K&P. That's excellent news. Smoke is like a lid on a fire. It keeps its activity nice and low. But see how the K&P is up here by Fresno. Different story on the windy fire, which is, well, being windy right now and blazing up good. The thing that might save the communities to the northwest, which is where the wind is pushing it right now. What we're worried about is the Painted Rock campground and the casino area. I can't remember which casino that is. Hopefully by 2 in the afternoon, the winds will shift to the north and kind of avert the path of destruction. We're hoping. Don't you wear a watch, JR says, joke. No, that's a boomer thing. We have cell phones. Just kidding. So, hey Derek, hey, welcome back. So, you said I did. You speak just fine. We have different types of heat and cold weather. We're at. Thank you, by the way. I'm hoping to improve though. We're at the north end of Tornado Alley. Usually one big tornado outbreak a year, but mostly thunderstorms can produce one. Yeah, I imagine you have the kind of weather I've seen where you have those bubbles underneath the clouds. That's one of those big, scary indicators of extremely unstable air, where the dark clouds above you that are almost a black have the bubbling under the underside. and then occasionally some of those become a funnel cloud. I've only experienced a couple of those in my life when I've gone to places like Texas in the South, and I that was enough for me to say nope, nope, nope. I like the Pacific. The Pacific Ocean is called Pacific on the West Coast because it's so peaceful. It doesn't create that craziness like the Gulf does. I'll stick with the Pacific. That's okay. You guys can keep that. You guys can keep that. If I had to live out in the Midwest, I'd have a sod home or something. I'd be terrified. I'm one of those people who are afraid of storms. I'm kind of thrilled, but super afraid. Mountain Mike says the Windy Fire, the Tule River Tribe Casino. Oh yeah, okay. I thought it had a separate name. Let's look at it. So there's Painted Rock Campground, which looks inhabited. Eagle Mountain. Cute little casino. You know what bothers me about California, though, is the casinos have all manner of unfair gambling. Like, that to me, I think it's unfair because it's out of your hands. Like, pulling slots and some mechanism out of your control depends whether or not you lose money. Whereas dice games, you can kind of become a skilled dice roller, right? And yet California has banned dice rolling games like craps. That's what bothers me about the casinos of California. I have no idea what that is about. We'll look at the heat signatures in a sec. But in general, out here, Vicky, this is day 70 of my stream, and welcome to it, by the way. Glad to have you here. How did you find my stream, by the way? That's one of those interesting things. Most 84% of people find it through somebody sharing the link in their Facebook page or something like that. And very few can actually find my stream if they actually Google search it and search in YouTube. It's just the way YouTube works. Unless a channel is trending with lots of likes and new subscribes, people generally can't find what they're looking for exactly. So I do appreciate everybody who's shared. That's the number one way to help others who might benefit is, take the link and text it to somebody or put it on your Facebook and say, hey, if you have questions about these fires, here's our 24-hour information center. And a lot of people that tune in from England and such, I'm actually not sure how they got here, but they may have had an American relative who showed them. Unfortunately, very few people in Tulare County know about the stream, which is why we only have 25 people in here, where usually at night we would have over 100. For the other fires, the bigger ones. I mean, partly that's a very small county with probably spotty internet, but I just probably am not known down there yet. Derek Mary says I just pressed live cameras. Oh, when you were in YouTube channel search, or that's interesting. Is that how you found us? That's a good new search feature of YouTube. Last year I was complaining because that wasn't in existence. Last year you had to type in live, and it was hard to find a live broadcast, and they finally added it to YouTube searching. Cool. Well, that's good. The way that I first got known, I did my best. I was pulling my hair out. Last year I went live and had 18 viewers and only 200 views, period, on my stream when I was trying to do the emergency covering of the fires for the crazy windstorm of Labor Day that affected all 3 western states, plus Nevada will and Idaho too. But California, Nevada, and Oregon, California, Washington, Oregon, had a wind event that comes about only every 75 years or so. I don't even think there's a name for it in meteorological circles. I made up the best name I could come up with, which was Red September, like a red wind event, like dire, like red, like bad, like red flag. So I called it Red Monday, and I did everything with keywords that I could, so that if people searched for the fire names, that they would find me on YouTube, and nobody really did. I had like 18 people most of the time. I didn't realize that if you have a small channel, which mine really is, YouTube doesn't show people the information they need. YouTube shows people channels that are already popular. That's their algorithms. So that's why everybody begs people to hit the like and subscribe button. And I hate doing it too. It's annoying. But it is a mathematical formula that I wish they would change. The videos that already have the most likes and the channels that already have the most subscribers are put straight to the top of suggestions. And so that's part of the echo chamber effect, where you can't get new news. It's a struggle. Even if somebody types in Tulare County windy fire live coverage, like, what's probably going to happen is a video from a week ago from one of the major broadcasters that has millions of subscribers, such as CNN or, Sky News or something. And that video has more likes because it's older. It's because it's had everyday people hitting the like button for 2 weeks. So there might be 5,000 likes, and that's what you're going to see. And somebody doing this, who's like a new channel or not that many subscribers, is going to be down in page 35. So I hope it changes, but I really appreciate everybody who does hit those buttons and does share the links to help me reach others. I can do a lot of things for people. I can walk people through how to read the maps and track fires the way I do. I teach fire survival. I go to the places where there's been fatalities, and I note whether or not the victims may have been able to survive. And I teach people what the victims could have done. I try to at least read the stories. I want to interview actual survivors on how they did survive wildfires. And in general, I model my advice on that and what the firefighters that I have the privilege to know have told me what to do and their advice. We have a lot of firefighters in chat, mostly during the daytime hours. Some of them come in the middle of the night. We have firefighters standing by to answer questions. We have meteorologists standing by to answer questions. At least Susie, when she was here, she's had surgery. But we have an awesome team of volunteers, people who are radio specialists, here to answer questions. Because I'm not an expert in these fields. I'm a video production student and want to be a historical documentary maker. But this is history. So I put everything down and try to help people best I can. I have a lot of people that say, your channel is the only information source that I primarily get because the officials are using social media. And I said, well, what's the problem? You can get on social media. I teach elderly people like how to use social media and immigrants and such. And I build computers. I can teach people how to use them to get the info they need. And they say, I don't want to be on social media, or I have a flip phone, or I don't have a smartphone, or a cell phone because I live in the boonies and there's no cell phone reception. That's still a thing for many people out here. Unfortunately, high-speed internet never arrived. There's people still on dial-up. There's people on satellite, and they just can't. They just don't see the reason to have cell phone. They don't have Wi-Fi because they have like a dial-up computer, and so they will sometimes tune in. They'll drive somewhere that there is good reception, like a McDonald's, and they'll tune in to something on a laptop and go home. And if you don't have social media accounts, these Facebook and Twitter is where they're putting evacuation orders first, and then they're putting them on their websites for the sheriff's offices. And there's these huge delays in the people actually getting their information. In these rural communities, they might start going door to door or do reverse 911, but reverse 911's been failing. The best thing that I've been able to help people with is listening to the radio. There's nothing going on right now. It's on, but they're not talking. And when we hear, this is what I advise people to do. If you do live rurally like that, I can walk you through buying the type of radio you need. Listen to what the firefighters are saying. When they say something's gone wrong, the fire's reached here, something jumped a line, evacuate that town. I've had the wonderful privilege to be able to say, guys, live on the stream, that town's evacuated. Please prepare to leave and try to help people find a way out before they even get the official notice. So sometimes I've given people many hours of advance notice, or even a day, that the fire's coming their way. But this one's hard because we can't hear anything. But it was way easier to listen to the others. We gave the community of Post Mountain early warning by 2 to 3 hours. When the monument, or gosh, was it that? I think it was the monument fire. That could have been McFarland, was coming their way around. Gosh, was that like August 9th or something? I can't remember anymore. But I try to do the job that officials, I feel, should be doing. I feel like officials should be doing this. I'm doing it because they're not. I got inspired by the Penguin Show. There's a penguin show called Phillip Island Nature Park Penguin Show. It might be live right now. They're usually live in the middle of the night because it's Australia. So Phillip Island Penguin. Okay, there are. Oh, that ended 2 hours ago. So every night the penguins go past. They come in to roost, so to speak, and they walk past an observation area. And so there's people that are there to tell you everything about penguins with a webcam and stuff, and take live your questions about penguins. I'm just like, why isn't anybody doing that for fires when there's an emergency? You know, we try to look up from official sources, connect you with all the info you need. But here there are experts standing by to answer the questions about penguins. And I was asking things like, you know, can they see on the infrared light spectrum? And I'm like, why doesn't CAL FIRE and the government do that? You know? And by the way, everybody should go watch the Penguin Show. It's very soothing and cool. But I'm like, dang it. I hope the government will, so I can take a break. I hope the government will step in eventually and do this. I don't like, this is day 70. I want a break. But we do what we can for the community. It's just the people here, we're looking after each other. When the press shuts down for the night, and when the officials shut down for the night, and occasionally give us an update, we can track fires on the cams and on the internet and help people get the info they need. I'm hoping to set some sort of an example. That sounds weird. It sounds weird and arrogant, but I hope. I hope that the officials do this. They have a hotline on some of these fires that you can call, but it's during daytime hours for information. And unfortunately, like the Dixie East Zone, excuse me, I'm getting in the kitchen here. The Dixie East Zone, ouch, ow, my head. Their hotline ended at 9 p.m. And so, trampling into the channel were a bunch of extremely worried citizens of Herlong, saying, what's going on? And the fire went over the escarpment and started heading toward their community, racing down the hill. And it was about 9:35, and the hotline ended at 9:30. So we didn't have anybody to call. Nobody from the sheriffs would stop and talk to them. They were just whizzing by. responding, you know, with the other first responders, they weren't getting any notice on their phone about what was happening, and yet they saw massive flames roaring down the mountainside heading towards the community, with the only thing stopping it being a whole army of firefighters at the base of that hill next to the highway manning their station. But they were under evacuation watch, and it didn't change. It was like, you know, they were very reasonably frightened. They were like, why was our community under evacuation mandatory when the fire is on the other side of that hill, and now that it's spilled over it, why are we not mandatory? Are we in danger or are we not? And I was hoping, sorry guys, I almost dropped something in the kitchen. I was hoping to be able to give them some guidance, and the firefighters in the chat did. They were like, guys, looking at wind conditions and the lines they have, it's unlikely that it'll race towards your town, but there's a possibility. That was the best answer we could provide. But can you imagine if they just had a live stream thing where they could hear the chatter, such as the ground crews saying, oh, looks like it's blazing up on the hill, but we don't expect it to cross the lines or do much because the wind's going to die down in 2 hours, and we have a whole bunch of things in place here. That would have really helped the community. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm clanking around the plates, but I'm going to eat something healthy now. Every once in a while I get caught up in fires and I forget to eat, so I've woken up and I had a little snack. But I have to keep my nutrition up. I found that the secret to stamina is you constantly eat. If you have to keep going throughout the day without rest. Hang on, I gotta mute myself a second. Okay, sorry for that. Now, you may, if you're new, you may wonder why I babble a lot, like when I go to the kitchen, and that's a kind of a funny thing here. Most people turn off a stream that has no sound for more than 30 seconds or so. So, even though I'm not at the keyboard, I have this wireless headset, and I go running around talking about a random topic, like when I'm preparing in the kitchen or whatnot, until I come back. And that just might be completely random and weird. But I've run out of things to say after 70 days of doing this. But this is not a complaint. This is a hope. I hope they find out the positive. That it was reassuring when the people came into the channel and real firefighters were saying, guys, the reason your town's not evacuated is there's less risk of it tonight than it was during the day. Even though the fire has spilled over the embankment, it's nighttime, and you guys are lucky. You are lucky right now that the fire arrived at your town's doorstep at night. I mean, nobody wants the fire to come to the town's doorstep, but if it's going to, you really want it to be at night. Because in general, fires are a lot easier to handle than they are during the day, during those crazy red flag winds. During the daytime, when heat is more intense, when humidity is lower, you will have sometimes the firefighters retreat, where they just can't hold a road, or they have to run away from a fire tornado or something. But at night, if a fire approaches your community in a kind of a slow, kind of a backing kind of a way, they can handle it. And that, sometimes they even let it burn on purpose, because that's going to get rid of some of the fuels, and when the fire gets intense the next day, it has less to burn and it'll be less intense. So that was one of the nice things. You know, we don't BS anybody. We said your town is in danger. There's a remote possibility it runs away from them tonight, but it's remote. The weather forecast says things are about to get calmer. And within 3 hours, it did. Every single one of those nights. But every single one of those nights, like 4 nights in a row, people were really on edge because it flared up right after the hotline went down. Right after 9 p.m., but then it settled down around midnight. So, oh, Leak Springs Cam? Okay, let's check that, Cindy P. Hey, welcome back, by the way. Where you been? So, yeah, Derek Mary, we're actually looking at the Windy Fire, which is not the Tahoe area. This one is extremely concerning. It's in Tulare County. Now, this is central Southern California. This is the one that's raging out of control by the sequoias. The K&P is also raging out of control by the sequoias, but it's less active. I'll show you guys the map. We're going to check the Caldor right now. Now, listening on the radio, we are listening to the Caldor El Dorado County Wildfire Operations. They have just not said anything for a very long time. That's the way it is at night. So this, if you look at California, the Windy is of utmost concern right now. It's in the wilderness, sort of, but it's burning towards the Indian Casino and their land. It won't reach it tonight. I don't think it can. But it's getting closer and closer, and unless the wind shifts during the day tomorrow, which it's scheduled to around 2, it will threaten them. This is kind of like wilderness for the most part. The giant sequoia trees, many of which are dead right now and killed by the beetles, and so it makes a huge tinderbox. Some of these trees are from the Bronze Age. I mean, they're 1,000 plus years old, and so huge that they could burn for more than a year if they were left unattended. And if there's a firestorm that builds up, they won't burn for a year. They'll burn up in a few days, but at a ferocity that causes those crazy volcanic-looking clouds. We have current satellite heat detections there. That's the Windy. Further north is the K&P complex. Now, on my stream, the 9th of September, we saw lightning hit California all over the place. And they were able to put out most lightning strikes. Fires down here. It was dry, except for those 3. And they took off. Now, up here at Tahoe, they had rain. They had lightning, but they also had a little bit of rain. And so they pounced on it and got everything under control. But right now, we got some pretty serious heat detections. Let's look at Sierra Tahoe Cam, because they're having a windstorm right now at Tahoe too. Let's look at yeah, you can see the dry desert winds blowing over Tahoe at the Caldor fire, and we saw incredibly, not last night, the night before, incredible winds slamming into the Sierra Tahoe Cam, ripping limbs off of trees. It was around 65 miles an hour. It destroyed 2 of their radio repeater stations. But thank God it was a downpour. Otherwise, Tahoe might have been evacuated again, because this is the high peaks above Tahoe. This is where the Sierra Tahoe Cam is. I hope it's looking to the north. And this is a huge corridor, like a wind tunnel called Highway 50. And so right here is a trouble spot around the Echo Lakes, and it's a high elevation. It could rain embers down on Tahoe if the wind was going the wrong way. And so it remains a little bit of concern. And we do have, this is color-coded, wind gusts, what's purple? 10 to 15-ish miles an hour. Green is 20 to 25. But remind you, Echo Summit, I don't think it has a wind gauge, has some of the highest wind speeds in Northern California, which is right there. So if you're seeing red flames, let's go look. I don't doubt it. Let's look at a Tahoe Cam. And we'll keep monitoring the Windy and the K&P as well. Red means that it's gone into color. Which one was it? Derek Mary says the info contained in this channel would gain you a degree in university. That would be cool. I'd love to skip all the student loans and just get a free university degree. That would be cool. Oh God, yeah, here it is, Leak Springs. Woo! So when we see this color at night, that means that the brightness is bright enough to fool the camera into thinking it's daytime. Wow, okay, so let's do 6 hours of Leak Springs. Or was it just stuck in color mode all night for some reason? I could flip a switch, I believe, and put it in color mode. Usually nighttime is your infrared. We could see which direction this was facing. I think this was facing north. And then swings over up. Okay. So this is down by Kirkwood and Tragedy Springs. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Holy mackerel. Alright. That just happened in, like, just now. Starting around 3 in the morning. In the last hour and a half. Holy mackerel, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I looked at Leak Springs cam, but it was just facing north and la-ti-da. Yeah, that's a situation. I hope that's within their lines. Let's take a look. So the Leak Springs cam, let's look at its current orientation. Wow, it's looking beyond. That's not Tragedy Springs. So, if you want to orient yourself, guys, to what's been our trouble spot, Tragedy Springs has been a trouble spot here by Silver Lake. And so the main highway that is supposed to be open right now, I bet they shut it right down. It goes like so. That's 80, I believe. And so, whoa. But that is their main fire line. They don't want it to go to Nevada. Here's Nevada over here. But if it ever breached this direction, it would go straight to Nevada. It would get out, and if there was a north wind, it would head towards Tahoe again, or through this way. Theoretically, I mean, there's a lot of rockiness out here, but they really wanted to hold. This was like Helm's Deep. We have to hold this line. And they've had some breaches over in 2 spots, over by Kirkwood, which is here, and then Tragedy Springs, which is down here by Silver Lake. And this is a kind of a short drive around this rocky area. Kirkwood is a big community with a big ski resort. They lost some cabins, but for the most part, they were able to save it. But they keep hitting it, and the wetting rain really helped. But they are in red flag right now for a reason, which means extremely dry winds and fierce winds. So something just blew that up, and looks like the fire's headed towards the north like this. So if we look at where it might be aiming, this is I think that's Echo Summit right there, where some of the highest wind speeds clocked in the or sorry, no, it's over here, where some of the highest wind speeds in the Sierras are clocked. But you see this wind tunnel effect going to 50. That could be bad. So I wonder if we have... Wow. That may be within containment lines. We'll have to go and get the latest map. But that's traveling. That is traveling. So here you can see, this is where Silver Lake is, and Tragedy Springs is down here. That's what I thought it was looking at, but it's looking further northeast. Here's Kirkwood, this whole ski resort in town. I'm going to turn on the other Caldor radio just in case it pipes up with something. There's 2 of them, but I bet you there's no activity either, because there's only 4 people listening. But that's alarming. All right, let's look at maybe Sierra Tahoe will pivot around. Yeah, it's not really facing the right direction. It needs to look south a little bit. Let's do a 6-hour time lapse. Oh, Christmas Valley? I can show you where it is. So yeah, here's looking north from Sierra Tahoe. This is at Echo Lakes. Echo Summit being kind of to the right. You see the buffering winds for the last 6 hours. Holy mackerel. Remember that this isn't a movie. It's taking one photograph every minute. So sometimes, if it's lazy winds, the trees hardly move. When you see them moving, it's because they're whipping around worse than it appears. Dang it. Why can't it look to the south? Some cameras can't pivot to the south. There's not much else we can turn to. Hawkins Peak might show something in the distance. I was going to show you where Christmas Valley is. Let me do that. Christmas Valley is this right here. So you got your Highway 50 wind tunnel, and the fire blew over Christmas Valley and hopped over at night to race this way for Nevada. And it stopped right there because it turned out that this bowl right here, the basin, was sheltered from the wind. Most of the wind, the fierce wind, found its way to Nevada this way, under my reckoning. And so while the Nevadans were reporting extreme wind gusts, they also reported from here, which is Echo Summit, which is kind of like where the Sierra Tahoe camera is, all the way to Nevada were pieces of fist-sized bark that was had been on fire but was cold, flew in the wind all the way over there. Some of it may have come and hopped over the ridge from here, but it's unlikely. This is more of a wind tunnel than this. But that was extremely long-range spotting. That was like 12 miles away. They had evacuated all this, but we just got extremely lucky. Now, if you have a tiny community, and if the fire approaches at night, remember, when there's less humidity and less activity for a couple of reasons, if you have a very compact community, that's defensible, and here's where Christmas Valley was. They stayed and defended it, and the wind blew the fire over that way. The fire got established here, raced up the hill that way with the wind in a narrow band. They stayed down here and just patrolled. It was a relatively compact neighborhood, and they put out the spot fires. This was like a weird wind shelter down there. It wasn't that windy because the wind was at higher altitudes going. So when people ask me which communities survive the best, the big ones or the small ones, this is the small ones. And firefighters report that a lot, where sometimes if you're down a little canyon or a little bowl, it'll just go past you. And all you have to do is clean up the spots, and they did that. If it had happened at daytime, there would have been no way they could have defended it. It was very lucky. They successfully defended Strawberry at the same time down there, and Kybers, which was over that way. But we knew that Tahoe was in danger on my stream the moment that they lost control over here at Strawberry, and it climbed Lover's Leap. Once it got up in here, the high elevation, we looked at the maps. We saw no lines. There were no control lines here that were complete yet. So I said, guys, let's go on to Tahoe. And at 4 in the morning, I told people on my stream, just start packing your bags. The next day, they had warnings for Christmas Valley and evacuated Christmas Valley, but they didn't give a warning to Tahoe. And I said, guys, just pack your bags to Tahoe and go. That's 22,000 people. That's one heck of a traffic jam. There's only 2 ways out, this way and this way. I said, beat the traffic and get out. And it really angered me. At the 5 p.m. meeting, they said, we're not even putting this area under a watch yet. We might tomorrow. And I was like, what? With the forecast, a fire could be there tomorrow. But that's what they said at 5 p.m. Everything worsened after 5 p.m. People went to bed. And after 10:30 p.m., people came into my channel and said, they're knocking on all of our doors right now. It's 10 p.m. They're telling us to get ready to leave and that they may not be able to give us the final warning. And they did that from 10 p.m. to past midnight. And I was just pulling my hair out like, guys, can you imagine? You needed to leave, and the next morning they did. They had a mandatory evacuation and a traffic jam that lasted 7 hours. That could have been one tragedy if the wind blew differently. All those trapped people, suddenly they only had one way out, and that was why the traffic jam. They closed this way. because the fire was up here and getting in the way. That's just one of those things that just absolutely made me scared for the public. They tell people to get out too late because they're not looking at it in the new way, which many firefighters want to change. They're not looking at it in the new way. They're looking at the old way. In the past, fires moved around slower. I mean, this is an epic mega drought, the likes of which we haven't really seen in the last century or so. Holy crap. We had a big drought in the 70s, but we haven't had a mega drought like this quite before. The fuels are drier than they've been ever since we started measuring them. It's a new animal. They move faster. If you don't have anything standing in front of a community that would stop a fire, just tell that community to go as early as possible. If the forecast says the wind's going to that community, just tell them as soon as possible. You probably will have to go. So they get as much of their stuff out as they can. They make arrangements. They need to have evacuated the hospitals first, the vulnerable people. But the old way is doing this. If a fire reaches X mountain or X spot on the map, that's our trigger to evacuate people downwind. That was okay in the past when fires traveled slower. It's different. And look what just happened. Everything just changed in the last 3 hours. Holy crap. Wow. So what we're seeing here at Hawkins Peak, this is looking almost due west, slightly to the south. As we're looking let's turn on the target. Okay, we'll find out that feature's name in a second. That little lake, I mean, that is Lake Kirkwood, actually. So it's to the north of Lake Kirkwood, behind a peak, which has to be this peak. So the fire is here-ish. We'll look at what fuels and such are there. So it's just north of Lake. Wait, I'm sorry. Is that Caples? I'm so sorry. I keep getting these lake names. Kirkwood is the resort. That's Lake Caples. It's not exactly on it. It's north of it. Let's figure out in satellite view what fuels it has to burn. It may have just reached a rocky point and will poof out. It may have just found new fuels on the ridge and just poofed out. Yeah, that's Caples Lake. I'm sorry, guys. Kirkwood's the resort. Caples is the lake. But if it's over a ridgeline like that, it may run towards the north. So let's take a look. Yeah, that's... Okay, there's Lake Caples. It's further to the west than I thought, because there's a bowl down here. This peak is... Stoven's Peak is in the way. And... that's where the camp is located. Hawkins, somewhere like that. So, let's take a look at our fuels. And, poor Sierra Tahoe might be threatened from the south. This would theoretically just climb right up towards the Sierra Tahoe, which has already been absolutely slammed. I mean, they saved Strawberry, but they couldn't save the Sierra Tahoe neighborhood where poor Sarah lost her home. She was the one who came in and said, "Help, my mom won't evacuate from Khyber's where it's safe at Sierra Tahoe." And then days later, her home burns to the ground. Her mom had gone from Khyber's, back when the fire's over here, over to Sierra Tahoe. And that neighborhood was just obliterated. They had to run. Unlike Christmas Valley, there was no safe spot. Now, recently, they've done a lot of controlled burning to try to save the Sierra Tahoe resort and what's left of the neighborhood. They've done real well. But that was saving it from the west. I don't know what just happened. Let's look at... we gotta find maps. We gotta find maps of their latest lines. That's a huge change. I hope that was just a little run and it ran into a wall, like a line or a cliff face, but I don't know. Yeah. Looking back up there, sorry, chat, does anybody have a question? I haven't looked at chat, I got really fixated. This is quite alarming, what we've just seen. And it seemed to have died down a little bit towards the end of that time lapse, but let's do the last 3 hours again. That found some fuel for sure. We have to look at the wind speed and forecast. Boom. Okay. See the smoke start to head towards the cam. See how it's clear in front of the cam. See how the smoke now starts to head to it. Wind change. Now it's obscuring what we're seeing. It could be going still pretty active. So remember, our cam is that direction. Smoke heading towards it means the wind that was blowing towards the north has just shifted, is blowing, at least for the moment, the smoke towards the northeast. That was a pretty hard shift. So let's look back at what's in front of it to the northeast. As a bowl, 8,700 foot tall area with brine meadows overlooking this steep drop off. So if the fire got over here, yeah, it hasn't been over there before. We hope there might be some lines here, because the embers and high winds could just be raining all over the landscape. Now a lot of that's rocky stuff. See? However, not all of it. So some of the embers will land just on sheer granite. But look at all the fuels ready to go. This is where you can't make dozer lines. That's why we're so worried. The moment that the fire got up on Sierra Tahoe, up Lover's Leap, I said, guys, evacuate Tahoe, because they couldn't make dozer lines. Not in the sheer granite. Their last hope to keep it away from Tahoe at the time was just keeping it out of this, because you can't bulldoze lines here. It's just it's sheer granite. And when it climbed Lover's Leap, we knew that's it. It's going to head for Tahoe. Nothing's there to stop it. So here's a little different. We've got some pretty sheer cliffs with rocky tops that are so windswept that trees won't even grow, and there's not much soil up there because it's so windswept. What is that? Is this like a plateau? Oh, it's a ridge. Okay. Of bare nothing? Well, sounds good. Huh. Now that might be a speed bump, but the embers could blow up into the vegetation. Probably easily in that kind of wind. And there's a ladder. Like if it follows this path, that's a fuel ladder up to the summit. Alright, so let's check the cam again. Sierra Tahoe is still looking the wrong direction. But we saw in its time lapse that up north here, there was still flaming up decently, but usually within the lines. Echo Lakes. We'll keep looking for detection at Echo Lakes. Fire activity goes. It wouldn't surprise me if we get one here by India, Division India, which is Echo Lakes. But remember, the Desolation Wilderness would be it's a hard speed bump. This is less and less likely as time goes on that it would rain embers down there from above, unless it really something really changed. This is a new type of a threat getting towards Sierra Tahoe. Now let's go to InstaWeb and get a good map. It's been a long time since I've looked at Tahoe's briefing maps, or the Caldor fire. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. I had glanced at it every once in a while. Whoops. But error retrieving the incident, try again later. See all the victory parades and stuff? We keep telling people, guys, the fires are not out. It's not over. It's the hardest battles have been won, but it's not over. Oh, here's a good idea of just how steep and rugged the terrain is in the general area. That's Division Quebec, kind of over by where we're looking. See how difficult it would be to make dozer lines and whatnot? And that's steaming from where the fire was. That's pretty good, but we want maps. Because that's quite concerning what we've just seen on the cams. So what we want is a briefing map, not an info map. Not an evacuation map. A briefing map. That will show their lines, their defenses. Yeah, operations could be it. Let's see if this is our winner. This is from the 17th. I would hope to get one that's new. Yeah, here we go. This shows their defenses. So north of Lake Caples, they've got the highway as a line. They have partly completed defenses. Okay, the Sierra Tahoe is what's labeled Sierra Staging. They have a lot of troopers up there, kind of 24 hours now, that where they work up there. But you can see the fire testing their lines here, what they call a Sling 4. Whoopsie. And Papa Spike. Okay. Now, wherever you see the black X's, like X's, that's a completed dozer line, but they don't pencil it into hard black line like this. You see how this is a hard black line? That's supposed to be fire can't cross it. That's except under extraordinary circumstance. That means it's complete. That's what they say when we have containment. That's not only where they have completed the dozer line or the highway or whatever as a line. They've also burned the landscape on either side and widened it and super widened it, or they'll feel extremely confident the fire can't cross because maybe all the fuel is burned up very close to the line, like very far away from it, like 300 feet on either side typically. But you can see red is where fire is active, and this is what we are seeing flare up right now with some sort of a vengeance. So what do they have as defenses? They have incomplete lines, or some complete but not, they don't connect to anything. Let me do a save. Hang on a second, and we'll open this up proper. Meanwhile, we'll look at that crazy time lapse we just saw, that blow up. It could have been a fluke. It may just have flared up right now and be like poof and gone. Could have been a control burn, but we don't know because we can't hear them. We have the radio on, but they're not saying anything. That's the worst part about not having the radio on, that not having a channel to tune into. So, excuse me, I have to save this map off screen to Caldor fire maps. This is their 9/17. Wait, one ops map. Caldor, okay. This is the most recent one I could see. So if we open the file now as a picture, we can zoom in better and compare where exactly that is that we saw that craziness on the cam. So let's check the cams again. Sierra Tahoe's still facing the wrong way. It is. It's Blue Mountain Kern. Okay, let's move the Tahoe cams over to the left. That's still the windy fire, which we're still concerned about, but it's not headed towards civilization, if you know what I mean. Not at a fast rate. We'll continue to look at it. It's still cooking. Like, here's the last 15 minutes of the windy. It's still got its fuels. It's got its wind. It's not as windy, maybe right now, but it's still cooking. But of grave concern now is what's going on over at Tahoe, north of Cable's Lake. So let's duplicate the tab. Okay, yeah, Helen says the cam turned to view the fire at 2:40 and it was already blazing away. Yeah, I was. So let's look back at our current view of Leak Springs. Let's do our 1 hour time lapse. Bam! That is something. I wouldn't think that that's a control burn. They just try not to do that in red flag conditions. It's just not recommended. With a control burn, you would usually see a strip go up, then it would go down. And then they'd say, "Hey Larry, did that work very well? Can we do it again?" And they'd say, "Yeah." And they do it carefully, and you'd see activity, and then nothing, and then activity, then nothing. Looks like an aircraft just flew right over too. Why can't we hear the aircraft? Here's the aircraft. Oh, it's a UPS. That's a commercial flight. It has nothing to do with the fires. I bet they'll scramble somebody to go look at this from the air. Hopefully the radio crackles to life, because down there, if we can hear the radio, it's got to be going. There's got to be all kinds of panicked excitement, like, guys, guys. So, okay, going back up to Cindy P says it's finally clear air in Gardnerville. Well, that's good. But smoke's coming towards Nevada from this. The wind just changed to go towards the east, towards the northeast. Hey Chris, hi. Just checking in. Hope all is well your way. I'm doing a little better. I'm trying to get healthier. But look at what happened at Tahoe. Holy crap. Holy crap. This is the last hour and a half. That's the Leak Springs cam looking north of Cable's Lake. So now we can look back at our, excuse me guys, I have to mess around the kitchen for just a second. I'll be right back. We'll look at the map and try to figure out what kind of lines they have there. What, if they can hold that. Just let me use the restroom and I'll be right with you guys. Okay, thanks for your patience. Gonna get my food situated. I tried to eat some fish and it was just a little bit bad. And just a little bit too old tasting. It's the leftover. I'm gonna get a fresh one out here. I got smoked salmon to try to get some strength back and some good nutrition. And boy, when fish is bad, though, it is bad. Alright, let's go back towards the computer. You gotta never turn your back on these fires. Red flag is red flag. And just when we thought we'd have a quiet night and we'd watch silent films or something, waiting for fire news, boom! Leak Springs blowing up. So that's quite something there. Chris says sending down under rain vibes. Yeah, thanks so much for being here, Chris. It's good to see you. Thanks so much for your kind support. We've got stuff going. We got stuff going on. So yeah. The Derek says kind of odd there's no burning scar leading to that intense area. Oh, it's already been on fire. They've had extreme troubles with the Cables Lake area, and they barely held it and kept it from going to Nevada. I mean, they have been slamming it yesterday, day before, in fact for weeks, slamming this entire flank, and the aircraft support have been the reason why it hasn't gone past this way towards Nevada. Because they would slam retardant. They have some of the best hot shots in the world there, like the Roosevelt hot shots. And sometimes the fire's gotten so intense that they've run for cover. They've asked the people in the air, where can we go? It's getting too intense for us. And they went over towards Silver Lake and up towards this bald peak here called Sentinels, I believe. They've had to run for their lives a couple of times, just carefully so, you know. So sometimes it's gotten over. They lost a few cabins over at Kirkwood. This has been a troublesome area for weeks. This is the most difficult spot on the Caldor. And they would hit VLATs with huge aerial tankers, would splash sections of vegetation red for retardant speed bumps. And they lit backfires in between them to try to stop the fire, because there's limited work they can do with dozer lines in this kind of rocky terrain. You know, the incredible rocky formations here. And they retreated, but then when the wind died down, they would attack again and hit it with wherever it went over the highway and wherever it breached the lines, they would smack that with gunship, so to speak, with the huge Type 1 helicopters, meaning the Vertals and the Chinooks, the two-blade helicopters. And they even did it at night. They had the National Guard. There's only 2 helicopters equipped in the United States, I believe, to fight fire at night. It's extremely dangerous. They're basically blind, and they have to have special night vision equipped helicopters. They only have 2 in the country, and just a couple certified pilots for that. More coming down the pipe for next year, but it takes a long time to get them trained and get the equipment outfitted. So they've even done it at night out of a desperation, and that's why it's been good. But right now, it's just wow. So let's do a time lapse again of from Hawkins Peak and see if the smoke is coming directly to Hawkins Peak. Here's the last 3 hours of the crazy stuff that flared up at Tahoe. And it seems okay, seems okay, seems okay. Boom. But then you see all the smoke drift right towards the northeast, right towards the Hawkins Peak camp. So the wind has just changed direction. So, oh, Chris says, yep, you have my undivided support. Big hugs, Chris. I wish I could go hug you and down under. He says, I'm always about, just sometimes I'm not up to typing, but you're always on my 75-inch TV. I have you permanently wired in. Wow, I feel so, that makes me feel so awesome, but so intimidated at the same time. I'm on somebody's TV, guys. I still can't get used to that. The whole being a film student for documentary films, I figured it would take a very long time for anybody to pay attention to anything I did. And it would mostly be people interested in history, and that I would make documentary films for ghost towns, and then eventually I might make the news or be on somebody's TV. But I just did this last year as a public service, and it went viral in Napa Valley, and people begged me to come back for this year, and I said I will if there's a crisis. And I don't mean that in a weird, arrogant sounding thing. I mean that the situation is desperate enough that people were begging me and anybody to go live to just cover it. I didn't want to. I wanted to prepare to make documentary films and drive around this summer to do it. But places I wanted to go film were burning up in the fires, like Plumas County. So, not complaining. It's just life is weird. I got popular for a different reason, but okay. I'm covering history in a way. I wish it was different. I wish we were all here not because of a disaster and we just liked history and liked to talk to each other, but what is that? Human beings make plans and Mother Nature laughs. So, oh, thanks, Chris. Thanks for the pound ahead. I am feeling way better. You know, I got more good sleep. My sleep schedule's still a bit weird, having woken up at midnight, but that's okay. I'll reset it. This is quite concerning, and you can see the wind change here. It's very faint, but you can see the smoke start to drift that way towards the east. This cam is looking towards the northeast. So I don't think it'll run straight for Sierra Tahoe. It's hard to tell where it is. This is the margin of error squares of heat detection. And that's gigantic. With our cams, we're looking this way from Leak Springs. We're looking that way from what's that one called again? Hawkins? So there's our Leak Springs. Whoops. There's Sierra Tahoe. There's Hawkins. And there's kind of like ridges in the way each time. It's hard to make out. I think the best way to figure out where we're seeing the open flames is let's get a bead on the direction from Leak Springs. Okay. It has no obstructions for the most part. And we see there. I'm guessing it's this. So there's Caples right there. Yeah. So here's Caples Lake. I do believe that's right. Right here, here, here. And we could even be seeing some past it here. That would be my guess. And that road, they've had trouble before holding it as a line, and they kind of abandoned it before. This is that's Strawberry Creek. Is there a road? Oh, there's no road. Not on this map. Okay, there is a bad 4x4 only road, which in the Sierras means a Jeep is barely wide enough to go on it. That would be very difficult for an engine to navigate it. A National Forest Service road with no name. It just says 11N 19.2. Oh, I wish we could hear the radio right now. I'd give anything. So it's in the Strawberry Creek drainage, going past hay flat and buck pasture. What fuels have we got? Lots of fuels. Lots of fuels in that drainage. Okay, let's consult the map. Let's consult the battle map. So, Syots Camp, whatever you call that, which got devastated. They have a dozer line following Strawberry Creek to here. Okay. What is the big H's? And this is where their active fire front is. It's completed, but it's not blacklined. Let's see. We've got some up on the hill. I forgot what the string of H's means. Let's look at the key. I might have to look at a different key. No, completed hand line. Oh no. Those are not as big as the dozer lines. A hand line is basically where they've taken shovels. They've hiked in, and the strike teams have made shovels, the hot shots, as wide as they can work, with shovels. Completed hand line. Yikes. It's just not dozer able because of the crazy terrain. So that would be hard to hold. I wouldn't imagine they'd get in front of that. Is it within the lines? Is our big question, or has it gone past? So that's Strawberry Creek there. This has all been hot. The whole area's been hot, and whether or not it's breaching their lines or not, we can't really tell. We just know that's quite something. Look at the crazy shifting winds, too. When we say microclimate, yeah, the winds can be going one way in one direction, and one canyon, and a different direction in another. I wouldn't trust this for any indication of where the winds are. It's going to be different in the valleys, it's going to be different in the chasms, different at the peaks, and different from one hop, skip, and a jump to the next. We don't have that many wind gauges enough for this report to be accurate. This is half estimated. Same thing with the other wind thingy. So going by the cams is much better, because we know, we just saw that shift. Whether it's permanent or not, the wind just started going towards northeast, the smoke did. So I would imagine it would be headed that direction. And want to climb over to Echo Summit. So let's look at what defenses are at Echo Summit. Black line. At least part of it has black line. It's just not black at Papa yet. That's hand line. So here's Saley's Canyon in hand line with the fire's edge on it to the Papa spike. I don't know what spike is. If anybody else does, that would be cool to tell us. So Saley's or Sales Canyon above Strawberry. Let's change our map. Strawberry Creek above it. Sales Canyon. That is a trail. Is that a ski? That's maybe a cross-country ski or snowmobile trail. That's quite rugged. Okay. The trail is so hard to map. It says location approximate. That's weird. Maybe that's a little hard to survey. Bryan Meadow, yeah, this is part of the ski area. That's a ski lift right there. So they have a hand line in here. If there's trees here, it could just blow over if the wind was in the right spot and just skip it. That would be the big danger. See if there are trees. There's trees, but there's a sheer granite cliff face off the other side. But if the winds are strong enough, it could skip over. That would be likely to where it would go. If the wind is changing hard, it could skip over like that. But that is kind of a speed bump. This rocky area. If a tree on fire though falls down it, they're literally called torpedoes in slang. It would light the trees on fire at the base. It would shatter into a million chunks of 1,000-pound pieces in some points. Some meadows. Nice area. I bet few people could have the strength to hike over there. Okay, let's look back at our cams. Do another Hawkins Peak 3 hour. Let's do a 3 hour. We have not a peep on the radio. Not a peep on the radio. Oh, Alan says we can check the big hill cam. Sweet. Sorry that you said that 6 minutes ago. Hey, Alan, by the way, welcome back. Okay. That's 3 hours of Hawkins Peak, and we lose the ability to see anything when the smoke comes in. Arg. Yeah. Let's check it. And the other cam. Now that other cam is pretty far away. Wow. The big hill can see it. That's wow. Okay. Last 3 hours. We're looking to this extremely far away. Well, not extremely, but very far away. We're looking from north of 50 to the southeast. That's something. So even though we lost the visuals on the other cam, it is quite blazing. It is quite active. You can see on this one. That's very unusual to see anything that far away from the big hill cam. Usually the only thing we were able to see is echo, stuff on Highway 50, Echo Lakes maybe sometimes. Wow. Let's check social media to see if they've commented about this. This morning they were going to open Highway 50 and 80. 80's already open and such. I don't know about that now. I mean, if it climbs here at Tahoe, I mean it's far away from it. But if it climbs here at Tahoe, I think they will reconsider that. I was expecting this cam to show what's going on at Echo Summit. Or Echo Lake, excuse me. It's not. It's squarely aimed down there. I wonder which cam might show us what is going on at Echo Lakes, because the last thing that the Sierra Tahoe did before it pivoted around is it was looking to the due north. Up the right hand corner of the screen is probably a hot spot or two. You see the very active wind, but this is the Echo Lakes area. We're looking to the southwest from the lake. Not visible, of course, from this far away is the trouble spot in question. But so what they've had problems with persistent problems with on the Caldor fire. As we just saw the look from the cam this way, sort of. So let me change the black pen. So we've got India. We got these Echo Lakes area. This is Sierra Tahoe. Now the fire that we saw is going straight for it. This is the big flare-up visible from the Lake Springs cam. Lake Springs looking that way. The fire is right here. Now the Hawkins Peak cam is something like this, looking that way, but it just got smoked in. Whether or not it'll breach their hand lines and go up to Sierra Tahoe, where the cam is facing the wrong dang way. This is the ski resort. What I imagine it might do is race up here. Here's that rocky stuff. If the wind's fierce enough, it could hopscotch over here and then climb up to Sierra Tahoe. I don't know if they'd be able to prevent that with the ferocity of the winds. The thing that would help them the most is the wind changing direction. So what it has just done is we've seen the smoke, instead of going this way, it's kind of veering off towards the northeast right now. We just don't know if that's a permanent change in the wind direction. We can consult the oracle here, this awesome website. Yeah, 2,500 meters is about 8,000 feet, right? But that's not what we're seeing right now. Aha! Yeah, it's 5:30 in the morning. So that's at present. I just had it back on the midnight or whatever we started this. North wind. So, I mean a south wind blowing to the north. So, what's forecast the rest of the day at those high elevations? Blowing a bit more to the east by 11 in the morning. Blowing harder towards the east at 2 in the afternoon. By 5 p.m. even harder, it steers more towards the east. These are not supposed to be that strong, but then again, maybe this is just wind without the gusts. Is there a way to switch it to gusts? Like in windy? I'm just getting used to this awesome app here. I think maybe this is just sustained winds, and that's not the story today. The story of today is the gusts. Alright, we'll consult windy. Let's go to windy. Windy at least has the gust thing. Alright, we'll plant our flag right here somewhere, like Echo-ish area, the Sierra Tahoe area. Alright, we'll go to miles per hour. Yeah, and winds are pretty mild at the surface type level. And then we hit gusts. Different story. Green is 20 to 14 miles an hour. So the winds are supposed to be dying down until 11 a.m. when they pick up again. Supposedly, based on this forecast here with windy, we have almost a dead calm, 4 and 2 miles an hour right now. I kind of doubt that. But it says wind gusts are at 14 to 11 miles an hour. But they pick up. 8 mile an hour sustained, 10 mile an hour sustained. Around 11 a.m., 25 mile an hour, 31 mile an hour wind gusts. And look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So at the highest peaks, whoops, I just totally changed where the flag was. Just planted at one of the highest areas we can get. 41 mile an hour wind gusts. Tomorrow at, Wednesday at like 1 p.m. So we zoom back to California. This is the wind gust. Remember, the deep purplish red is beyond 40 miles an hour. And we have today, bad enough in the middle of the night, right? Getting fiercer around 2 p.m. to 5. dying it down slightly during tomorrow night after 11, then around 8 a.m. getting to be fish again, and then by 11 a.m. tomorrow, which is Wednesday, we're in the red. This is going to be tough. With the winds, southwest winds blowing towards the northeast. I'm hoping moisture might be in the forecast. Oh my god, but it's not. It is not in the forecast. That's going to be tough on the Caldor there. So, and this was updated 4 hours ago. Looking down at the K&P and the windy, stick a flag randomly over here. Wind gusts get into the 20s, 25s, but not forecast to be quite as bad until Wednesday at 5. Then you get reds over here, but not exactly where the fire is. The eastern edge of the windy might fan up by Wednesday at 5 p.m. And this is all just a model, prediction. But that's bad news also for the Dixie by the northeast end of it. It's still not a done deal. You can see the reds forecasted Wednesday afternoon to evening, especially. Yeah, we could put the flags over there. Yeah, 36 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Fun times. Fun times. So let's look back at our Sierra Tahoe. Did it pivot? Nope, still useless. Hawkins Peak is still kind of useless to the right. LPD doesn't show as much. We've got our solids here are leak springs, which will do another 3-hour time lapse where everything just changed. That flare up was whoosh. Bang. Okay. Hey Sarah, yeah, what the hell is going on? This is yeah. Did you just get alerted? How are you doing? It's party time for the Caldor. When the cat's away, the mice will play. Morning. I was very fixated on the windy and trying to find out everything about it, and somebody goes, Leak Springs. I went, what? Well, oh my god. Yeah. So let's do a beyond 3-hour. Leak Springs was looking the wrong direction when I checked it. Thank God people in chat alerted me. Helen says it looks like it's in a peninsula of unburned vegetation that jots into Caldor or burn perimeter, a little northeast. Spread is between Tamarack and Caldor, plenty of fuel all the way to Nevada. Yeah, that's the problem. If it jumps those hand lines, it may be headed for Sierra Tahoe right now. We're wondering about that. Yeah, I have both scanners running. They ain't saying nothing. We have no aircraft in the sky. We saw aircraft go across the sky. It was a UPS plane. So I'm hoping they'll scramble some aircraft to take a look at what the hell's going on. It was stuck in daytime mode, and I'm glad. Yeah, we've been looking at it with Caltopo. We've been just elaborately kind of looking at the vegetation, the fuels. I've been looking at the briefing map. They only have a hand line. How do you pronounce it? Is it, there's a dozer type line by Strawberry Creek. And we know the fire's past it already, on a different edge of it. There's only a hand line, meaning shovels, digging, shifting around soil, up this, the next ridge called, how do you pronounce that? It's Sales or Sales? Is it Sales Canyon? So fire, as best we can tell, Sarah, is all along these portions. And if it gets on this ridge, perhaps the embers would blow it to here, and then it would maybe climb directly up into Tahoe, or just keep heading that way towards Christmas Valley, and if the wind shifts to the east, head for Nevada through the passes. This is one of the biggest wind tunnels, and join the Tamarack Scar. This is one of the biggest wind tunnel passes to get towards Nevada. I mean, there's Tahoe up to the north. But I've seen some of the fuels by the Tamarack over here. We have home video that Cogito shot during the Tamarack. The Tamarack burned right up to here, and they stopped it. That's when the wind just shifted due east and pushed the Tamarack to Nevada. But this is primed and ready to burn. This is incredible. His videos made me scared, for embers to ever get that way. So if it hops to here or here, and then wants to hop to there, that would be pretty phenomenal. But I don't know that the winds are strong enough. Maybe they're just slightly too weak in the forecast, but I don't know. They had 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts the other day. My mom drove that way to my house tonight. She said it was blacked out in smoke. Yeah. It's okay, Sarah. It's okay. You said you're very familiar with the current status. Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look at your map. I don't know if it's different than mine. What? Your map just took me to Mexico. Do I have the right link? We're actually over the border in Mexico on your CalTopo map. You're going to head that way in about an hour? Okay. But, I mean, your link took me to Mexico. We were checking it out. It looks very flammable. If it's up here on this ridge, there's rocks and stuff. I don't know what this bare patch is. It almost looks like the remains of a mine or something. But if the trees roll down the slope, and these probably stunted, smaller types of trees, if I imagined this is rugged up here. It's still got quite a lot of fuel and the ability to climb to Sierra Tahoe. So, okay, that works. Do you have good reception out there, Sarah, if you were to go cover it in the field, so to speak? We could try to watch your back with the heat detections. The wind just changed. You can see it shift if we do a 6-hour time lapse. And at the very end, especially in the Hawkins Peak cam, you can see that it's not really going towards the due north. It's shifting towards a northeast direction. But a hand line is all that's standing in the way right now. And that's cooking. So the winds are supposed to die down for a couple of hours, like be lesser, but pick back up again later today. That's pretty madhouse that it's that crazy at night. I mean, I know it's a red flag night, but, well, it doesn't have the benefit of the sun's rays and the heat, You sent me a text? Okay. Let me take a look. Yeah, try not to have flashbacks, man. I know it's tough. But I'm not going to tell you to not go, because A, you're an adult. And B, sometimes it's better to know. I know how that is. Sometimes it's better to know and confirm. And you know how to take care of yourself. And if you've got good enough cell phone service, I could try and text you to alert you of anything that might change. We can monitor social media and see if the sheriff's office is going to say anything. That would be the next thing I do. Because isn't it just a watch now? Sure, yeah, let me do that. Isn't it just a watch now at Sierra Tahoe? Don't they allow people to go up and look now, or what is the status? I haven't looked at it honestly in a little bit. Um, yeah, let me just finish the Leak Springs time lapse, or it'll kind of screw up. Yeah, Hawkins Peak is completely smoked in. It's going to be worthless for the foreseeable future, but I can't believe Big Hill is showing something. Sierra Tahoe is wedged in the wrong direction. We can see some activity at Echo Lakes, but none of the cams are really looking at it directly. There's not a big glow visible from the lake. Okay, here's 6 hours of Big Hill. It's kind of unreal. All right, what was I doing? I got a text from you. Okay. Oh, I hate my app. Instead of making it bigger, it makes it narrower. Okay. Yeah, that's the veers. Okay. I'll take a look at that. I know what you're saying now. Thanks for the text. Do you have a radio, Sarah? Can you hear their tactical channels? That's the number 1 thing you gotta have to cover things in the field to save your bacon. You have to know what they're saying. Do you have a Motorola like that has the 800 spectrum? Can you tune in to their tactics and hear what they're saying? If they say such and such has jumped a line or that's where the fire's going, that is the best way that you have to keep safe. It goes for anybody living near a fire. That's when you first will hear about evacuations and fires getting out of control. Long before they hit social media with it, and long before the officials say something. Yeah, thanks, Alan. Sorry, guys. I kind of ignored chat slightly. But thanks, Alan, for the tip, and everybody else saying. I'm so sorry. I forgot who alerted me to what was going on at the was it Cindy? Was it you who was saying that? Oh yeah, Cindy P. Thanks. Sorry, I forgot who it was who told me about the Leak Springs camp. So let's go to our Cal. Oh. Yeah. Mind you. Oh. So that's 2:37 in the morning when the veers came by and had those detections. That I was going to say, hey, it was yesterday. No, it actually says 9:21. So it's 2:37 3:37 Mountain Time when we had those new detections. So, did it jump? Kind of looks like it did from south to north. That's kind of what we're seeing on the cams too. Something probably rolled down the slope. Maybe a torpedo, maybe a tree or something, shattered at the bottom and the fires raced up the other side, if I had to guess. Yeah, BS. You don't have to worry, it's interior, it'll be fine. It's a red flag day, and we saw 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts yesterday, and the only reason that Tahoe wasn't evacuated again is because it was wet. We know what the hell we're talking about. Did you see the Sierra Tahoe cam getting slammed and battered by the wind? Not last night, night before? To know about whether or not you should be concerned, you've got to look at everything, including their battle map and what stands in front of the fire. So here's Sales. Is it called Sales Canyon or Salies? HHH here is a hand line. They need aircraft. They've got black line above it, sort of, to the northeast. But on which side of that line is it going to be now that the fire is spreading that direction? On which side of this black line is it going to be? That's HHH means a hand line. It means too steep to have a dozer, so they had hot shots take rakes and shovels. That's what that is. That's not a strong dozer line. That's rakes and shovels moving away pine needles. And guess what happens in the wind? Pine needles blow right across. They had helicopters out there yesterday. Yeah, we were listening to them. And Sarah says, yes, I thought the cameras were going to fly off the mounts. Yeah, and they did lose 2 different radio repeater stations were destroyed, and the 3rd was damaged hard. I mean, dang. We have to remember where we are. This is the high Sierras. This is where people get snowed in because of the insane winter blizzards and the insane windstorms. This is Tahoe. Some of the most steep and rugged terrain on Earth, other than the Andes, the Rockies, and the Himalayas, and the Alps. It's just underneath those, but very serious. They still find people's mummies when they have frozen to death over the winter. You know, snowed in their pickup trucks and such, trying to survive in a sleeping bag all winter. That still happens. Wait, not yesterday, the day before. Yeah, well, yesterday had some winds. Yesterday they fixed the repeaters, you're right. And the night before was the day of the 65-mile-an-hour winds. So we were just looking at the forecast. And so here's the way it's going to shape up for Tahoe as far as Windy's prediction. Using the ECMWFS version. So we have current, the 5 a.m.-ish. The winds are supposed to be dying down, the gusts anyway. It's supposed to be a dead calm with 14-ish miles an hour wind. It's 20-mile-an-hour gusts or something is what it was saying. Whatever. That was not 20-mile-an-hour winds. That was something worse. But overall, it's supposed to be dying down with the wind shifting directions towards the northeast, but picking up speed again at 11. With 8-mile-an-hour sustained, 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts at 11, with southwest winds pushing it to the northeast. And at 2 p.m., 10-mile-an-hour sustained, 31-ish miles-an-hour winds. And remember, that's not going to be at the peaks. At the peaks, you can easily have that 45 stuff. Wednesday, sorry, that's later today. Wednesday, 40-ish mile-an-hour wind gusts with 12-mile-an-hour sustained winds. And the show starts Wednesday at 8 in the morning. Maybe I have a good sleep schedule after all to cover these in the morning, because by the night time is when they're not going to be as bad. But I woke up around midnight or something. So Cindy P says we call our windy days a windy day here, otherwise call them tropical storm winds elsewhere. There you go. Yeah, people don't realize that Tahoe has got some crazy winds. This is 8,000 feet. The trees struggle to live. Like even on the Sierra Tahoe cam, you see how bent and twisted and just screwed up the trees are in front of the cams. It's just like at the beach. You know how wind-battered trees are at the beach, and they're just screaming, "Put me out of my misery," with their twisted, demented shapes that they're in. So here's earlier, you know, a 12-hour time lapse Tahoe, and that was starting to get fierce up there in the little spot areas by Echo Lakes. They say that's within the lines, and oh, okay. But then the camera pivots. Why? We see a little smoke down there. Huh. Or light. Maybe that's why the camera pivoted. But yeah, it's there again. Right there. And a little bit, perhaps on the other side of 50 over there. Do you see that? Maybe that's why the camera is concerned. As if this wind is blowing stuff to the northeast. Could there be spot fires to the west of The cam at Sarah Tahoe? Yeah, look out for that, Sarah. Look out for that. Isn't that kind of where your neighborhood, I'm sorry, was? I'm so sorry to use terms like that, but, you know. I'll say that's where the devastated neighborhood is. Sarah says it's showing all the way up at the Armstrong 2. Oh, Cindy P is a neighbor. Oh, cool. Sarah says, and for the tactical radio, I dropped it off at the computer repair shop for reprogramming. Oh dear. Well, just keep abreast of the situation, you know, as Bush would say. Sarah says, I'm starting to feel some of the frustration you're experiencing when you see something like this. It's like, hello, everyone, red flag. And you get a response like, oh, well. Yeah. Yeah. It's worse because you guys know people in the area. You know, I mean, for me, I was going nuts seeing the fire get close to my relatives in Butte County. Like last year, I was just ready to faint. But do you see what I'm saying on the west? That side, is that, I hope that ridge is the other side of 50. That must be what they were talking about, having a problem. The pilot yesterday afternoon was saying they had a problem. This must be a fiery ridge line of flames. I think it's across 50 at the, oh gosh, what do they call that? Formy? It's over at Formy, isn't that what it's called? Formy? Forney, I'm sorry, lower 40. They're still having issues. So if the Sierra Tahoe cam's looking over there, that could be seeing stuff towards 40. Yeah, let's see which direction it's facing. Because if it's up on the ridge, that's extremely bad. But that may be on the other side. But if you look under here, look right here underneath the branch. It looks like it's climbing. I don't know if that's the Lover's Leap type area, but you see what I'm trying to say? No, that's not 40 if that's its direction. Because 40 would be to the hard right of the screen. That's, oh my God. It is showing us. Okay, that's the same fire north of Caples. Holy crap! It's that far. Whoa! You see this? We're looking at here. We're looking. Excuse me, I just marked the wrong spot. We're looking at here by Strawberry Creek. Whoa! In fact, we can't be. It's got to be here. Because we're seeing a higher elevation. Okay, which elevation is which? It's behind Lake Margaret, behind Cody Creek. I sound rested. Actually, I think I sound alarmed. But thanks. Yeah, I'm feeling more well rested. I'm actually just running on adrenaline at the moment. That's quite a development. Okay, Sarah, I'm going to put a number 1 and a number 2. Tell me what we're looking at. Is that number 1 or number 2? Hey, Morris, how are you? The Caldor blew up while we were sleeping. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was almost losing it yesterday. Thanks, guys. I woke up with a sore throat, but it's kind of improving, knock on wood. Number 1 or number 2, Sarah? What do you think? Between? I don't know how it could be between. You see how these flames are visible? You see these? That's flames. So it's on a ridge. It's either the ridge at number 2 or number 1. I mean, we know the fire's down under there. But what are we seeing on Sierra Tahoe cam? We saw it glow, you know, in the time lapse. Hey, SRG says, I think it's more to the left. Could be. But the idea is, which ridge is this? You think it's number 2? Okay. Now, if number 1 is taller than number 2, then it may be number 1. I think that's what we need to check the elevation, because we wouldn't be able to see number 2 past number 1 if number 1 is taller. But to the south of the red line, right. I was just marking the ridges, but I know what you mean. I agree. Now let's find out what the elevation is. Which one's taller than the other? Okay. So at 27 versus 27, let's go to, that's a Forest Service map. That's 8,330 feet. This one, 8,678. But over here on the ridge, okay, each thick line is 200 feet elevation between each thick line. So that nipple there would theoretically be around 8,000. That's 806,000. That's insanity. Okay, so the cam, oh, here's our peak, 8,008 is a gap. Okay, what if it's looking through that gap? Alright, let's see if it's peering through a gap. That would explain it. Nope. It's not looking through the gap, it's looking straight up at a ridge and to the left. So it's that guy right there. That versus that. Okay, let me orient myself. There's our gap, but we know that the beam is more like this. Like this. So that is 8,000 something feet. And that's a lower terrain. That's 7,395. I think it's the one in front. I think it's here. It would just be harder to see this behind it. We may have it blocked, although it's just hard to say. We know that there is active fire around here on the battle map, because when we look at the battle map, I can see, though I might be wrong. I don't know this place. See how they've already had red here, you know, at Saley's Canyon. They've already had fire here on the ridge. What if it's just moved to here now? Ridge 2 to the left of the red line. Okay. SRG says Sierra Tahoe isn't very high, maybe 8,800 at best, and it's looking down. Right, but if there's a higher ridge in front of it, here, then we would be less likely to see fire on a lower ridge. We're talking about the elevation between what could be blocking the camera, because we see a fire. Well, now we have to go back to a little bit of a time lapse. Let's do a 3-hour. Right in there. That's pretty tall. I just don't think we would be able to see the other one past it, because the one in front of it is taller. So sure, we know there's probably fire behind it. But in this section, where there's fire up on a ridgeline, I don't even see another ridgeline in front of it. Like here, I see a chasm here. See that? The very first frame. There. And I see smoke already down in between. So we've got another fire down there, plus the one on the ridgeline up above. So, I mean, it's a red flag day. They could be doing some sort of a desperate backfiring maneuver, but with the look at the way the smoke's coming to the camera, I would bet that that's just a spot fire that came off that ridge already and ended up down there, or it spread somehow else. I think that's Sales Canyon that it's at. If I had to guess. But then again, I'm not the local here. But that would be the way an ember would travel towards the camera because the wind shifted just now to the northeast. And we've got red on it. We got kicking up red in the last 15 minutes from when this was taken. And I think we're seeing smoke down in here. In front of the camera. So it may, if they catch it, it may not do anything. If they don't, if that smoke gets worse, it's probably climbing this in that direction. Sales. Okay, thank you so much for the tip. I'm going to play that again, and you see if your thoughts line up. It's just right there. There's that smoke right down here, which I think is under Sales Canyon. Here's the fire on the ridge. And so maybe an ember flew down, or maybe it jumped that way. Let me just play that part again. See? And then we go blind because the smoke is going that way. We can still see it fiercely burning up on the ridge. You can see the light. You can see the light of it up on that ridge. But the smoke is starting to drown out this camera. But we see bright lights in between this tree, in between the tree branches. And play that again. If I had to guess, that's what's happening. SRG says here at Tahoe is very high. Yeah. I think 8,800 feet is pretty dang tall, considering the other peaks around it. I don't know how many more peaks are higher than 8,800, other than the very, very tallest things, you know what I mean? But for the areas with broad, expansive flat land on top, that's pretty high elevation for the region, unless I'm wrong. I mean, it's not the Rockies, you know. But here's a problem. You won't see much, Sarah, with this smoke if you come to where this camera is. Can you embed yourself? Can you meet a crew? Can you make sure you're with a crew to be safe? Because without FLIR, you can't see through the smoke. These fires can sneak up on you. That's the big problem. Denver isn't that high, really? Yeah, see, the problem is I have numbers dyslexia, so I'm not sure which kind of numbers are impressive. These are higher than Plumas County for sure, except for where Mount Lassen is for the most part. I mean, Moonlight Peak is one of the highest in Plumas County, and it struggles to be 8,000 feet. I'm quite impressed by the whole 8,800. That's a big wow to me. For the Sierras. The problem with this cam, that you can't move past that pole apparently. The next thing that we might see, if this is burning out of control past the hand lines, and if they don't catch it down there, that could just be a spot fire that they catch. If they don't catch it, it may start, the next thing we might see is the fire getting close to this cam and flipping into a daytime view and being red, you know, like we've seen before. We know that they've done a lot of firing around the Sierra Tahoe area, night after night after night, to kind of burn off vegetation to save the resort and as much as they could elsewhere. So I don't know what kind of speed bumps the fire would be running into. But what I'm trying to say is with all that stuff in the way, it may take some time, but the very next thing that we were able to see through smoke is when like flames approach this cam, and that may not even happen. But what I'm trying to say is this cam might be kind of blind now from now on. We may be reliant on the others. Oh, dawn is here. Now remember the wind might crawl to a halt for long periods of time before wind gusts, as the forecast is saying. That might be awesome. It might just sort of sit there. They might chase after that spot, put it out, and be okay. But that run that it just made is a big wow wake-up call that the Caldor is not dead. Red flag is here. No moisture in the forecast for the foreseeable future, at least until the weekend, and then that's a maybe. This week isn't going to be that easy. It'll challenge them. Let's take a look again. This is our longer time lapse, sorry. The cam shifted and that blew up at around 3:20 in the morning. And that was at 4:20 in the morning. It's on two different ridges. I mean, that's a very long escarpment type thing. Now we still have poofy clouds. This is our current. We still have some poofy pyrocumulus type wannabe clouds. You know, we still have some heat coming out of it. If it flattens, that means that there's a lot less activity under the smoke blanket. If the winds die down, the smoke blanket settles on it, we'll see it sleep for a bit, or at least lessen for a bit. But until we have a straight, flat line, we still have heat pushing up enough smoke above that line. That's our current image. Let's go to Big Hill. And that has a much clearer outline of the smoke from here. Wow, let's do a 1 hour. A Big Hill looking towards the southeast. Remember, this is just a 1 hour. This will be the best way to figure out what's going on. Oh, you lost me for a minute. Are you driving now, or? Oh, SRG says we were looking at the Sierra Tahoe, and now this is Big Hill. This is north of Highway 50, looking towards the southeast. The Big Hill radio tower. Nice and clear to the west of this fire, but all the smoke is going to the east and the northeast. So prepare yourselves, Nevada. You're going to get some smoke. But okay, Sarah, are you like on the road, or are you like in a hotel right now? Or what I was trying to tell you is the Sierra Tahoe cam is not going to be useful to us probably anymore because of the smoke. If the fire continues to spread, the next thing we might see on the Sierra Tahoe would be the fire very close to the cam. There's two things that might happen here. Either they catch the spot in between, you know, the one that jumped into what I think is Sales Canyon. If they don't get that spot under control, it might just hang out at the ridge and be okay. If they don't get it under control and it races up towards Sierra Tahoe, you're going to be blind in the smoke. So if you go up there, I would say embed yourself with a crew if you don't have a radio. Otherwise, I don't know that I would approach the area because you're going to be so smoke blind to the east of it, to the northeast. I imagine that's the way you would approach in the car, or would it be from 50? I don't know. I don't think you're going to be able to see much. Especially now all these cams are going to switch to daylight. We're about to go blind, probably. on a lot of what's happening. We're still listening to Caldor. Both of the radios are going. There's just no ham radio operator close enough to pick up what's going on. You're taking 88. Okay. Oh, you're at Safeway? Oh, okay. Getting a pumpkin for your dog's stomach because they got into something yucky. Oh, poor doggies. You're taking 88. Are you going to approach there? I think things might calm down a little bit just for a few hours, and then 8 and 11 in the morning is when it's going to cook back up again. But without a radio, I would hope that you would be with a crew if you go up there. Yeah, Moore says the upper cold pressure is holding it down. Hey, you sound like a man with ideas. Now this is the big hill cam. Let's see if the smoke column flattens. Yeah, it's flattened a little bit. See how humpy it was earlier. Let's play the rest of it out. That was 547. It may lay down like a good doggy, we hope. At least for an hour or two. No, not quite. It's still going. It's still going. And the other thing, though, that's scary, is that when winds get fiercer, sometimes it flattens out, and the smoke just goes in one arrow straight direction in a straight line against the ground. I wish we had something flapping in the wind in the foreground for us to get an idea of the true wind speed. Sarah says I'm going to head up that way because there's a few good lookouts. I can use the binos and get a near panoramic view. Okay. Okay, well, stay nice and safe. Have your escape routes. Try and flag down crews and see if what they're doing. I imagine there's a bunch responding to Sierra Tahoe right now, maybe even assembling up there, trying to figure out if they need to have a plan B if it jumps that hand line. I imagine aircraft will take the skies immediately. We are 45 minutes away from their morning meeting. That will be very interesting. Lake Springs has the best view. Is it good again? Okay, let's take a look. I was just seeing a lot of, well, kind of getting lost in the smoke here. Okay, let's do a 1 hour. Yeah, it's still going pretty fiercely in the last hour. But if the wind gusts become sporadic, we'll have that smoke settle down on top of it like a lid. And then the wind gusts may not be able to clear it. And that kind of seems like what's happening. It kind of looks like it's trying to smother it a little bit, and it's struggling to kind of keep surviving. But we don't know. It kind of ends right there. Checking it out from all angles is good. We just know that the wind's going to pick up again. Probably in 4 hours, at least. And we'll probably get another whoosh. But the wind is supposed to go and change direction a little bit, more towards the northeast. So it may not want to climb the actual plateau to Sierra Tahoe. It may want to veer off to the right. It may want to do that. Or that. But eventually, with a mind to go due east. Now, could it cross this major canyon, which I don't know what the name is, the same one where Christmas Valley is? Could it leap across? I don't know if it has enough wind, but it is a red flag day. Fires can do incredible things. Could it do that? Maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow with tomorrow's 45-ish mile an hour wind gusts, because over here this could easily be 50 and 60 if it's 45 everywhere else. Just we'll have to figure out what the wind does, but it might be blowing almost due to due east tomorrow. West wind almost blowing it due east tomorrow, or southwest wind between 8 and 8 tomorrow. It's going to be a doozy tomorrow. At least it's only 66 degrees as a high. Otherwise it would be insane. That would be insane if it was a month ago's temperatures. Let's see, do we have any other webcams? This is a different Sierra Tahoe. Whoa. Whoa. Where's this one? It's like a traffic cam. Whoa. How did I not know about this? This must have been offline for a long time. It's showing them doing stuff during the day. The Sierra Tahoe Smokehouse barbecue deck? Well, I guess they have more than one cam. Ah. Do we have a direct link to that? Looks like people are up there at the Smokehouse barbecue, which is where the alert cam is. There's about 6 camps up there? Okay. Well, yeah, if you're hanging out with the crews, I feel a lot better. I don't see that in the foreseeable future it'll make another massive run, but it seems established down there, the Sales Canyon area. Hopefully they can pounce on it and splash it out at helicopters at whenever they can get them going. Neat. I was hoping we'd have a direct link to some other website. Cool. Other nearest webcams. So there's several. Oh, there's the South Lake Tahoe Express. How cute is that? Okay. I'm glad these are back up and running. Sierra Tahoe, the dynamite. The dynamite. Oh my gosh. Wow. Glad to see a lot of it's not burned up. 8 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. Okay. People's thing. You got a link for me? Okay, cool. Can't believe that. You know what the radio is going to do? It's going to freak me out the moment that it starts. And it'll be at a random time, and I'll scream again. I'm going to turn it down a little bit for myself. Oh, cool. Thank you for the direct link. Let's check this out. Live webcams. Get tickets. Will it ever snow? Will it ever snow? Hey. That's yesterday. Wow. That's 5:20 in the morning, so it's like an hour ago. The Broadway, the Lower Main, at 5:18. Aspen West at 5:20. That's sometime during the day. East about at 6:34 in the morning. You look down at stuff though. 5:21, 43 in the morning. Okay. Yeah, there's the massive amounts of crews there. The Bashful. Go live. Oh, nice sunrise. Wait, control? There's a control button? Really? Okay. It was just visual control. Review the last hours. Oh, Panovision. Last 3 hours. Huh. Okay, so this is a time lapse from 3:25 in the morning. It doesn't look like it's facing a way that matters. But thanks. I didn't. I think I tried this a long time ago and it wasn't functional. Back in the day. Doesn't it seem like a year has gone by since this craziness started? It seems like it's a year has gone by since Caldor started. It seems like 2 years have gone by since Dixie started. It's just, I am feeling the weirdest sense of time. Okay, Cindy, have a couple good winks in, and we'll have an exciting day, I'm sure. The Caltrans cams are still out around the area? Okay. 1 mile high is 5,280 feet. Cool. Okay. Alan T says humidity is 21 in the Strawberry area, 24 in Twin Bridges. Yeah, the overnight recovery is just absolute crap. We'll go look at the other cams again. It's still doing its... that's now at 4 in the morning. I'm just going to stop that. Lift tickets, ski ride. Yeah. It's kind of a laggy website. Piano mode. Interesting. Okay, let's go look at our others. So Dawn has broken. See what I mean about going blind? We can no longer see the infrared view of the fires. So this is very concerning over there. I think that's Sales Canyon, where a spot fire may have gotten down off the ridge in Sales Canyon, which would be where their handline is, and I don't know if they'd have the ability to go chase after it or what. We'll wait for the morning operational update, which will be 35 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to say change my okay. Caldor blew up this morning, waiting on 7 a.m. morning update video. There we go. Because that's pretty freaky. Let's do another Leak Springs time-lapse. Of the past 6 hours, if anybody's tuning in now, we dropped the fork and went, what the? Around 4 in the morning, 3:25, 4 in the morning, the Caldor exploded. Yeah, Sarah says it does feel like a year has gone by. I'm so disoriented, it's not funny. I know. Yeah. Yeah, that was the 9th of August. I remember I was thinking, we just lost Greenville. Nothing can get worse than this. We know the Dixie's going to expand. Okay, and then the Caldor erupts, and I went, oh, God. And then they said lightning coming, and I went, oh, God. We didn't need the other crap to happen, like whatever the heck happened in Mendocino County, with probably mostly being arson. Then I don't know what the heck happened at Calaveras County with their daily fires that they had erupting. That seems weird to me. And the French fire erupting, that was suspicious. They're asking people to come forward if they have any knowledge about what happened at the French fire. We did not need this extra crap. I remember covering the Dixie. The lightning, blew up the monument to McFarland and started the rivers, and they had nobody to send. And nobody to send to the Caldor initially either. Remember, the Caldor was really small, and they only had like 120 people initially, and then a 400 crew of 400. Imagine if PG&E never sparked the Dixie or the Fly Fire, and all those 6,000 firefighters could have responded to the Caldor and the monument. These would have been done. And the Caldor would be out, and then the other fires would have started down at Tulare County, and they would have had 4,000 firefighters to send down there. All of these would have been contained in days, and that would have been it. We would have had a pretty dang mild fire season, comparatively. But no, PG&E had to start the Dixie, and there was nobody to send to the others. Each one of these fires gave us a polite period of time out. It's like when you're fighting somebody in the boxing ring, and it gives you 2 rounds to just hit him first before he wallops you and knocks you out. All these fires were pretty mild when they first started out. Like, I remember the first one, day 1 and 2 of the Caldor weren't that bad, and then bam. But the others weren't bad for more than a week. Things could have been so different this year. But we gotta embrace reality and try to do what we can, you know. Morris says, I thought it was tomorrow. What's tomorrow? You mean right now? Or like when something happens? Oh yeah, I was watching a video I made about the first week of the Tamarack, and it was August 9th. Yeah, the Tamarack could have been immediately extinguished, but everybody was over on the Dixie. Remember that? Remember how polite the Tamarack was and wasn't doing anything, just sitting there in the woods, and they didn't have anybody to send to it? And then, whoosh, next big wind event. You just gotta pounce on these. And the only right thing to say about it is if we do get more personnel hired, if we do have more aircraft, if we do have more engines, and we do have more stations, we're going to have easier firefighting seasons in the future. This was one of the worst ever, this year and last year, because of the drought. We're doing pretty well considering how bad things could have gotten. We've only had a couple of days of wind speeds higher than 40 miles an hour on all of these fires, if you can believe that. And we're in a mega drought. We're doing pretty well with what we've got. They've been pulling miracles out of their hats, in fact, with what they've got available to them. We will have a better time firefighting in the future, an easier time if we invest in technology and we get more people hired and we respond quicker with a lot more people when they first happen. That is the good thing to say about this. This is why we do focus on the mistakes and what went wrong, because it gives us hope for the future. We can fix that. We can't fix the drought, can't fix anything else. But many, many of these smaller fires were immediately pounced on and put out and contained within 2 days by the phenomenal job the crews have been doing. The things like over in by Grass Valley, horrible situations in Mendocino County. The somewhat horrible situations like, you know, Auburn, the bridge fire, boom, awesome response. It just goes to show we just mostly need more people, early detection, earlier response, and we'll do okay. We'll do okay. So let me go back to the kitchen. I'm going to show that time lapse. We're half an hour away from the Caldor morning operational briefing, and I learned my lesson, guys. Do the Zoom link, because the microphone doesn't work for the Facebook one. Their microphone isn't really plugged in, but we can hear them clearly if I join via Zoom. That's what we'll do. All right, be right back. I gotta mute myself just a minute. I'm back. Alright. That'll be very interesting. I want to know really badly what just happened. What just happened with the Caldor? Guys, oh, I can't even... Don't let me forget to check the windy. Hopefully we get a windy morning ops briefing too. That would be delightful. Did I run the dishwasher? Did I? Oh, I closed it up and forgot to start it. Whoopsie. Okay, then. We'll just use an ungodly large spoon for this, whatever this is. Coconut milk delight thing in the Asian restaurant. Let's get some tea. Guys, you know what I thought would happen? I thought I'd wake up at midnight and be like, oh, we can't see much on the fires. Maybe we could just watch a silent film or have some fun. No, okay. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's something. The Caldor exploding. Windy being a terror. Okay, never mind. And a nice quiet night last night. Well, should say the one before now. Okay. Got some foods. Thank you so much for your kind donations to keep me fed while I don't work and cover these fires. This is day 70 of me spending almost every waking hour of my day looking at fires. And I've held up decently well. Sort of just collapsed in exhaustion last week, but I'm on the mend. The flu is what knocked me out. Do you guys ever feel that way when you're smacked by the flu, but then you wake up one day and feel like you're almost back to normal? And you go, oh, I can go clean the house now, and I can go to the store. And then you collapse, like, oh God, and the next day you're worse. I think I did that. Okay, let's play this once again. The crazy leak springs. For anybody just joining, the Caldor exploded last night north of Caples Lake and made a run towards the north/northeast. Lorna says, are you going to ask any questions in the meeting? It's not open to the public to do that. It's actually the operational update is the crews talking to themselves. I mean, tonight at 5 p.m. we could ask questions. But the 7 a.m. Is the crews giving themselves briefings about what they should expect out of their day. The morning shift shows up. The shift leaders are in the audience of the speakers, like the big honcho managers, right? And everybody else in the line is required to stop what they're doing and just turn on their radio and listen. We as the public we have a privilege. They share that with us. They don't have to. I don't know how to get the Dixie West Zones anymore. The Dixie West Zone meetings may have gone underground. They just don't show up on YouTube anymore and all the places I know where to find them. But it's not open for public discussion. They just talk to each other really, really fast and say, hey guys, this is what happened last night. This is what you can expect today. Here's the weather. Go, go, go. Have a good shift. That's what we're about to hear. But what's critical is they're going to tell us what the hell happened. Like, what are we seeing? It's still going. You see that smoke cloud. So here's the view from Big Hill. Do the 6-hour time lapse. That just roared to life last night. Hey, K-Doc. Hello. Morning. Hey, Shaz. How are you? And hi, Lorna, by the way. So, yeah, look at the Caldor go. C. Johnson says, wow, they almost had it contained. The winds are brutal. Yeah. So the only thing stopping it from reaching Sierra Tahoe seems to be a hand line, and it may have breached it and gone into Sales Canyon. We could barely kind of make out what happened, but it's cooking. Now the wind direction has been almost due north with a slight east bent and blowing fire to the north, but now we've seen a shift in the wind towards the northeast, and that smoked out the Hawkins Peak camera, which it's useless. We can't really see anything. The winds may be sort of dying down. When you look at the leak springs, well, we'll try Hawkins Peak again anyway. when you look at the Leak Springs cam, you can just see the crazy action that happened in the last 6 hours. It was all was fine and dandy and pretty quiet. We were watching the Windy from midnight to about 3:30 in the morning, and then Cindy goes, "What's up with Leak Springs?" I looked at it and went, "Oh my God!" But that's the way of it. That's the way of it with all these fires. They just about get it under control, and then the next wind event happens, but some fire somewhere else takes away half their crew, and that's what happened down at the. I don't know if any crews have left to go down to Tulare County, but I don't know. They surely were needed, and there was probably pressure for them to release some of them. Actually, Hawkins Peak doesn't have the smoke anymore. Did you see it clear out? See how it came close to it right around 4:30 in the morning? What's happening now? Okay. Yeah, wind changed direction again. Wow, so the wind is not blowing to the east. The smoke is going north. Remember, guys, when you're looking at Windy or anything else, there are very few weather stations in the Sierras. You are looking at mostly a model based on where they think the winds are. There are very few stations showing actual wind speed and direction, especially in the microclimates in the individual canyons. To know where the wind's blowing at the only elevation that matters, which is where the fires are, you have to look at the cams. Don't trust the model-y stuff that we're seeing. This is the computer model getting all the info that it can from the weather stations, and maybe some balloons, and maybe some satellite indicating something. But then there are blank spots where there's not that many weather stations. Big blank spots, and it's penciling them in and not showing us where its margin of error is at. I did a map. I showed a map of how few weather stations are in the Sierras, and it was remarkably few. Like, really? Is that few? That's why we have almost no good wind data on the Windy Fire. So ironically named. So let's go back to, like, what is the current time? It's 6:41. Remind me to not miss the thing. I gotta set up Zoom. The Caldor's morning update. But the K&P was rather docile because it was stuck in this windless area, right? But then we saw all night the Windy just go cooking and go roaring off towards the west and the northwest because it was fueled by this stuff. So we were very concerned about that, even though it was mostly heading towards the wilderness. It's eventually going to head towards the casino and the Painted Rock campground, which seems to have Indian land and permanent buildings. Not immediately. It might be down the pipe. Later today, the winds, like here's 8 a.m. See how the winds are forecast to move almost in a very different direction down here and move towards the north. That'll save the reservation for the time being if the winds shift towards the north. This is the altitude of around 8,000-ish feet. Remember, we have an altitude button. It is relevant for the Caldor too. So at 5 p.m., the winds are scheduled to go and swing to go almost to a due east area. By 8 p.m., they blow more southwest winds blow more to the northeast. But this is what we can expect for most of the morning, this direction in general. This is, of course, a forecast model. It is best to check the cams. And the fact that the wind is shifting around right now is letting us know that we can't predict this very well. So let's go to a 6-hour time lapse and you'll see what happened with the craziness with the Leak Springs cam. Like here, everything's cool at 1:30 in the morning. At 2 in the morning, everything's cool. At 2:30, everything's cool. 3 in the morning, what the heck is going on? 3:30, whoosh. Rip roars to life. North of Caples Lake, slightly to the west. And we think that it's burning on the peak of where Sales Canyon is. And on the other side of the peak, just southwest of Strawberry, what is that, creek? So watch the poofy clouds. This will indicate how aggressive it is. If you see it go flat, that means it's smoke smothered and there's not that much activity. But every time there's a hump there, that's the heat of the fire pushing the smoke up past that layer. So we were hoping it was going to be smoke smothered a bit, buy them some time to respond to the spot fires that seem to have gone to Sales Canyon. Right there we thought it was getting smothered, but no, we still got that hump. We still have the clouds there. Yeah, wow, isn't that crazy? Helen says, was trying to make sense of the Caltopa wind plot, but it's like when you fail to secure the top of a blender, it's all over the place in every direction. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Sarah says they just put a weather station in at Strawberry. Well, that's cool, but isn't that down in the canyon? Lorna says when it gets lighter, will Zoom Earth show anything? Probably, yeah. But I want to set up the Zoom, speaking of Zoom, the other kind of Zoom, told you the radio was going to do that. Yeah, here's the Zoom link. Now remember the Zoom link. Oh, it has a password? Ah. It's called Fire21 exclamation mark. Okay. So that is the link for Zoom, but I'm going to broadcast it. I can log in with Zoom. This is the one with the good audio. If you do the Facebook link, it's not good. So it's probably going to open up Zoom, launch the meeting. Blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, I gotta sign in off screen. Connecting you to your meeting. Zoom for government. Oh my god. That's them. I'm not playing Jimi Hendrix. I approve though.
8 mile, good video feed, good audio. Test.
Whoa.
Steve, can you send us a text loud and clear?
Okay. Well, I'm probably going to get a copyright strike due to Jimi Hendrix, but that's okay. This is worth it. Well, if you're just tuning in, holy crap, the Caldor. Ah! Okay, they could fix their audio. Jeez. Oh, I like their tunes. Anyway.
Simulcast radio, test 3, 2, 1.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you say that you are mine, I'll be here till the end of time.
So, is that what the fire is wondering? Should I stay or should I go? This is hilarious. Yeah, they're playing the music, not me, at the beginning of the Caldor meeting. But yeah, the Caldor blew up after 3 in the morning. So this is the time lapse. And we're waiting on pins and needles to hear what the hell just happened. Is it going to run for Sierra Tahoe, or is it okay? I think it's on the peak by Sales Canyon and maybe down into it. This is so inappropriate to be hearing rock and roll and fires. I'm not doing this, guys. Please don't be turned off. I am not playing this music. It's the Zoom meeting. It's the government Zoom meeting. I can't play copyrighted music. I'll get hit by, well, it'll be a copyright warning, not really a strike. There's two types of violations. If I have copyrighted anything like video or music in my stream, it'll tell me that I violated terms of service, and then I have to make an agreement. Look at the crazy blow up that happened on the Caldor here. That was 1 in the morning. This happened a long time before I knew about it. I had checked other cams and didn't see this. So I guess this was happening around 1 in the morning, but with the Lake Springs cam showed up at 3 in the morning, like boom. Anyway, they're doing a sound test on the Zoom meeting for the Caldor. With good music, though. I just don't want people to think that I'm playing rock and roll and having a good time here. That's not the idea. But I'm worried as hell. It's a red flag day. Here that we see that it got suddenly clear. The smoke blew towards the cam. What the? Okay, they're still playing rock and roll, I guess. I guess that's one way to jazz up your team. They actually have a sound stage that's outdoors. The new crew on the Caldor tries to jazz up their people with a lot of sports quotes and stuff. But anyway, the point is that the wind shifted to the east, smoked out this cam, and that would have been the way the fire would have tried to go with the wind. But then it changed again. See how clear it is. So let's go back and do a big hill. Here shows the other incredible it's like they chose the right music. Now it's highway to... Is this sick firefighter humor? All along the watchtower, get it? And then should I stay or should I go? This is all fire-related dark humor. Wow. On the highway to... Oh my god. Yeah, you're right. What? This is firefighting music. Goodness gracious. Next they'll have Imagine Dragons. I'm breathing in the chemicals. Oh. I saw a firefighter video set to that song. It was actually really well done. But this is concerning. Once again, I'm not playing music. I'm not. It's the Zoom meeting. This is going to be a hard one to explain to YouTube. Each time I get copyright violation notice, you have to type in and explain why you're not violating the copyright. And I guess I'm going to explain it was the government playing the music, not me. It's them. They're violating it. Hey Jay. Hey Smitty. Good morning. Hey Derek. Yeah. I successfully defended myself with a couple copyright issues. I got the strangest copyright notice saying that I had played a rap song with explicit lyrics. And I went, what? And it showed the timestamp of my video, and it was just the Dixie Fire radio. And some computer somewhere confused Dixie Fire radio with an explicit party song. And it said, do I want to share the profits of my video with them since I'm using their music? And I'm like, what profits? I'm not monetizing this. But here's the thing. If I don't fight the copyright thing, they could put ads on my video and make money off of my video instead of just taking it down. So I would either have to take it down or let them play ads. And that's not something I want. Nobody should be making profit off a disaster. I don't think I'll ever turn on the advertisement button for this. I just don't see that happening. But that's the thing, is if I show anything with copyright, an ad will appear and people will say that I'm trying to make money off it. No. So I typed in my response. We are waiting for the Caldor meeting. This is like a weird soundtrack they're playing before it. Caldor blew up, by the way, if you guys are just tuning in. So I typed in, I don't know what sort of confusion. I have no idea what confusion your computer program has, but that's not rap music. It's not explicit. That's firefighters on a radio. But I had limited options to press the button. It said, it had options like, it's a different song. And there's another button for, I have permission to use this song. There's a different button for my work is a cover of the song. I was like, none of the above really applies to me, so I hand typed in, I don't know what is going on, but this is a fire radio channel, and it's a work. Oh, I hit the button that says public domain, because that's what it is, works of the United States government and radio. So I won, though, and there won't be an advertisement, and the company with the rap song won't be making money off of the Dixie fire. Just kind of weird. Once again, guys, I don't know if you can hear it. I turned it down. I'm not playing music. This is serious. The Leak Springs cam shows the seriousness of the situation. The Caldor blew up. Hopefully within the lines. They may be struggling to hold them. Or the cables. But, and it's maybe trying to make a run for Sierra Tahoe, but we're waiting for the, and that's our current view of the situation. It's been flaming up good since midnight. And I have just joined the Zoom meeting, which is about to start. And they're doing a microphone check with some really good music for the most part. They started out with Jimi Hendrix, and then they played Should I Stay or Should I Go with The Clash. And then there was some Queen just now. And there is Highway to, apparently firefighter music with a sense of humor. But that was their microphone check. We want to know what the heck happened. It's 6:57. It should be starting at 7. So I'm connected with the Zoom meeting. Oh my God! Good music. Shoot me. Shoot me. Good taste, whoever chose the selection. I mean, they could have chosen worse. But I feel weird looking at fire cams with the Beatles playing. This is weird. I should just make a note somewhere. Not to my music. Not my music. Zoom meeting. It's the Zoom meeting. Mic test that they're doing. But look how crazy this happened. As this was at 3 in the morning, the Leak Springs camera showed the conflagration of the Caldor blowing up north of Caples Lake. We know that at Echo Lakes area there was a little bit of a flare-up, but didn't look bad, like heat detection.
All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started with the operational briefing. This is the Caldor fire. If you could, make sure you're wearing a mask. Social distance, maintain a module 1. We really take COVID serious in this camp, so please help us out. Silence your cell phones and radios. Current acreage is at 219,231 with 76% containment. We're up 130 acres. Today is Tuesday, September 21st. This is a briefing for 0700 to 1900. With that, the incident objectives remain the same, but we want to make sure that you guys are communicating. So review those objectives with your staff today. Open that 202 and make sure the work that you're doing out there is in alignment with the incident objectives. With that, we'll move over to Luis with the current situation.
Good morning. So starting with Division G in the Highway 50 corridor, with the activity, with the winds and they were pretty light, but the humidity has dropped been pretty low in humidity. So we did have a lot of heat starting to show up along the Highway 50 corridor. Got a lot of calls at the Twin Bridges area up higher as well. So we were busy with chasing those down last night. As you looked up high into Division India and Mike, you could see the fire actively burning into the wilderness area. Coming around into Highway 50, the division break, there was a little bit of heat on the turn up high, but on the east side of 88 or 89, I'm sorry, there was really nothing showing. But the biggest thing that happened was coming down into the Gator's Mouth. It started to push across the Gator's Mouth and close that off. So I know they're saying 130 acres, but that was at probably 10 o'clock last night. We probably added another 400 acres after that. So so that's what was taking place. The rest was pretty calm. Light winds all night long, but just super dry out there during the night. Thanks.
That's it?
Good morning, everyone. Patrick Gilchrist, incident meteorologist. We had some gusty east winds yesterday with some lowered humidity as we got downslope effect. That trend continued into the overnight hours. We saw poor humidity recovery. Mid-slope to ridgetop only about 20 to 30%. Down in the valleys, 35 to 45%. So it was very dry overnight. We did see the east wind start to taper off, though. So expect only light east winds through the morning hours. We do continue to have a red flag warning in effect through 1100, but I think most of those impacts have largely passed. As we get later in the morning, expect southwest winds to start to develop over the fire. Increasing, becoming 8 to 12 miles an hour in the lower elevations, up on the ridge tops 13 to 18 miles an hour, so picking up out of the southwest, a little bit of a change in wind direction to note. Otherwise, sunny skies today, max temperature 67 to 79 above 5,000 feet, 79 to 87 below 5,000 feet, 13 to 18% humidity above 5,000 feet, and 8 to 13% below. Break. As we get into the overnight hours tonight, we're going to see those southwest winds continuing to pick up on the ridge tops with poor humidity recovery, again, mid-slope to ridge top. And as we get into Wednesday, it looks like a pretty breezy day as the upper level ridge is pushed down upon by a system passing to the north. So expect some gusty southwest winds, especially up on the ridge tops, with temperatures down a few degrees and RH up a few percent. So if you have any questions, I'll be hanging out after the briefing. Thank you.
morning, Dan O'Connor with Fire Behavior. So I know we keep talking about testing when no one likes getting tested. Keep getting tested. We've been tested with the southwest, now with the northeast. But with that northeast wind, it brought fire a little bit into different areas. Very low relative humidity just pushed it enough. All of this fire needs in this extreme to exceptional drought in timber. We all want it to be over with. There's a ton of black line around, but it's just going to keep trying to find little fingers like it did last night. In this Caples Creek area up in Division, Quebec, it does have more desirable fuels outside of the Caples prescribed fire and burn a few years ago. If it can find those, we'll see more ground fire elevating into the crown, more spotting up towards into Division, Quebec proper. So this is a key piece. But again, Highway 50 up in the wilderness places are all they need is a little bit of movement with the needle cast or a little different wind, relative humidity. It's going to keep trying. So good. Keep awareness up and be sharing information with different shifts where you see new fire. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Safety Paul here. A few highlights. Backhaul and sling load operations are in full swing, so to speak. With that, a lot of heavy lifting with hose, pumps, fuel cans, and such. Help the ground support folks out with that stake side or pick up with those loads. Make sure you got plenty of folks there to help. And then once those loads are in the back, make sure they're secure. None of us want to have to dodge gated wires, a daisy chain of gated wires and R5 nozzles on the highway. So with that, sling loads, those sling sites and helipad you be utilizing, review your IRPG when it comes to long line missions and loading those cargo nets, make accurate calculations on the weights and such. Ensure you got good communications with the pilots and, be cognizant of wind direction, speed and all that. We've had certainly variable weather over the fire, so consider that. And then once the load is off the ground, I should say at the helipad and the sling load sites, make sure they're free of debris and loose objects. We don't want any FOD situations, foreign object damage, or a TFOA event, which is a thing fell off aircraft. So be cognizant of that stuff. And finally, the Highway 50 corridor will be fully open today. So a few more folks in the forest. Advise them safety hazards. You can be firm, but be kind about it. And with that, go forth, do great things safely. Thank you. And next up, Mike, go ops or go home. Page.
Wow.
But
Thank you for that introduction. That was incredible. Go ops or go home. Good morning, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I'll go over our operational organization for today, and then we'll talk about priorities. So over in Branch 1, which is at the 8 Mile Camp, Branch 1, Rob Shapanik, Division Golf Tango Whiskey, Kevin Reese, Kevin DeJong, and Charles Zimmerman. We have a new suppression repair division over there, Brad Stewart. Coming over to Branch 3, the east side of the fire over here, Branch Director John Owings. Division India Mike, Jason Flores. Division Oscar Papa, Rob Noxon. Division Quebec, Christian Litz and Andy Warden. Division Romeo, Aaron Shoemaker and Garth Crow. Thank you, guys. Suppression Repair, Rob Bertolino. Strategic Planning, Greg Overacker and JT Soar. Okay, so we just heard from Night Ops, we just heard from FBAN, IMET, and our lovely safety. But so last night, this thing moved around a little bit. This fire has a lot of potential to continue to grow, just like we've all been expecting and talking about, communicating that with each other. So as we continue throughout the rest of our assignment, whether that's 1 day, whether that's 14 days, let's keep that in mind. A lot of hard work, like we talked about, has gone into putting this fire out. Let's continue that. Let's continue to wake up every day, smash this thing, and do our jobs and do them safely and professionally. And so with that, I'll kind of go over our priorities for today's shift and leave it at that. So break. Priority number 1 today is really going to be the stuff down there in Division Quebec. That stuff has moved around. It's been active, very hard to access. Terrain is very steep and rocky in there. And so today we really look to get in there, try to pick up what we can, coordinate with aircraft, and develop a good plan for moving forward, how we're going to deal with that. Up in Division India, the same thing. It sounds like interior pockets of heat continue to burn, and that's going to happen for some time there. Really just want to make sure we get out there, ground truth that, make sure there's nothing out there that's threatening the line. And then over here, Division Oscar Papa, looking at the IR, there's still a lot of heat signatures in there, and you guys have been going out there every day and doing great work, and look to continue to do that. One thing that was brought up by Night Ops was along the Highway 50 corridor, and we've been talking a little bit about this, but with the winds that we've been experiencing over the incident, it's shaking a lot of those pine needles out of the trees, right? And so that's now falling onto the ground. Some of those interior heat signatures are picking those new available fuels up, and you're probably going to see some fire activity in areas we haven't seen it for quite some time. So with that, you guys have a great shift. Thank you guys so much, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good morning, Joanne Overack, Air Operations. Thank you, Safety Paul. We'll have you come and do the heli-base briefing. That was great. Okay, we have the same lineup as we had yesterday. 4 heavies, 3 mediums, 2 lights, and 1 Helco. On the docket today, we'll probably be slinging a couple of smart pumps out to Division Q. We have 2 recons scheduled. Today is the last day for the Fire Watch, the Cobra. We will be having at least 1 scooper on the fire today. They need to they need to recertify a scooper. Also, there's more available if we need them, and there'll also be air tankers up in the air today. Have a safe day. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Brandon Benawate, one of your medical unit leaders. The 206 has been validated and updated, and I know we keep driving and driving and driving. Please make a medical plan. Please make a medical plan. And so this morning the message is please make a medical plan, right? So as you get out to your division and see what you have going on, just take 5 minutes and go over what the plan would be if you have an emergency. Have everybody on that same page, and your medical emergencies, when, not if you have them, can go a lot smoother. I know the 206 sometimes seems daunting when you're trying to fill it out, or even some of the worry is we're not going to stop trying to take care of somebody while we fill out this giant sheet of paper. So I get that. What we would like, just at a minimum, is to call out an emergency, tell us who you are, where you are, what do you need, and what do you have, and we can even prompt you for the rest. So if you end up having something that's very significant, please let us know that. And remember that slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So when you're telling us where you are, if the address is a Latin long, just say it's slow and clear. So we just do that one time, and we can move things your direction. We do have an ALS hoist ship, but just remember that it's about a half an hour away. So if you need some air support, please just remember to call that out early, and we'll get it to you, and we'll work for you furiously on our end to help you out. The resources in the 204 are valid this morning. The medical shop is starting to get the medical shop's starting to get a little diverse, and we have some unique resources. So if you find in the divisions that you might need something specific, please let us know. We're kind of turning into a Swiss Army knife that way, where down in Romeo, we've got a UTV pair, and then in Quebec, the RAT team came back. And if you don't know what a RAT team is, it's a 2-man REMS team that's ALS capable. So those types of things, if you need something specific, we'll get them to you. If you need supplies this morning, please visit the mobile medical supply trailer. It's the Madison Fire trailer that's down at the bottom of the gondola. Thank you guys for all the work you're doing, the safety record that you have so far, and the minimum amount of medical emergencies. That just means you're doing it professionally and doing it safe, and we appreciate that. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Ben Gray. I'm a COVID advisor here. So yesterday, Brandon was talking about Darth Vader as being a great example of how to survive a pandemic. So it got me thinking about what are some of the unexpected, maybe hidden benefits of wearing a mask. So I just got a couple of things for you this morning. So if you are in a hurry and if you got to brush your teeth, no one will know. If you're making a quick run to the convenience store at night, buying all the candy and the chips and the ice cream, nobody knows it's you. There's no shame in that. if you throw a cowboy hat on it, you're halfway to a Lone Ranger costume or COVID Ranger costume. You know, I'm still working on workshopping that, so just let me know if you have any ideas. You know, but finally, there's one other benefit, and that is that mask wearing helps mitigate the spread of COVID-19. So please keep wearing your mask. I know we keep saying it, but it really does work, and it's worth repeating. Thank you very much.
Morning, Scott Ashback, Team 12 Logistics. Just a couple of quick things. I just want to talk about the traffic plan inside the base. Off to your right-hand side is where the security is. That's where we come in. And off to your left-hand side is where we go out. We've had a bunch of people try to do the other direction, and it turns out to be kind of a mess. And of course, it wouldn't be right unless I spoke about hotels again. Inside your IAP, there's a QR code, finally, that all you need to do is scan it, and that's how you sign up for your hotel. And I'm hoping that's going to get rid of some of the lines. Have a good shift.
Good morning, Rebecca Lang in Finance, located over here. Thank you for everyone for turning in your shift tickets and your CTRs timely. That's been super helpful for posting. I just wanted to remind anyone a contractor who came over from a CAL FIRE contract onto a Viper or an EERA, please submit those to us if you haven't already. We'd really like to make sure that you get paid. You can drop them off if you have them, or you can send them electronically, or if you have questions, there's a phone number. Everything is in the IAP. Thank you so much.
Morning, Adrian Escobedo, HRSP. First of all, let me tell all of you, thank you for all the work you're doing. I'm a local guy, have seen really the impact, from the community, all the citizens that are here, really happy for all the work you've done. Second, not a whole lot of workload in the HRSP. That's great. That speaks to the professionalism again that people are talking about. Everybody's here doing business, taking care of what they need to do, and getting back safely, so that's great. Last thing is I had somebody, it's been a long shift, had somebody come in yesterday and say, hey, my significant other gave me a call, she misses me, kind of feeling a little down. I said, I got you. I got postcards. So anybody need postcards for you, your crew, come on by. End of Trailer Row, that's where I'm at. Have a great shift. We'll see you soon.
All right, communications wanted me to remind you while you're out there to reference your 205 for your proper command channel. Make sure you have positive communications while you're there. Training specialist is completely virtual, so please follow the instructions on your within your IEP. And also the demo process is virtual, so that's when you're coming up on the demo list, fill that out no more than 12 hours prior to your estimated departure. Today is the last full day of summer, so fall begins tomorrow afternoon. It's National IT Day, so with that, make sure you thank our ITSS and our AV. This has been a huge support to make sure we have a good connection with y'all. Next operational period briefing will be 0700 here. We have a night briefing at 1900, and next cooperators is at 10 o'clock on Wednesday. Division breakouts are posted. Unassigned resources will come to the front. And with that, we'll go to your incident commander for California Incident Management Team 12, Michael Nobles.
Thank you, Greg. Hey, so good morning, Caldor. All right. So it's always challenging coming up following such a great professional group of leaders, because I really don't know what to say now because it's already been said, and y'all want to get out of here and not hear the same thing twice. But I do want to just reiterate, it is an honor, it is a privilege, and it is a blessing to work with you and to work for you, alongside you in here the Caldor incident. This fire's been giving us some fits, right? It's been extremely resistant. But up until this date, you all have been extremely persistent with your planning, with your safety, with your action. And so I just want to ask you to continue to be persistent with your planning and your focus on safety. Engage where you need to engage, and then readjust where you need to readjust. So I'm gonna leave you with this quote from Woody Hayes, Ohio State football coach. He basically says, paralyze resistance with persistence. So keep on being persistent with that good work, that good effort, that good professionalism, and good things will come. And before you know it, this whole thing will be black. Have a great shift, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.
That concludes the briefing. Breakouts as posted on the signs to the front.
Holy shnikes. The whole time the meeting was going, I was checking the cams on the other monitor going, oh, okay. So if you just tuned in, crazy stuff has happened during the night. I thought it was going to be some sort of a, easygoing night. No, it wasn't. So I get on about midnight. We start to stream, and I thought we'd have, some wind dying down period or something, and we'd maybe have to try to figure out something to do. Oh no, it was quite active. The Caldor blew up and the Windy blew up. So in a nutshell, here is your summary of the incredible action. So we saw the wind coming in out of the desert. Down here, let's just start with the Windy fire. Now, east of Fresno is where the KNP is with the sequoias, and the Windy fire is east of Porterville with the other sequoias, so both in Tulare County. So you see that the Windy was affected by these wind gusts coming out of the desert. And so we had growth on its west flank that was kind of not quite explosive, but very, very vigorous, very active, whereas the KNP was kind of sleeping in this pocket of very little wind movement, right? Now, this is around the 8,000 foot mark. This is the only elevation that matters. If you don't adjust for elevation and you go to sea level, you get a wrong impression. So we took it here to the 8,000 foot. So that was earlier this around midnight-ish. So we saw the Windy being very fierce. I checked a few cams on the Caldor, but not thoroughly enough. Cindy P comes in and says, have you checked the leak springs? I see red fire. And I had checked it earlier, and it was just facing the wrong direction. So Leak Springs went to the north. Sorry, excuse me. This stupid thing is not good. Hey. Anyway, the Leak Springs cam was facing the northeast and showed this incredible blow up of the Caldor north of Caples, and they just downplayed it. They just said it was active, but the rest of us watching were going, holy crap, what's happening? Because visible from 3 cams was this massive blow up last night, and this is the way that the wind direction was, and kind of still is. It shifted around a little bit, but the winds out of the southwest were kind of pushing it toward the northeast. So we were trying our furiously best to figure out what exactly happened. This is when the Leak Springs cam pivoted about 2:45 in the morning. We saw the crazy activity blow up. It was in color version all night for some reason, but that is 3:57 in the morning at that point, and at 4 a.m. it was just exploding. So we tried very hard to try to figure out if it was jumping lines, and we couldn't come to a firm conclusion. The best we could come to is that there may have been a spot go down into Sales Canyon. It got alarming looking on the Sierra Tahoe cam, if we go back and do a 6-hour time lapse, but just frustratingly out of view over here to the left on the ridge. But we did see it crest a high ridge. That's what the high winds over Echo, and then it comes over here. So it's now looking towards the southwest, and so you'd see the high ridge over there. We identified that as probably the Sales Canyon ridge, and with Sales Canyon being down in there, we saw some heat and some smoke, thinking that it spotted over the ridge and was trying to run for Sierra Tahoe. And boy, was it pretty impressive. So they just had their morning meeting. We've been waiting for hours, wanting to know what the heck has just gone on. We saw the heat detection just blow up all over that's the Windy, but all over the Caldor. They just downplayed it, said they will be tested today, and they said that it was in the gator's mouth. Okay, so that's in basically, if you look at the perimeter, they're calling that the alligator mouth, which is cute. And these are the new heat detections from last night. But what we could see with Sierra Tahoe cam is that it was looking down this way, and this ridge was on fire, best that we could tell, and this one too, wrapping around to here. And so for the Leak Springs cam, you can see it that way. From the Radio Hill cam, you can see it that way, and from Hawkins Peak, you can see it that way. And then this way, of course, from Sierra Tahoe. But boy, was that active and vigorous. So if we go back to the Hawkins Peak, which is looking from the east to the west, it was just, apparently, if I had checked this, I would have seen that explosive growth last night. Kind of start at midnight. But I didn't check this exact cam. So I started becoming aware of that about 3 in the morning. But we were watching with intensity the windy, because the windy was fueled by the crazy fire, the crazy winds all night. Now, what could save the situation in Tulare County is the winds are forecasted to drive from the south to the north today, later. If it doesn't change wind position, it's going to make a run for Painted Rock Campground eventually, and hit the Indian reservation where there's permanent buildings, and even eventually threaten the casino. So what we're hoping for is that at least a little bit later in today, according to one of these forecasts on the windy down here, we're hoping that it's correct. Right now it's taking aim for, it's not on the map here, but for the Indian lands and the casino in that direction. But later today, say 5 p.m., the winds are supposed to shift more towards the north, and that might really help buy them some time to do something about the windy fire before it reaches communities in the western slopes there. KNP, we couldn't see much activity, but see how the wind will start hitting it later today. Where last night there wasn't too much going on. We couldn't see much going on with the cams. It was just soaked in the smoke. But that's the crazy stuff on the Caldor. I imagine that they'll get aircraft in the sky whenever they can to help the situation. Because we looked at the battle maps, and it didn't seem like there was much to contain it in the way of robust lines. This is where all the action was last night, and will continuing right now if we look at the cams. Here's the Sales Canyon sort of ridges, and it was making sort of like a hard push north to the northeast from what we could see. And all that HHH is just hand line. So they've got stronger black line here. But which side of the hand line is it making its run? That's a big question mark, and they did not go over it or even address it much. They just said, yeah, there was activity last night in Quebec. Well, yeah, we know that. The cameras are going crazy, and this isn't a public meeting, by the way, it's just to their crews. They're talking about over here. Yeah, with the alligator mouth, but what is going on over here with the Sierra Tahoe thing? So if they're not concerned, then I guess we shouldn't be that concerned now. But I think what we'll know, since right now the winds are in a lull, it's supposed to pick back up again in a couple of hours. And then we'll know what happens today. This is going to be an interesting afternoon, to say the least. So right now we're in a almost dead calm for sustained winds with 14 to 11 mile an hour wind gusts. It was going crazy back when it was about 25 mile an hour wind gusts earlier. So today around 11, we get 25 mile an hour wind gusts, southwest winds going pushing the fire towards northeast, with 8 to 10 mile an hour sustained winds, and then rising to around 31 mile an hour wind gusts by 2 p.m. So from 11 to 8 today will be very interesting on the Caldor to see what it does, test things in several different areas, one of which is the Forney and the Echo areas up here, which is called India. The Quebec down here, which has got the craziness of what we saw, the alligator mouth. So India, Quebec, you listen to what the pilots say. I've got the radio on, and they'll start talking probably soon. Let me unmute it, because I had it muted during the Zoom meeting. It'll probably freak me out and be really loud, but whenever they talk. But usually we can only hear the pilots. So we'll be looking at the Caldor, because as the day wears on, you can see that we're in the gust mode, and you can see it get in the oranges, which is the 30-ish mile an hour, the 30s. Tomorrow is forecast to be worse. Look what happens tomorrow at 11 a.m. We get the reds, the 40-ish mile an hour wind gust, and then the pinks above 40. So tomorrow is going to be fun day in red flag zone. Supposedly the red flag warning expires. I'm just thinking, excuse me, sorry, what? I don't know that it's going to expire, at least for the Tahoe area. That's what they said on the meeting here, if I just remember right, but there must be something I'm not catching. Maybe the humidity increases too much for it to be a red flag tomorrow, but the winds are worse tomorrow, so just go figure on that. We'll figure that out in a moment. But here, tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we do get some 40-ish mile an hour wind gusts, kind of overlapping to right where the southern end of the windy is. So it's not going to be a fun day on the windy. It's not going to be a fun day on the Caldor today or tomorrow. So it's like that Chernobyl quote. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's not terrible. It could be worse. It could be 55 mile an hour wind gusts, but it's still not going to be an easy day. The fires are still with us, and they're still making themselves known, including the way the windy looks right now, which looks like some sort of a nuclear bomb just got dropped. So let's go back to, what was it, Blue Mountain Kern that I just was showing you guys with the whole mushroom cloud experience. Where was that off screen? So here is, excuse me, that's Caldor. Let's go over to yeah, here's Blue Mountain Kern. What it looked like during the night and what it ends with right now looks like some sort of an atomic test. So, yeah, exactly. Randy McKendrick says, Yogi Berra said it ain't over till it's over. Right? Look at that. That's 6 in the morning until now. Oh, my God. It looks like an atomic bomb, but it's not. So here, starting at 5:52 in the morning, it's now 7:31. Oh boy, did it just say hi there. It discovered some kind of a fuel and is looking quite atomic. So it's our current view of the windy from Blue Mountain Kern. Tobias Peak has been down. It has been down and offline, but that's one heck of an eerie screenshot. That should have been my thumbnail for the day, but I made the thumbnail video, of course, during the night. But it's eerie. Here's a 15. What is this? A 1 hour? No, this is a 15-minute time lapse. Just it's something to behold. So looking at the wind, whoa, it is trying to form its pyrocumulus. It's probably gonna succeed if it keeps finding fuels. You can see the white puffs at the very top. That is a lot of vapor from consuming fuels. One of the products of combustion is water vapor. So whenever you see the poops of white at the very tops of the cumulus cloud, that is, it just chewed through some vegetation and released the vapor basically from it. That's when you know it's really trying to get started, and that's just kind of explosive. I don't know what kind of fuels it's going to be chewing through, hopefully not sequoias, but really there are sequoia groves right in its path, which is the saddest thing. You know, that is reality down there on the windy. Yeah, Randy says fires should be rated for the kilotons. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't know. But that's all kinds of ugly. We thought we might have a little bit of a lull in the morning hours. The Caldor might have a slight decrease in its wind before 11 in the morning, but not the windy. The windy just is cooking away. It's just exploded in the last half hour. So let's see what other cams are operational. The Shirley Peak used to be what we monitored the French fire with. They're not looking in the correct direction. Shirley Peak 1 isn't. Shirley Peak 2 might show us something eventually, but Tobias Peak, I has been offline since yesterday at noon, at 12:15. So it's dead. So it's dead, Jim. The King George Ridge 2 cam was looking crazy a little bit earlier. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse for it. This is throughout the night on the windy from looking from the southwest to the northeast. So Randy says I have Trinity and Beyond. Oh yeah, I have that DVD, that Blu-ray. That's a good crazy nuclear testing release of nuclear test videos that are restored. It's funny how similar they are, but mushroom clouds are all formed by a massive amount of heat rising into the atmosphere. So volcanoes and wildfires were doing it before it was cool. So looking back up, does anybody have a question about the insanity of the night? They were making jokes and stuff, and please, if you rewind, I did not play rock and roll music to the cams. That was their sound test before the windy meeting started. But they had good taste in music. It was kind of amusing. They were playing firefighter appropriate music. They first started out with what was it? The next one was Highway to Hell, and then they had Should I Stay or Should I Go? And then they had Come Together, and, all along the Watchtower. So we kind of put 2 and 2 together and figured that they were making a joke with their music selection to jazz up their crew, as it were. But that's kind of dark firefighter humor for you. So, yeah, K-Doc says, U.S. Forest Service explains what's in the smoke from wildfires. Okay, yeah, that might be a good video to watch later. But, yeah, it's going to be an interesting day. I'm just hoping there's no new fire starts today. That's what I'm hoping for. It's Red Flag Day, you know? Red Flag Day number 2. So this is our King George Ridge that looked pretty atomic, just as the meeting was going. In fact, I had 2 of these. So where's the blue? But the Blue Mountain Kern, that one. That one's insane. So, yeah. Today from 11 to 8, just like most days, will be when most of the wind is supposed to be here. We hope at 2 p.m. the windy changes course and goes north, because right now it's really starting to run to the west and northwest towards the Tulare Indian Reservation, towards Painted Rock, the campground, and eventually over towards the casino. We see on the satellites that there's plenty of structures there that are ultimately at risk. If the wind does behave, okay, that is the wrong time lapse. If the wind does behave, yeah, that's the current. If the wind does behave and shift towards the north, this is the last 15 minutes, by the way, then that will be the best hope that these structures have, but it will just chew through more of the sequoias. So, at risk immediately down there at the windy is a specific grove. I can't remember which one it is called, but we were very sad to look at it. It might be getting very close to it, the Parker Peak Grove. Now, I'm hoping that it'll pass by it today. These are some of the last, these are yesterday's heat signatures. It's kind of scary how the newer ones, oranges within the last hour, a heat signature detected from the time shown. I'm sure that it's about ready to make another pass. When the satellite does, this will be red, because we just saw it explode. It's just the satellite has to come around every 20 minutes or so. And in general, it's making straight for the inhabited areas here with the casino and Painted Rock campground. And the this is civilization. So this is one of the last heat signatures to show up. So racing along the ridge and finding stuff to burn is this big atomic flare-up. And the wind is kind of blowing it that direction. The wind is blowing at that direction. That's the worst drawing I've ever made. But you get the idea that unless the wind changes, it's taking direct aim at the reservation and the casino area. So if at 2 p.m. the wind pushes it to the north, that's the best hope that we can have as the best outcome for today, I believe, regarding the windy fire. At least it's been blowing away from Johnsondale and Camp Whitsett and those areas. When it blows back, that was good news for this flank. When a fire blows back into where it's already burned before, that's good. We want the wind to change direction frequently, and then the fire will kind of stay where it was and keep burning stuff within. It eventually runs out of fuel. That's the whole point of containment, is to just make a circle saying you cannot pass, and then let it go. And either it'll run out of fuel and then die, or the weather will change and it will die. But you don't try to put these mega fires out. You just contain them and you wait. Fires eventually go out. They have to move to survive. They have to find new fuels. So the shifting wind has been keeping the windy and the K&P from being extremely huge explosive monsters. If we had had wind going one direction with all these wind events and just staying that way, we would have had them expand massively in one direction. Instead, we had kind of a great scenario occur, actually, where there was minimal growth in new directions because the wind kept blowing it back on itself. And it'll get weaker and weaker and weaker as it chews through more fuels, and that gives them more and more and more time to go to vulnerable places like these groves and prep everything for help. Same thing down here, pins and needles for the giants down here at the Parker Meadows and at the 100 Giants Trail. The fire's been up on the ridge, but the wind keeps changing directions and doesn't exactly blow it down in there. So just fingers crossed. So we may have a meeting now for the Dixie. Let's check other ones. We can keep looking at the cams, which is just kind of nuts. We'll keep checking in on the windy. We can check K&P cams as well. Sorry, that's here at Tahoe. And see what we can see. At K&P, like I said, it had a smoke blanket.
Service 739, good morning.
So, wow, that's the sun. That is an eerie sunrise. Over at the K&P, the sky is just orange, and that's the sun. Because this looks east. Colville Mountain 2 cam. Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. That's going to be one eerie sunrise. He's looking at the K&P, which, remember, sat out of the smoke and just kind of simmered all night with us barely being able to see it. The windy is what kind of exploded in the Caldor over by north of Caples Lake. But I guess that was within the Caldor's lines. So as crazy as that looked, they didn't seem too concerned about it this morning, but we just heard some radio chatter about, yeah, that is an eerie sunrise. That the sun is tiny, but it rises like this. That's the strange colors of the sky are from aerosol pollution. You see it in erupting volcanoes. You see it in wildfires. Aerosols change sky color even at the ground level. So you get, first there's an eerie green tinge that you can barely make out. The sky looks weird. And then it goes to like a bright yellow. And then as it gets worse and worse, you get an orangey color. And then it gets to a dark orange, to a dark brown, to a deep red. And that's, when you're in the deep red, you're right in front of a mega fire. You're in the danger zone. Whenever you've experienced a deep red sky and a blood or a magenta pink sun, that's when you should get out of the way, because that means you're directly downwind of a mega fire. But this is the initial stages of the aerosol pollution, and seeing the yellows and the oranges. And it's mostly the smoke from the windy that came out of the wind like this, kind of going up and smothering the KNP, which is strange. But that's what we've been seeing. The KNP should have been a lot worse. But the windy's smoke smothers it. We'll just take whatever blessing we can get. But fires are funny that way. Yeah, J.E. Cat says, who turned off the sun? Right. So this is the explosive windy just going nuts. 7 in the morning. This is just the last hour. The western flank of the KNP, the windy. We can't even see the KNP, which is just fine by me. But it's mesmerizing. It may form successfully a full-blown pyrocumulus cloud and make its own weather today. Based on it doing this in the early morning, what the sun does is make winds worse, generally. I mean, normal types of winds. By solar radiation, it makes fires worse by making it less humid. And we had very poor humidity recovery last night. That's why the fires were cooking all over the Sierras and Caldor and everything. I want to check Dixie cams, but I don't think the Dixies suffered the kind of winds that the Caldor and everything else did too. But you never know. I just didn't see any heat signatures. We're waiting for the GOES satellite to come over again. I dare say it was much wetter up there, and that's probably made all the difference. From the other days, we can check some cams. The Dixie morning briefing will probably be uploaded any moment now to the Facebook. So I hope so. So let's go check cams of Shasta Modoc. But yeah, this will be a fun day. If you don't have time to stick around, just check in from 11 to 8 and just every once in a while and see what's going on. We do have a haze over at Mount Lassen, but wow, that's beautifully clear. But like, wow. I love seeing so many trees that were saved. I love the peninsula is still there. I love that Chester is still there. There's a crazy ugly scar where it ran for the lake over here, but not everything burned up. There's some patches of green at least. But let's see with the 1 hour time lapse if we can even see anything. It's a lovely sunrise with Mount Lassen there. But I'm happy as a clam that we can't even see a heat signature on the Dixie. They can really, really use this window of opportunity to push hard and get some good stuff going. That'll be marvelous if they can. Just fingers crossed, no new starts today. They could really take off running wild. The ground's dry again. I mean, we had rain, but it's dry again. Having a couple of red flag days just means it's dry as a bone again. There's Dawn at Shingletown Cam. The Highline Trail. Look at that amazing clarity. No problem. Okay, are we green again? Sorry, guys. Internet's having a problem. Let's see if it's going to be okay. Bear with me. We're checking our cams. We got the scary ones down south to look at again. So let's are we there? You guys with me? Okay. If you're buffering or something, try to refresh the page. I'm sorry, I've been experiencing that every once in a while. It seems like a momentary blip. And I kind of know what the problem is, but I need to reinstall Windows. That's the issue. I'm not going to do that on Red Flag Day. We're good again? Good. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. Now, if it comes back blurry, hit the little gear icon and choose 720p resolution or 1080p. Or for some reason, there's people report it's blurry after that. So once again, that was the craziness of midnight to now on Lake Springs. We're trying to figure out if the Caldor is going to lay down a little bit before it explodes again around 11, or before the winds come up around 11. The last 6 hours of Lake Springs. It was in daytime mode the entire night. And then whoosh, at 3 in the morning. It just went flaming up good. I was not satisfied at all. I don't know if you guys were, by the explanation of what the heck happened here. They just said we had some activity last night and gestured at the map. Oh, yeah, could you kind of explain what that is? But they didn't, so maybe at the 5 p.m. meeting they'll explain. They just said we're going to be challenged today. And they made some jokes about we don't want to have a, what was that joke? I found that hilarious. They're kind of like, maybe that happened yesterday. What was the joke? Saying, I'm going to scroll up. We don't want another TFOA. And people laughed in the crowd, and he said things falling off an aircraft. Apparently, when he was talking about the sling loading is when a helicopter takes off, and it has a rope underneath it, and it has a burden that it's carrying, whether or not it's a person, like a emergency transport, like on a gurney, like getting off of a cliff area. Or usually, though, sling loading on firefighting crews is getting their gear, like hauling some cargo in a cargo net, and then the helicopter flies off and towing it behind it on a rope. And he said we don't want another TFOA, and I'm just sort of thinking, another? I think he was reminding people to secure the load because apparently the aircraft dropped something. I would love to know the story behind that. A TFOA, I'm going to write that down. But we have the Caldor radios going, the east and the west. We have the Sequoia and Sierra Springs playing too, although that almost never queues up. We won't hear anything about what's going on the Windy. We just never do. We have 2 views of it, the King George, which is not looking as impressive, but the Blue Mountain Kern is looking atomic. Whoa, what just happened with the camera? Did it just pivot? The Windy is massive right now, trying to form a pyro cloud. It just might succeed. What? Did it move? If the camera went to rotational mode, dang it, that won't be good. We had such a good view of this. That was a little. This is the last 15 minutes, guys. We could do a last hour, and you'll just jaw hit the floor kind of thing. The Windy is roaring to life early after being robustly active all night. That is something to watch. That was at 7:06 this morning. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, we'll look at flight radar. That's a good idea. We didn't see any scout craft over it, which just blew my mind when it was blowing up. You'd think they'd get somebody in the air to look at it, like what's happening. Some people in my chat are speculating that a lot of what that enthusiasm was during their meeting was false bravado and a false sort of jazz thing. I don't know. They usually want to hype people up, but give them a very good idea of dangers. I think it might be just trying to keep them from being demoralized, like about a red flag day, that they could lose ground. But they did a good job, I think, of reminding people that the fire's dangerous. Not quite Mike Wink style, who was the best at that. He really had awesome speechcraft after a time. But this is the Windy. We can't hear anything. We've never had a radio down here. That's just insane. That's a lot of sequoias that are either dead already or just in the process of being destroyed. It's quite sad. So, but let's look at, yeah. They have a hard job. It's got to be extremely difficult to work for weeks. Backbreaking labor, 103-degree temps, 65-pound backpack, hiking up into places, 72-hour shifts, only to have the wind pick up and for an ember to blow across the line and have a new fire. Just like what happened over by Janesville that night. And what happened with the, on the Dixie with that Devil's Punch Bowl. And like what happened, of course, the night that Greenville was eliminated. I don't know how to even describe that. It's incredibly demoralizing. So you got to jazz people up to work as hard as they can against the clock. But I think Mike Week did a way better job of doing enthusiasm and jazzing them up, saying you are their only hope. These communities rely on you to have a home to go home to. Meaning, try your best no matter what. You know, you may only save a couple homes, but you've saved a couple homes. That's everything to everybody, you know, who lives there. That kind of speechcraft was really good, rather than just playing a bunch of rock and roll and saying, have a great shift with bubblegum. I mean, I like the Mike Wink style versus this one, but that's just my personal opinion. It depends on who your crew is. Do you have youngsters, and what do they respond to? If you're a good leader, you'll tailor your speech to the crowd. And maybe they did that perfectly today. So I want this camera to stay on this view. If it has pivoted, I will be really mad. Because we need to look at this. We need to see the wind direction. We want to see the change eventually. This is nothing quite says serious situation like that. And why does it pivot? Blue Mountain Kern 1 is at a different level of zoom that just doesn't quite do it. Maybe they switched, but I don't like it. I was hoping Tobias Peak 1 would be fixed because that was an excellent view. This and King George might be the only views we have of the Windy today. Everything else is going to be in a pure hell of smoke, including everybody in Tulare County in the valley is going to be just choking on smoke today. This has got to be the worst air quality ever. Now let's check Facebook to see if we have a Dixie East Zone meeting at least in the morning. Does anybody know where the West Zone meetings can be found? I haven't seen one in a very long time. We don't have a meeting here at Sequoia. Hopefully in a few hours we do. We could go to Lassen National Forest. But on YouTube, they used to have the morning operational West Zone updates for the Dixie. We haven't seen one since the 13th of September because they no longer upload them to the same YouTube channels. There's an evening update yesterday. We could watch that for the East Zone. But I was hoping that, and a West Zone as well. I was hoping they had a morning update. Wow, there's a aerial footage. That was 14 hours ago. Did I miss this somehow? Let's watch this video. A flyover the Dixie Fire East Zone on the 20th. Oh, video has no sound. Okay. Oh. Oh my God. So yeah, you could see that's to the left. We're looking south. That to the left, that's east, and that's the Milford area. Jeez. Unless I'm in the wrong orientation. kind of flying towards the west, but the camera's looking to the south. Wow. It's more powerful without sound. A lot of these trees are alive in between the dead ones. Fire's always fickle that way. The wind will shift and you'll see little stripes of green that stay alive. Do I have the area correct? Isn't that like Milford over there to the left? Oh, Sarah, hi there, hi. I sent you some images I took of the sunrise this morning, the smoke rolling down from Heavenly. Oh, cool, thanks. I think my phone's still on mute, sorry about that. We just watched the morning meeting, and they barely mentioned that, what happened. They did not explain it. Yeah, I got him. Okay, cool. Mind if I share? I'm sorry, my phone is still being funky as heck anyway. But rest assured, we watched your back, and if I saw anything, I would have texted you. That's a nice sunrise. So it's still chugging away there on the Caldor. This is a flyover of the Dixie fire. I thought that over there was Janesville to the left, but I can't find anything to orient myself perfectly. Oh, Gail has to go. Bye there. Have a good one. So, yep, cool. Yeah, just want to make sure, Sarah. This is unreal. This was released yesterday. This is flying over the Dixie. And it says aerial footage shot by Operations Sections Chief Chris Childers on September 20th shows a small portion of the East Zone Dixie Fire. The Dixie Fire remains at 960,276 acres and 90% contained this afternoon. But much work remains to be done as crews work to button up open line in the Devil's Punch Bowl, which is over by Taylorsville. In the Devil's Punch Bowl area in the East Zone and along the northern edge of the West Zone, several smokes were spotted and doused with containment lines along Highway 395. That was yesterday. Firefighters used helicopters to attack these areas because of steep and rugged terrain that is unsafe for ground forces. Suppression repair continued around Davis Lake out towards Grizzly Ridge using crews from the United States military and hot shots as well. Remember, Grizzly Ridge is by Devil's Punch Bowl and Quincy. It's not the same thing as Grizzly Heights and Caldor. That's totally different fires. While firefighters are making good progress, threats remain as the area is in a red flag warning for wind and low humidity until 11 a.m. Tuesday. Any new ignition could result in a significant wildfire threat. If they cancel the red flag today at 11, I have no idea why, because there's supposed to be higher winds tomorrow. Anyway, residents and visitors often have questions about terms and tactics used in wildland firefighting. Below are some commonly asked questions related to the Dixie Fire and a glossary of wildland terminology. What's a call for service? A call for service occurs when Dixie Fire Management is notified of a concern from a resident regarding smoke or visible flames, usually at night. Firefighters investigate all these calls and determine if action is necessary. Many times, the area in question is deep within the containment lines and poses no threat. In these cases, the concern is noted, but no action is taken because the risk to firefighters is greater than the threat to the containment line, which is smart. How do you determine if a line is contained? A fire is considered contained when it is stopped from spreading by a fuel break, and firefighters are confident that the fire will not cross the perimeter. Okay, asterisk, remember? That Dixie Fire exploded 19 miles past Chester across 4 different black lines of containment. It means a lot less these days than it did in the past because of the extreme drought and dryness. And with the mega pyrocumulus clouds forming, throwing embers an extremely long distance, further than normal. But in general, a black line is, you can get a sense of safety. You just don't get a false sense of complete safety. It's still just a probably. A fire is considered contained when it is stopped from spreading by a fuel break or firefighters are confident the fire will not cross that perimeter. The fuel break could be a line cleared down to bare ground by the firefighters, a natural feature like a stream, or another feature like a road or a trail. The fire inside the containment line may still be actively burning and may even jump the line if embers are carried across by strong winds. A fire isn't controlled until little to no heat remains within the fire perimeter, and the fire poses no threat to crossing the lines. So remember, guys, they corral it in lines. They only pencil them in black when they're really, really confident. That's the containment percentage. How much of the perimeter is penciled in black because they feel very, very confident that it won't cross. But remember, the Dixie has had high levels of containment before, and then it crashed down to almost nothing. It was at 48% containment when we lost Greenville, lost Canyon Dam. It ran towards the lake. It reached the lake. It ran past Chester, almost ate Chester, ate a bunch of buildings in front of Chester, went 19 miles past Chester, and expanded 100,000 acres in a single day. It ran for Susanville, ran for Janesville. Just remember that. That was when there was a high percentage of containment. It was almost half contained. So we have to remember with respect what they can do on a high wind red flag day, and that was around 45-mile-an-hour wind gust day with 9% humidity, with pyrocumulus clouds and a couple other factors like stronger wind gusts. So just keep that in mind. Red flags are not a joke. Yeah, KDOC says red flag warning for Caldor and Dixie was last updated at 3 a.m. this morning and still shows it ends at 11 today. Okay. So that may be because of like humidity gets too high. There are three things that determine a red flag warning: the wind speed, dryness of fuels, and humidity. So if the humidity reaches a certain threshold, it'll be canceled. But heck, hopefully it is not in place. But tomorrow's crazy wind gusts on Windy and others makes me wonder. I'm just kind of unsure why they did that. Let's see. When may I check on my property? What's a BEAR team? A BEAR team, BAER, Burned Area Emergency Response Team, rapidly assess the damage to natural resources caused by a wildfire. These specially trained pros then prescribe emergency stabilization actions intended to reduce potential future damage from post-fire erosion, flooding, and debris flow. Team members include hydrologists, soil scientists, engineers, biologists, and other natural resource specialists. So there's other FAQs, etc. Let's see here. Questions. How is the fire impacting wildlife? Wildlife and fire have coexisted for hundreds of years. Okay, that must be some sort of a typo. Most forest animals can sense danger and will flee the threat, running or flying away, or even standing in streams to avoid a fire. Some animals will unfortunately perish, usually the elderly or the youngest, which are unable to move as fast. Fire is a part of the natural ecosystem, and small, healthy fires help species by providing ash to enrich the soil, allowing sunlight to reach the forest floor and allow new forage and remove dead and diseased trees and plants. That's true, but that's not what the mega fire is. And they're lighting beneficial backfires and controlled fires. That's what it is. When we have minor low-intensity fires, those are all positive for the most part if they don't take down a structure. But mega fires are mostly human-caused by our negligence of the land and mistakes we made. And They incinerate the forest instead of renew it. They incinerate the seeds instead of open them. They kill old trees instead of helping them. And the forest does not grow back unless we replant it. That's the big lessons about megafires. We are not in a war with fire. Fire can be very beneficial. Whenever we do control it, it can be very beneficial. We're in a war with wildfire. Wildfire means fire's not in our control, doing what they dang well please, destroying whatever they dang well please. Wildfire is not beneficial. Megafires are catastrophic. They destroy the land instead of renew it. But hopefully, when we learn some lessons and implement some good new policies, we can go back to having wildfires be a bit more on the beneficial side when we get to control them. Get control of them faster. Okay, this is Leak Springs. Let's see the last 3 hours. Let's keep monitoring this. Yeah. Oh yeah, and there's nothing natural about PG&E neglecting their lines, starting a bunch of fires that never should have happened. Remember, that's not nature. There's nothing natural about power lines falling down and burning up neighborhoods and killing people, including my family friend and nearly my brother in Paradise and all the people of Paradise and in the Zog Fire and all the people of Santa Rosa. There is nothing natural about that. When a power company decides not to de-energize lines and lets them fall down in a storm and neglects to tell CAL FIRE for 5 hours. You know. Funny how the FAQ didn't mention that. But, you know, we can. Okay, so let's go to the camera view at Big Hill. And I'm hoping that it's calmed down a little bit on the Caldor. We have to look at different views. If the wind calms down, it'll get smoky, and then the fire will be less active in the smoke. Now, the wind's supposed to come back up to a bit more of a ferocity past 11, and past 2 p.m. especially. However, the last couple minutes here, we can still see that smoke being pretty vigorous past the pole. Even though it is getting smokier in front of the camera, that is still going like crazy. So we can look at the heat signatures. Yeah, it's still going like crazy. Not as insano as it was a little bit earlier today, but it's going like crazy. But they don't seem to be as worried about it. Let's see if they've got any aircraft. I imagine we still have the radio going. It's still, they're just not saying anything. Around 10 or so, when most aircraft take to the skies, we'll get an immediate report, and Air Attack will say what he wants from the situation. I don't know what that helicopter is. Hopefully they don't have another accident to drop something off of an aircraft. A TFOA, a thing falling off an aircraft. That was the safety message this morning. If you missed it, it was hilarious. Sarah, the safety message was, we don't want to have another TFOA. Make sure you secure the load. Meaning the sling load underneath the helicopter. Because we don't want another TFOA, a thing falling off an aircraft. I'd give anything to have footage of that. So let's look back to KDOC. And we wanted to check on the windy, that insano. And by the way, did you hear about the beavers starting fires in Oregon? Yeah, you can't make that up. Just hours after I told people beavers were the gangsters of the forest, with my funny story, this shows up at K2 News. Busy beaver causes brush fire near Multnomah Falls. Columbia River Gorge. It was a few days ago. That was the 17th is when it was posted. It happened on the night of the 16th. A brush fire near Multnomah Falls Thursday was caused by a beaver, according to Corbett Fire. Fire officials said the beaver caused a tree to fall on the power line, sparking the flames. I guess they didn't pay for protection. They had to make an example out of this neighborhood. Then the east winds of the Columbia River Gorge helped fuel the flames, fire officials said. It was brought under control in about 2 hours. There were no evacuations, and deputies said there was no immediate danger to the public as long as they pay the protection money to the beavers. rodent mafia is real. I bet everybody else is just paid from the Dalles all the way to Astoria because they mean business. They mean business. Okay. Hayfork Divide's looking great. They don't expect too much activity on the monument fire until everything dries out from their torrential downpour they had by Friday. So they said they'll give a community meeting on Saturday. I was hoping for a Dixie morning update. Let's refresh. We have a horrible map that I don't want to look at. I mean, we can look at it. There's still activity in the north, but the cams look good right now. The Dixie is a little bit more wet than the rest of the areas. So we'll continue to refresh that and hopefully get a morning update. Maybe we have one for the monument. The antelope. Let's check stuff out. Oh, yeah, just now. Bing! Hot out of the oven. River Complex update. With Dennis Burns. Everybody loves Dennis. Okay, let's watch it.
Good morning, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your morning update for the River Complex for September 21st. So starting up at the Cronin, we still have the 2 engines out there on their Easter egg hunt looking for accountable property. No heat detected out here whatsoever, even on the IR, so things are looking good. So we'll be putting this one to bed pretty soon. Coming down into Cecilville, again, most of the equipment is being backhauled out of here. The hose, the pumps, and whatnot. The division feels like in another day or so, this will just literally be in a road patrol. Coming up into Division Lima, pretty much the same story. They have started hauling hose out where there's no heat detected near the line. With the warmer and dry conditions that we saw yesterday, there were some pockets of heat that became visible. So the areas that they feel safe, they're pulling equipment. Other areas, they continue to what we call grid it out. So it's just like it sounds, like think of a piece of graph paper or something like that. They'll work the line this way, they'll work it that way, looking for any sources of heat that could potentially challenge our lines. Coming on up into Division Mike, the Sugar Hill area, they're going to start with a crew down here and start with a crew up here, and they're going to walk this down and again grid it out and just search and destroy any sources of heat that they can find, and hopefully put this to bed pretty soon. Coming across the top, they're actually going to start backhauling some of that accountable property from here also. This is that one little steep piece of line. Again, they're just going to keep working this out. It just takes a little bit slower because there's no road access. Coming down around the Horn, coming into the wilderness along the trail system with Little Mill Creek. It's a combination of direct and indirect hand line. We've got 2 hotshot crews out there where they can safely pick up the line direct. They're doing that. Where they can't, they're improving the hand line at the base of the slope and just letting the fire back down to them until they can grab a piece of ground and then go direct on that. Bumping down to Tangle Blue, we have the 2 fire use modules out there still. What they're doing is they're working their way, doing direct hand line, and this is super steep country. It's not reflected on the map, but they want to lock off this northeast side to protect the values out here, and then they're just going to keep working their way down and around this part of the fire. Jumping down into Eagle Creek, Minnehaha Creek area, again, it's that combination of direct, indirect. We've got 1 crew that's going direct up this way. There's 2 more crews that are coming and working it down this way. And then the plan is, I believe tomorrow we're going to try and insert some crews, and they're going to do what we call, they're going to spike out. So they're going to actually plan to stay out there potentially up to 5 days. They'll be supported by some aircraft and start working out some of this area. Even though this looks relatively ominous, a lot of this is tied up on rocks and there's not a lot of heat in here, but we can't put black on the map until there's boots on the ground. And this is super steep, super nasty country. Coming down into Coffee Creek, as I mentioned last night, Coffee Creek Road has been open to the locals for access. So we're feeling confident, everything's looking good in here. We did put a little bit more black on the map down here in Quebec. Again, this is another steep piece of line along with this little piece of line, but they're feeling good and actually starting to backhaul equipment out of here. Across the whole south part of the fire, not a lot of growth there yesterday. I believe total growth on the fire yesterday was about 190 acres. One of the things I do want to do is give a shout out to the 3C crews that are working here. As I've mentioned, we've been starting to backhaul equipment. We're talking miles and miles and miles of hose. And those kids, I mean, they have to roll it all to get it back into the cache. So those guys are working their butts off. So anyways, that's your morning update for September 21st, and I'll talk to you this afternoon.
Yay, Dennis is awesome. It was hilarious. We were watching, that's such great news on the river complex. The we saw on the predictive services morning weather thing, which probably has a new video coming out around now, or maybe about 9. We could check it out now. We saw Dennis in that old school, like earlier mid-90s video, and we're like, is that Dennis? Maybe I could find that again. It was really cool. But we want to look at the Windy again because that thing looks like a nuclear bomb. Hopefully the other Blue Mountain Kern will face the proper direction again, because that was mesmerizing and we need to know what's happening. So if you didn't see it, the nuclear bomb thing that the Windy is becoming right now, this was our best seat in the house. It showed up around 7, just exploded. It's headed straight for eventually reaching the Painted Rock part of the Tulare Indian Reservation, and then the camera pans away around 8. Why? It's not like this is a better angle. What? We really, it's very important that we see the smoke direction to try to figure out where it's going. It will hopefully veer off to the north, that the south wind will push it to the north. That's the best hope that the reservation has at the moment for it not reaching their buildings by, I don't know, a day or two. If it blows back on itself or changes direction. But it's headed straight to the northwest, straight for Painted Rock and their one of their casinos. So this is ominous. This very nuclear, atomic-looking situation at the Windy Fire. The KNP we can't see at all because the Windy Fire's smoke has been smothering it all night. It's been kind of funny in a weird way. Oh no, Will. I would totally disagree with that. We are part of Mother Nature. Our job is to be a good steward. We are not supposed to let Mother Nature do her own thing. We are supposed to do what we are supposed to do. Our role is to be the caregivers, the caretakers of the garden. When we neglect our duty, this is the result. When we just let fuel build up and we don't do anything about it, this is the result. Human beings seem to have been lighting beneficial fires to help the landscape and to help reduce fuel loads. That's why we had old growths. It was human intervention. It was the Indians who carefully lit back fires to promote fertilization, to burn down the brush, to keep it down, to prevent these megafires, which are nothing short of ecological disasters. Now, when we neglect our duty and we are just greedy and we manage the forest like we just want lumber, or if we manage the forest like we just want to let it go and don't have to work, well, we get the same result as when we let weeds take over the garden. This is our own doing. These megafires are not nature's doing. They are our mistake. We managed the land incorrectly. We can't do anything about climate. That's a big worldwide thing to solve. But we set this up to happen. We have not been good stewards of the land. We allowed invasive species to take over, like the beetles that killed the sequoias and caused a dead forest. That was our mistake. We allowed the invasive fire-promoting weeds to take over California, the fire-promoting grasses, Scotch broom, eucalyptus, other things that don't belong in the landscape, which are not native. We allowed that to happen. We allowed pests to enter the environment and diseases from foreign soils from Asia that are killing the trees, that are killing the plants. We allowed all sorts of bad things like that to happen. And that chicken's coming home to roost. Mother Nature doesn't really take care of herself. She needs us for the best result. And when we neglect our duty, this is the result. We should not just let everything go to hell and protect our structures. That's what the message we need to teach, is you can't just let things happen. When mega fires happen, we have neglected our duty for more than 100 years. We have let 95 years of stuff build up on the ground, suppressing every lightning strike fires and not lighting beneficial backfires like the Indians used to, which is mimics the natural process of the ecosystem. We stopped that. We need to resume it very carefully to put the land back the way it was. It is no accident that there are small groves of extremely old Bronze Age trees. That's the Indians, I believe, taking care of them for thousands of years in a row. That's no accident that there is so much old growth on the land, because megafires are one of the few things that can kill these sequoias, kill the old growth. They prevented megafires. We started having them when the Indians were, well, moved off their land and not listened to, and well, when they suffered catastrophic fate to disease and other factors. And a lot of the people who married into Indian families, the ranchers and such that oftentimes married Indians, and they were taking care of the land, but the feds would come in and say, you can't do that anymore. You can't light these beneficial fires, and they've been prevented from doing that for most of the 20th century. And now they're saying, see, we needed to have listened to the Indians. We needed to have done what they did. There's a lot of work we have to do now to set the land to rights. We clear cut and we only planted fire promoting but very cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching profitable types of pine trees, right? We would clear cut and we wouldn't replant the fire resistant sequoias, redwoods, and cedars and oaks. Oh no. We planted the fast growing fire promoting weed trees like pines, firs, and eucalyptus, and that is coming. All of that, more than a century of screwing up the environment, is coming back to roost. So in my opinion, we need to help Mother Nature to undo the damage that we did. Whenever we put good in, we get good out. The more we treat her kindly and do things right and learn from our mistakes, the better we're going to come out ahead. So I'd ask you to consider that kind of message. Otherwise, we're going to have catastrophe, just absolute catastrophe. There is no defensive space when you have a mega fire. You know what this is? This is the inside of a pyrocumulus cloud. This is a fire tornado or whirl that is 1,200 feet tall. When we used background images in a different frame to measure the height of peaks in the background, there's nothing particularly natural about this. This is over in the Dixie fire, and 18 of these spawned. There's no defensible space. There's no way that you can live through this. Fire crews just run away from a mega fire. Mega fires are mostly the result of our mistakes, but the cool thing is that we can fix it. We can set things back to the way they were and have more of normalcy. This is not the new normal. This is the new abnormal because of, well, a lot of mistakes were made. Thankfully, we can start fixing them immediately. Mostly with the stroke of a pen. Hey, stop Home Depot and other stores from selling fire-promoting invasive weeds, which they still do at their stores, like Scotch broom. Like, wow, we could put a stop to that, and then we could go to work fixing it, removing the weeds. We can raise in nurseries the almost extinct plants like the Pacific yews and some of the cedars, the rare plants. And the only good thing about these fires is we now have a blank slate of dead forests, and we can plant a good diversity of plants, and they won't have these massive die-offs. If we had diversity of species, we'd have fewer dead trees and less bad fires. You know, just clear cutting and planting the same exact species right next to each other from the same nurseries with the same almost exact DNA was a mistake, and we're seeing a massive forest die-off as a result. But We can undo some of that. We can start making it better, and in a couple of generations, totally different landscape, much less destructive wildfires. If we want it, we have a brighter future. If we want it, if we reach for it. But I think it's time to give the Indians credit. They're the ones that ensured that we had so much old growth. It wasn't an accident. The old growth is the epitome of the healthiest type of forest that you can have. Trees dating from the Bronze Age in little sacred little groves growing together. I don't see that as an accident. I see that that was their churches and cathedrals that they took care of. And we will have to do the same thing. We'll have to intervene and protect them from our own folly. We didn't try to introduce invasive species mostly, but it happened. It happened. Like the Japanese bark beetle, but now they need our help, and so we should step up to the plate. Now I'm looking at Leak Springs. We do have some smoke, but it's kind of blending in with the bright sunlight. We want to know how bad this flare-up is, but we may have to wait a few hours when the sun's angle is a little different to see exactly what's going on. Yeah, poor Sarah. Sarah knows there was nothing when Sarah had to flee her own neighborhood. There was 200-foot walls of flames coming at her, and that's when she had to go with the fire crews. They said, "Come on, lady, let's go." As far as I understand, not even fire crews stand up to that. There's nothing to do. But look at what has happened. Besides, when PG&E starts and the power company starts a fire, we're kind of under an obligation to just put it out. There's nothing natural about that. Look at how much of California has burned in red. That's the last year. There's not much left. We have to intervene immediately. I was looking at interviews with Oregon fire captains and California ones too, and the media asked the questions, are these mega fires sustainable? And the answer was absolutely not. We have several more years of these. We don't have a forest anymore. We don't have much of any forest anywhere in any western state anymore at the rate this is going. This is an emergency crisis situation that requires immediate human intervention, because if we don't, we're just going to have a mass desertification of the mountains of the West Coast. And we don't know what that's going to do to the climate, but it won't be good. Forests play a huge part in storing a lot of water instead of having it run off the landscape. And every single night, as part of their photosynthesis process and making oxygen, they release a lot of vapor into the air. That forms clouds, and that drifts over the rest of the United States. What that will do to the climate of the rest of the United States, too, as anybody's guess. The amount of dead trees now not taking carbon dioxide and making oxygen and taking 40 years to come back, we know that that's not going to be good. So whatever the result will be, we have no idea, but it'll not be good, and we need to act immediately to stop it. This is a crisis. It's absolutely a crisis. It is not the time to say we give up. We can't do anything. Mother Nature's going to be okay. She's not okay. She's definitely not okay. She's taken wounds from our harpoons, and we better pull out the harpoon and call in a surgeon. That's the best way to put it, really. Did not mean that to rhyme, but you get what I'm saying. Now, we have an update of the flyover of the Windy. And that corner is red. In the last 15 minutes, we have activity there. But the yellow is just the last, let's see. Yeah, orange is the last hour. Yellow is 1 to 6 hours ago. So that would be if I had to guess, either the wind changed slightly to blow it up this specific hill, or this specific hill had a huge amount of dead fuels, and that's why we saw that whoosh, that major atomic cloud. It could be that the wind's just being fickle, or the other hillsides don't have as much fuel. I'm not quite sure. We saw the wind change direction a couple of times on the Caldor. On the windy, it seemed to be pretty straight up, going in the same direction. I'd like to do a refresh. This is the bee's knees for showing wind direction. A reminder, though, with so remarkably, strangely few weather stations in the Sierras at all, we don't have an accurate idea of from peak to peak, valley to valley, what are the wind speeds and what direction. We have this when I looked at the availability of weather stations. Whoops, wrong color. There's like a weather station here, one here, one here, one here, 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 for a huge amount of land. And they're not really at different heights, and different elevations, and in different valleys. So much of what we see as far as wind in a graph, or even at the weather station, or even at the news media outlet, even on TV, is a guess. It's filling in the blank spots in between the weather stations. There's not that many out here. So it is way better and critically important for us to look at the cams and figure out exactly what the wind is doing by looking at the smoke. This was perfect. And now it's not. They moved the cam. I don't get it. Shirley Peak has equipment in the way. Tobias Peak. Oh, is it back? Is it alive? It's alive! Tobias is alive, but it's not looking to the west enough. It's been dead since yesterday at noon. Oh, it just came back to us. See, this is the point. Wind speed, wind direction at the 8,000 foot mark is different than higher elevations up in the sky. What matters to the most to the fire is at the ridges and deep in the valleys, and that's it. It matters to us, as far as are we going to choke on smoke all day, what the upper atmosphere stuff's doing. But oftentimes, we only see sea level or upper atmosphere wind directions. In reality, especially above mountains, you can have different layers. You have your valley layer, you have your top of the peaks layer, you have another layer here, another layer here, and you can have different directions for every single one. In this case, we've got this going. Who knows what the very top layer is doing? We don't know. But that's what matters. Where's a fire going to go? The fire goes where the wind blows. When we see a shift, we can more accurately tell what it's going to do. So, Tobias Peak 1 is alive for the moment. King George Ridge is a zoomed out view of that pyrocumulus I was trying to get established. There must be something wrong with the radio. Okay, they're just not saying anything. I got the Caldor, I just made sure that it's on. Aha! There we go. There we go. Hopefully aircraft take to the skies and we get a better picture of what's going on with the Caldor. But look at that atomic blast that happened at the windy about 7 in the morning. Okay, I think we're hearing Caldor. Let's see if we hear something. But by 2 p.m. we hope... By 2 p.m. we hope that the wind will change directions. It's doing this right now. We hope it'll go north, otherwise it'll try to reach the Indian lands and buildings eventually. Let's check out our wind for today. Yeah, forecast for today, 8,000 feet. Now it's 8 in the morning. At 11, we'll see this change. At 2 p.m., it starts to shift off towards the north. That's what we want for down here east of hang on. We have the
3 Hotel X-rays here. 3 Hotel X-ray will be playing around. Sorry guys, get out there. Set up. These lifts around Patterson. Flight following local. Safer. 3 Hotel X-ray. Zero copy, D37.
Okay, that actually is Sequoia and Sierra Kings National Forest talking. Don't know if it's related to the KNP, but it might be. So here at 2 p.m. we hope that the wind goes further to the north, keeping it away from the Painted Rock campground area and the Indian Casino and the structures. We don't want it to keep marching that direction. Every day that the wind shifts gives them more time to build more lines to protect that area. So by 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. today, the winds will be out of the south, blowing towards the north in general, with perhaps a shift.
In front, and Tucker's in the rear.
Maybe it'll even blow back on itself today. At 8, we can only hope.
I think Karen's setting up right now.
Now looking at Tahoe.
Cover this intersection until every gate's going.
Current, 8,000 foot wind direction, and a somewhat slow 10 to 15 miles an hour. The green is 20 and 25. Now it's supposed to get a bit more windy as the day wears on. So here's at 11. Now the wind should shift to drive it more and more towards the east.
On the road, set up.
Look by 2 p.m. how it shifts over. 5 p.m. even harder.
Truck and the rollers up here.
Now 5 p.m. we get 20 mile an hour-ish wind gusts-ish.
Positive recline, power's good.
8 p.m. dying down a bit towards 7-ish. Oh, you know what? I believe this is actually just...
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Hang on, this might be sustained.
I think we're gonna need another truck down there to get to where we're at, where we're sitting. Did you want me to go down there, or you want to go down there and take care of it?
Okay, that's Caldor talking.
Say that one more time, sorry, you broke up. I think you're gonna need another truck at the beginning. Did you want to go down there, or you want me to go down there? No, I'll head down there right now. Thank you.
Okay, so as you can, the joke on my channel is the moment I talk about the weather, I'm gonna get interrupted. So okay, the idea is, especially whenever I talk about changes throughout the day. So 8 a.m. this was the wind. See it dying down a little bit, but around 11 and 2 p.m. it starts turning a hard right. 5 p.m. it's almost going to be blowing almost to the due east, west wind to the east, and then by 8 p.m. dying down a little bit, and then 11 p.m. a little bit weaker, but shifting direction slightly. So it's not going to be an easy day at all on the Caldor. The windy looks kind of like an insano. I hope we can get a better idea, but I think this is sustained. Now, if we go to windy, we have a totally different a wind gust forecast, which tells a different story. So here we are on gusts. We plant the flag, I don't know, somewhere by Echo Summit-ish or something like that, where there's traditionally a lot of high winds. You can see how it cooks up. It's in a lull right now, but come back at 11, and you'll start seeing the bands of orange, which are the 20-ish, 25-ish mile an hour wind gusts, and the darker orange being around 35 at 2 p.m. And then tomorrow, though, at 2 p.m., the reds at 40 mile an hour plus. So I have no idea why the red flag warning is over at 11 today. 11 is when the wind picks up. Just, okay. Okay, whatever. And tomorrow the wind's worse. So I don't know, maybe it's supposed to be more moist and it doesn't meet the humidity requirement, but I'm scratching my head. I'm just really scratching my head. So we should go to National Weather Service, Tahoe, 7-day forecast. See if there's a special weather statement, forecast discussion. Synopsis of the weather today, Tuesday. This was made at 2:42 a.m. Warm and dry conditions are expected through Wednesday, with slight cooling on Thursday. Areas of haze and smoke will drift into parts of the region today through midday Wednesday before low pressure brings increased winds Wednesday afternoon to clear out the smoke. A few showers and thunderstorms are possible by Sunday near the eastern Sierra, but confidence remains low. So don't count on any moisture this weekend. Changes. Reduced shower/thunder chances for the weekend. See, it's looking less and less likely. Nothing left in it for Saturday, and only a small portion of high terrain in Mono County for Sunday. Winds still looking breezy for Wednesday with the incoming trough passage, with similar speeds from previous forecasts. See the fire weather section below for more details. Otherwise, winds look to be mainly light this week, with prevailing northeast and east direction Thursday and Friday, and modest southwest and west breezes return Saturday through Monday. Smoke. High-resolution smoke guidance indicates some smoke and haze from the Sequoia Kings area fires are drifting over sections of eastern California and northwestern Nevada today. Also, a flare-up overnight on the Caldor, you think, may contribute to some smoke, especially to the South Tahoe area, if it continues burning actively through the day. I have a feeling it will. For most areas, the air quality impacts don't appear too substantial, except some degraded air quality could be noticed in the Mammoth area and spread across parts of mono-mineral counties later tonight through Wednesday morning. The smoke will then be pushed out to the east as winds increase Wednesday afternoon. And the return of the northeast-east flows should keep smoke from existing fires out of our region Thursday and Friday. Weekend precipitation, ? Shower and thunder chances look less favorable for the weekend. Latest guidance favors the track and location of an upper low breaking off from Wednesday's trough to be too far south or east to put any of our region in the favored area for rain bands. In a nutshell. We're talking about Tahoe, by the way. Temperatures. We warm back up into the 80s for most lower elevations and mid-upper 70s for Sierra valleys today, with similar temperatures expected for the next several days. The only exceptions are about 5 degrees of cooling Thursday with northeast and east flow behind the trough. East early next week may also start to see a cooling trend as medium range guidance hints at a potential for long wave trough approaching the west. Aviation, fire weather. We will see a warming and drying trend starting today and going through the early part of the weekend. Typically, westerly breezes make a comeback this afternoon with winds gusting to 20 and 25 miles an hour possible. That's just why I don't understand the cancellation of the red flag warning. A passing trough of low pressure looks to enhance westerly winds and decrease minimum relative humidity values Wednesday afternoon and evening. Thus, I still don't understand canceling of the red flag warning. Alright, gusts 20 to 30 miles an hour are possible all area-wide, with locally higher winds 30 to 40 miles an hour, probable across the eastern Lassen County, northern Washoe County, and along the Sierra front. These higher gusts, combined with relative humidity values of 10 to 15%, could produce localized areas of critical fire conditions for the 1 to 3 hours in those zones. Thus, I still don't understand the cancellation of the red flag warning. By 11 today. Beyond Wednesday, warm and dry conditions continue with no enhanced wind events expected. Winds do become easterly over the Sierra Crest Thursday morning into Friday, with breezy east wind conditions for the western slopes of the Sierra. Now remember, east winds that come out of the desert are pretty dang dry. So this is not looking too favorable. It's not looking horrible. It's not looking favorable either. So let's go to Yeah, KDOC has got a convenient link for me. It's the fire weather map thing. We're going to look at predictive services next. What? There's no red flag warning right now. What? Okay. Is this correct? Okay, red flag map. National Weather Service.
County 12, clear copy. Service, duty officer back, please.
Excuse me. At the right page, right? Okay.
Camino, engine 624, 4, Stone 3.
Engine 624, Camino.
Engine 624 is in quarters, Georgetown Station.
Go figure.
4, Camino copy, 0848.
Go figure. That's all I gotta say. Yesterday, the winds were okay, and fire's active. Tomorrow, the winds are worse.
It's been like that the whole time. Hold up here.
Yeah, alright. We'll just, we'll just go whatever they say, yeah. So, yeah, KDOC says red flag warning has been ended even before 11 a.m. I do not understand that. Humidity under 15% and 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow. And no red flag warning and dry as a bone. Okay. Fuels, historically dry fuels. We'll just, I want whatever drugs they're smoking, honestly. I'd love to live in that bliss. Okay. Alright. So, this is, wow. Oh, this is an old, Ubinet thing. Whoops. I was going to say, that looks great. Oh, it's an old weather thing. Let's see if we have a view of the atomic fire down at the Windy right now. And do we have a Dixie morning update? Oh, that's bird cam. I was hoping Blue Ridge would go back, or Blue Mountain Kern would go back. It's not. I don't get it. If you guys missed it, the explosive activity at 7 in the morning was just insane while we were watching the Caldor video. Yeah.
Helicopter 3, Hotel X-rays here. Task Force, Berkey, Task Force Lowell.
3 Hotel X-ray, got Madera Sheriff, helicopter coming into Patterson, is it clear?
Task Force Lowell, Task Force Berkey, command. Becker, why don't you go back to the rock pile? Junior should be meeting the water truck there. Have him take a look at that and see if he wants to do anything with it.
And then the camera moves away.
Yeah, we're about 5-10 minutes out. We'll meet up with him there.
Don't ask me why. We can only hope the camera will go back, because this is probably what's occurring right now. We do have some red detections. Hopefully by 2 p.m. the Windy will shift off to the north. Otherwise, we might see some anxiety in Tulare County with warnings about the fire possibly coming towards the Indian Reservation in their casino and Painted Rock area. So, hey, we got. Okay, that's a passenger jet. they have some aircraft for the Caldor today, and hopefully they'll slam this this crazy section. Okay. Let's check out the Caldor again. That exploded. Bob, did you see the time lapses of last night? Okay. Terry Ann, hey, morning, by the way. Do we have an acceptable, kind word for expressing the insanity of the behaviors we've watched be chosen throughout the entire few months? Not sure I know exactly what you're saying. You may have to rephrase the question so I know what you mean. Going back up. Oh, Sarah, sorry. Oh, you just sent me images and video of my house and neighborhood. I haven't publicly posted yet, but you can share. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that'll help help people understand that defensible space can mean nothing in a mega fire. It means everything in a normal fire, but it means nothing in a mega fire. It's important, but we need to prevent and stop mega fires from occurring. Yeah, less stress, says controlled burns fall through spring has to start now. Whenever it gets wet, actually, but you're right, as soon as we can. The problem is, winter is California's worst fire season. That's true for anywhere else, but winter is California's worst fire season. If we have a wet spring, that would be perfect. But remember, October 13th, 2017, the night my friend dies in a Cascade fire. The night that Santa Rosa burns down. That's in October. Santa Ana winds are October, November, December, January. Those are 100-mile-an-hour gusts. They can be clocked at that speed. 75-mile-an-hour is more typical, but they come in the winter. If we have a dry winter, that would be like a holocaust. If these fires are still going when we hit that kind of wind. Last year, that wind event was not exactly straight up Santa Ana's. It was the mass fatality event of the Bear/North Complex fire happened in Labor Day, but that happens like once every 75 years. Well, all 3 western states has a wind event like that, and California has it every year. So God help us if any fires are going or any open flame is in existence when a Diablo or Santa Ana wind event happens. And yesterday we were kind of seeing a miniature version of that with 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But boy, can they be 101, 75-mile-an-hour. That's when we could see 200,000 acres explode in size. I mean, the Dixie expanded less than 24 acres, 100,000 acres, and that was like 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 50s. Imagine what it would have done with 101-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That would have been nuclear apocalyptic. But we, at any time, at any opportunity, if we could do little strips, we should be doing control burning and just prepping best we can. Masticating would be best.
Camino, engine 62, Forest Town 3.
Creating dozer lines before we need them would be best. And then...
Engine 62 is available, Georgetown.
And you're totally right about the urgency. We need to immobilize and immediately do everything we can to keep the towns and the valley safe. Because what happened last year in the Bear and the North Complex fire is it ran and tried to eat Orville. It almost did. Any fires in these mountains will run for the valleys and try to eat major towns in the valleys and cross the valley. With this mega drought, I mean, we have no idea. We'd see fire behavior potentially we'd never seen before in hundreds of years. You are absolutely correct about the urgency. So, thank you so much, less stress. I'm glad to see other people are just as concerned and forward thinking. We have a crisis, like a ticking time bomb crisis that is counting down. And a lot of the public doesn't even seem to be aware. Okay, that's Caldor. Hopefully we get some aircraft. We need solid containment lines on the Windy, the KNP, the Caldor, the Dixie, ASAP, because if the Santa Anas come early, like they did in 2017 and around early October, God help us. God help us. But if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, the best reality check video ever is called the historic run of the Bear, the North Complex fire. It's in several different videos. If you're fire traumatized, you may not want to watch this part. But there's part 1 and a part 2. And I was doing my fire stream, and we kind of watched a lot of this live. It was a 68% contained lightning complex fire up by Bucks Lake, same area where the Dixie was earlier in July. And a lot of the people downwind at Brush and Berry Creek got a warning but didn't evacuate. Some did, some didn't, because they saw that they were getting a handle on things. That 68% containment seemed like a big number. And so this is a quick reality check of what happened last year, the grim anniversary of the day I really started streaming on this channel, the 6th of September last year. You know what YouTube said? Happy anniversary! And I was like, no, it's a really sad one, because people died that day all over the place, with wildfires breaking out all over the United States on the Red Monday, the Red Labor Day. So this starts out, this is noon, and it makes a historically fast run. It breaks Olympic gold records, basically, for fire travel, going from the mountains down to the valleys. Remember, that's just last 17 minutes. It's now 12:20, 12:22, 12:23, 12:24, 12:25, 12:26. That's pretty much the pace. You can see the winds kind of buffeting the trees down here. But what this fire is doing is it's long-range spotting ahead of itself. Remember, there's a decline in elevation because it's coming out of the high Sierras. And so you can't even see where it's going, but the embers are leaping into the air and being dropped because it's forming a pyrocumulus cloud. And the human eye can't see the center of it, but what we see on the flares is, for the first time, science knows what's on the inside. It's the equivalent of fiery tornado-looking whirls that can be up to a half mile in the sky. That one is 1,200 feet tall. That's in the Dixie fire. But it's forming that. Here, it's only 115, 116, 117. And it's tough about the Caldor. The camera's about to pivot. It's only 130 still. And these Diablo winds, aka Santa Anas, are about to send this all racing for Oroville. The people are doomed that are about to die. I think they found 12 bodies. The others are running for their lives eventually. When the camera pans, you can just see the enormity of this fire. How it just explodes. And it's only 2 o'clock at this point. Now it begins to fast forward. It's like 2, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, to make this a faster video. But the camera pans around, it can't even fit the whole fire in the frame. So what people are doing is running for their lives downwind, down towards Oroville. And the fire is spotting ahead of their vehicles, and they're meeting flames and turning around and not knowing what to do and getting stuck because the fire is dropping embers miles and miles ahead of them. So this is only, 3 o'clock, 3:22, 3:24, 3:25. And this is looking back at the front, but look at the enormity of the embers dropping downstream. It's still only 3:35, 3:36 in the afternoon. It looks like it's midnight. This is what happened last year. Santa Anas came early in September, basically. And you can see the main fire is over here, but it's already spotted, and it will do extremely long-range spotting jumps like so. and affect the communities long before the fire gets there. And so, if any of these fires are in the mountains, when these hit, God help us. And that's the only thing I have to say. So looking back up there, yeah, J.E. Cat says, I remember the fire that jumped 101. To see the multitude of spots. One, there, it's just hopscotching across the landscape. J.E. Cat says, I remember the fire that jumped 101 without missing a beat in L.A. It was the Calabasas. Okay, I never heard of that one. But this is the bear, and so on the 6th, in the Dixie fire meeting, they took their hats off and said, remember the victims. And we had a moment of silence because they had 35 missing people and whittled it down to 12 and then found the bodies. Brush and Berry Creek were basically erased off the map. But at the timestamp here, it's only 4:45 in the afternoon. It's 4:40, 4:55, 4:56. It's just chugging along with tremendous power. It's now 5 p.m. This is just last year. The fuels were not as dry. They are now. Now it's 5:26. What was it? So it's 1700 in military time again. It's 5:32. That's it. And that fire is roared. It's already moved 10 miles as the crow flies. Towards the valley. It doesn't have much further to go. And now we're reaching around 6 o'clock any minute now. And you see the explosive pyrocumulus clouds up there. It's now 6 p.m. It's the historic run of the bear / North Complex fire. And you'll start to see flames on the right finally show up underneath. As the fire's expanding on the sides, too. The main fire's underneath the clouds, but it's expanding out the sides, just, finding things to burn. The forest is too thick. All the trees are touching each other. So if one tree goes up, the other ones next to it are going to go up. And the incredible wind, whenever these Santa Anas blow, or the Dow blows, same thing, they are baking out the trees. They are there's little people in the lower left corner there, but they are baking out the trees and like a hairdryer on maximum. So they're extra drying the fuels, pre-treating the fuels, so to speak, downwind. And it's running in a narrow band straight for the two towns of Brush and Berry Creek. And it's now, 1900 is, it's finally at 7 p.m. It's only been running for about 6 hours, and it's already traveled 10 miles. And the incredible amount of spread rate of this was something insane. The statistics I barely even believed, but it was enormous, basically. I could go dig them up. But you can now see the incredible fire as there's less light from the sun. It's creating firestorms and fire whirls and miniature tornadoes inside there. It flashes over into infrared because it thinks it's night. It's not nighttime yet. It's not even 8 o'clock. It's 7:55. Now the second part of it, round 2, is seizure flashing warning. This is the second part from the same camera view. This is now 8:09 p.m. and there's a nuclear firestorm Holocaust-esque looking appearance to the fire. This is a killer. There are people dying now down at Brush and Berry Creek, pretty much, as far as I know. And the camera moves around a lot, and you can now see some of the fire tornadoes spawning in and out down here. I believe some of them were confirmed as F1s, but I just can't quite remember. The camera struggles a bit. Sorry, they should have edited those frames out of the time lapse. But it finally adjusts, and there's just this firestorm running for Oroville. And it's now 8:53. This was Red Monday, Labor Day Monday last year. And I was watching this live on my stream, just like I could not understand what I was seeing. And I'm frantically calling people in Oroville, and Oroville's already evacuating. And this will jump all the way down across after eating and eradicating Brushenberry Creek. It will jump Lake Oroville. And it was the most crazy battle to try to save Oroville, the city. So just this is what has the potential to happen this year in a worse way, because the fuels are just drier. We have these winds coming down the pipe. Will they be that bad? We don't know. Will they be that frequent? We don't know. But they're coming. Any sort of wildfire up in the mountains has the ability to just jump all lines and just leave if the lines aren't super strong. I think, in my opinion, we should be prepping all of the communities right now for this potential, now and forever, because every single year we have the potential for this. This occasionally happens. And there is no getting in front of this and stopping it. There's no getting in front of this and deciding, hey, let's put a dozer line in front of Brushenberry Creek right now. You have to have them already in existence. They really do help. As bad as this fire is, it does puzzle piece right up to existing dozer lines and stop against to the west where the Paradise Fire dozer lines were. They were able to man that after the initial windstorm was over. They were able to come out of the hiding and get this under control eventually. But yeah, this is some insanity. This is what it looks like to the human eye. Look, this isn't even going very fast. This is 22:52. This is just a single afternoon starting at 1 p.m. And it is now, 10:50. What is 2200 hours? That's 10, that's 10:52 at night. And so at Brushenberry Creek, some of those people wake up at this point with their cars on fire, their roof on fire. They run outside, and there's just no way to survive. And some of them drive right past shelters where they could have sheltered, which I teach later in fire survival. But this is the point right now, is that this is what we have to acknowledge can happen this year, just maybe even as soon as next month. If we don't prepare like immediately right now and do our best to make a huge ring of defensive lines before we need them around communities and prepare people, just give them the wake up, the reality check of any mountain fire in the mountains caused by any reason at all during a Santa Ana like this could have this potential. It's Bay Area too. It's different in the Bay Area, but they have fierce winds. Redding too, Shasta area too. But at this point, it's 11:38 at night. There are dozens of people dead already. Or at least a dozen people dead already. Some people are crawling into culverts and underneath bridges, and shivering in face down in rivers and such right now, trying to escape this. The ones that survive are. But that is why everybody took their hats off, and that's why I call it my grim anniversary of my stream. That's what happened on the 6th of September last year. One of the mass fatality events. So the worst one since Paradise, and right next door to the Paradise Fire. Just I can't even wrap my head around that image. That is just so many square miles of the landscape as a 400-foot tall wall of flame inferno, maybe even 500 feet tall. And you can see over to the right, volcanic-esque lightning occasionally erupts into the cloud. And I asked Holt Hanley, and he asked his professor who was standing next to him in his live stream. I said, "Is wildfire lightning generated by the amount of ash in the clouds? Is that creating static electricity just like volcanic lightning? Is it similar?" Wow, look at the spot fire down there, the one that trapped the people at Brushenberry Creek. The fire leaped down there, and they went with their cars and ran into fire. So he said, "Let me ask," and then his professor said, "Yes, that's what causes it." So this firestorm is generating its own lightning and its own little miniature tornadoes and its own wind, due to the amount of fuels that it just consumed. Reminder, this is not an old-growth forest. This has some pretty big trees in it. But the sequoias are a bigger, heavier fuel, and they're almost dead. Can you imagine if this kind of wind hit the sequoias, like the Windy and the KNP? We could have this. We have been lucky so far that we haven't had extremely high wind events yet. But we need to get on it. Send everything we've got right now to get the best containment lines possible. Otherwise, we could have this kind of nuclear-type-esque catastrophe. This is now 2 in the morning. There are 2 towns eliminated. They're struggling to save neighborhoods in Oroville down there to the left side of the screen. The fire jumped over Lake Oroville, which is a massive body of water, like it was nothing. There are thousands of firefighters converging on the area. And it's absolutely insane. So it's almost over. It goes until the night, but it stays in daytime vision. And I had somebody had the audacity to tell me that flames are not 300 foot tall, that I'm always reading infrared incorrectly when I'm seeing 300 foot tall flames. And this guy claimed to have been a wildland firefighter, and I was like, "You're fake, dude." Wildland firefighters are the first people to say that is absolutely real. When people stay behind, when there's a mega fire potential, and say, "I can defend my property with a garden hose," you are sadly mistaken. And this is the only way that I can try to convince people. Red flag days with greater than 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 9% humidity. Run for your life. That is the only thing I gotta say. And not in a panic. Leave well before you're told. Nice and orderly and nice and calm. But if one erupts in your face, like from a car accident at the end of the street, you have to have a shelter-in-place plan. Escape by car is a window of opportunity that closes. You should have an A, B, and C evacuation route. 3 different main roads in 3 different directions. If you only have 1 road out, please understand that that 1 way blocked means that you have to shelter in place or you get trapped. Please leave way before you're told if you only have 1 way out. Recognize your special vulnerability. Now, sometimes you never have the opportunity to leave by car because the fire's just too close to you. You can't outrun a fire, so don't drive like crazy. Don't try to outrace it. You know, the fire can throw a spot 10 miles ahead of you, start a new fire, and you drive right into it. So never, never drive downwind of a mega fire without knowing 100% certainty that the way in front of you is clear. The problem where most people die is if there's a pond or a culvert or a bridge or some other natural shelter, they drive past it. They reach the flames in front of them. They go, "Oh my God," they turn around, and they can no longer get to the bridge and the pond and the pool, whatever they could shelter in place with. Just stay cool. On your evacuation routes, note every place that the fire goes over, that the road goes over a bridge or a body of water. There's either a bridge or a culvert. Note those places, pull over if you can, scout your evacuation route, and note those in your head where they are, mark them on your map. And if you ever see flames in front of you, or you know that the fire is moving too fast, just pull over and be underneath that bridge, be in that culvert, be in that pond, be in that swimming pool. You'll be okay. If you have an adequate shelter, if it's decent, especially if there's water in there, you just have to make sure that you can get in there. Don't say, hey, there's a bridge there and I'll use it as a shelter, and then arrive and find out that it's blocked by a beaver barrier or something. But a lot of people survive through this, just getting in a culvert, just getting under a bridge, just getting in a swimming pool. Same thing with the Paradise survivors. You can get to a parking lot, a big box store parking lot, and just chill there, away from the buildings, away from any trees that can fall on you. If you have a wool blanket especially, you can use that, wrap that around your foot, punt away, get out of your car, punt away and kick any flaming debris that rolls up against it like a trash can. Get back in your car, take shelter. Don't try to escape by car when that window of opportunity closed. Shelter in place becomes your best option once everything like uncertainty happens, when you've lost communications, when you've lost the television, when you've lost your cell phone service, when you pick up the phone and there's no dial tone, and when you can't see. But this is survivable under the right circumstances, just not in your home. Shelter in place is not in your home. It's in a safe space nearby. I can teach you all about that. After losing a family friend to this, but knowing that some of the neighbors survived, I made it my business to find out why. And I've gone to places in Paradise where the fatalities occurred, and I found out some of the victims were well and truly without hope, but most could have survived if they usually walked about 200 feet or 200 yards to a culvert or something underneath the road. I found culverts that were 7 feet high that could have sheltered 50 people in them. But without a fire survival education, too many people think they have to drive like crazy and drive through flames. And in Paradise, some people reached speeds of 65 miles an hour with no visibility in front of them, and they rear-ended other cars, and then they caused a traffic accident and blocked the only way out. Really, don't drive like a bat out of hell. Panicking doesn't benefit anybody. You will see only 5 feet in front of your headlights. You'll be driving 5 miles an hour. Don't do anything else. So, yeah, Terry Ann says the question, how do we, as members of this informative channel, express to people who may have authority and warn the general public to change the obvious communication of safe when not safe at all? You mean, how do we warn people in general? Well, that's up to us. Take what you've learned here, take these links, they're available on YouTube, and teach people what you learned here and just pass it around. This video has a link. This is the timestamp. I started fire educating here about 9 in the morning. Show them the clip. I can show you guys how to form a plan to take care of yourselves, because this happened in this situation. Reverse 911 failed, just like it failed at Paradise the year before, just like it failed at the Cascade Fire the year before that. And this year we saw that Reverse 911 failed to Dixie and the Caldor fires both. Problem is that fire will cut the power and eat through phone lines before they have the chance to press the button. Or there's technical problems. But here's the thing. If you have your own plan, you can understand your own vulnerability and leave way before you're told, with the simple tools like Caltopo. And so what you can do is watch, and you can learn, and then you can teach others too, the simple tools like this. If we go to the scene of where this happened, you can turn on the fire history button. There's the Cascade Fire that killed my friend. And the secondary one over here, the Swedes or whatever that's called. So Bangor and Loma Rica were basically erased off the map. A single night, that was the same night that Santa Rosa burned down. Why? Power lines down in Santa Ana wind conditions. Dixie Fire. PG&E power lines down again. Now the Bear, the North Complex, is innocent lightning enough, but mostly these destructive wildfires and deadly ones are caused by the power company just not de-energizing the lines when they're rickety enough to fall down at the slightest wind, and they let them stay energized at 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts for some reason. But they have a history of doing that. So here it is. Here's the North Complex. The big guy. The ones in red are last year's fires, or just from a couple of years ago. So here is the paradise. And the good news about it is we could do a lot of preventative stuff. This doesn't mean anybody's doomed. I'm here to tell you that you can survive this stuff, because I've found out that you can. Here is where the bear fire stopped. It jumped the one of the forks of the river, got up in here, but it stopped at this line that was made to prevent the Paradise Fire from going the opposite direction the year prior. How ironic is that? But pre-existing lines, when you keep them maintained, they serve you year after year. Here's another puzzle piece. The North Complex. Here's where the Paradise Fire jumped over. Well, when the North Complex tried to go the opposite direction, they manned this line and it stopped. They manned this line and it stopped. They manned these other lines in the Paradise and it stopped. Mind you, it's not the roaring head of the fire. There was nothing stopping that. But they, as soon as the wind event was over, they came out of the woodwork and went directly to attack it. Now here, I can show you how many people could have survived, and maybe some of them did. If you look at, if you use CalTopo and you use Google Earth. Hang on a second.
What do you guys, I don't know, are you looking for any more bucket support at this point, or is it just going to be more focused on?
Listen to Caldor, one moment. Now this is Berry Creek. That's Brush Creek. Both the towns pretty much obliterated by the bear fire that we just saw. Now we were watching a cam that was around here or something, and so the fire ran down, jumped over Lake Orville, and went to
You're Patrol 14 in service. Yeah, so I guess that would be west of DP 68. The fire.
Darn, that's a little bit. I was hoping we'd have clear comms, but it looks like they'll get some aircraft in the air, I hope, for Caldor.
For Santon 3.
Hang on a sec. I think that's mostly some police chatter or something. So I'm just going to quickly end the lesson. What you can do easily is just flip on things like the global imagery sliders. So, like if the people at Brush Creek had a plan, there's plenty of places when they were driving like bat out of hell and frantically down the. I'm not blaming anybody, but driving frantically down towards safety, I bet a lot of them drove right past Madrone Lake right here. This section would have been where I'd stop and pull over my car, and it would have been perfectly safe to shelter right in here in the shallows, because this section had no trees to fall onto the lake, so burning trees could fall on you, but none of them were present. This side did. It has too much vegetation. But if you approach the lake here, there's even a couple little things to climb out onto, kind of like little rafts, like a pump station or something. Pulling over and being there would have been a perfectly safe place to shelter, especially if you had a wool blanket. You could just crouch down to chin deep in the water, throw that over your head, and trap some breathable air. You know, you just don't want to tread water because you'll drown. You know, and you want a wool blanket to make you warm afterwards because you'll be freezing at night. The strange thing about a wildfire is it doesn't make you warm. But as you make your escape route plan, just note the places where the road goes over a body of water like this creek. There will either be a culvert or a bridge. And under many places going down towards Orville, I was identifying bodies of water. When I got to here, I was like, hey, if people had only taken a right turn, there's these two big ponds. And then I found out something else that was even more heartbreaking. I was like, what are these buildings? Well, there's plenty of shelter areas here because it's like open spaces where nothing to burn. So this short grassy field that's green, there's nothing to burn there. A car would be okay. Then these ponds are great for sheltering in. I found out when I went to Google Maps. Let's see, where's our Google Maps? I thought we had it open earlier. So let's go to Brush Creek, California. Take CalTopo and take your Google Maps both. Did we go to the right one? Are we in Butte County? We're not. We're not in Butte County. There's more than one. Let's go to it. There you go. We're right there at it's the fire station. It's the fire station. Fire Station 60. That's what the building is. I know it's hard to see in this stupid, but people needed to have turned right here. And they would have been at the firehouse, and those are the two ponds where they presumably get water. That would have been perfect. And so I thought, why didn't more people go there? What the heck why is Google Man being stupid? Oh, sorry, Berry Creek. Excuse me, Berry Creek. That's the point we were supposed to be at. I thought, why didn't more people go to Butte County Fire Station 62? They got trapped on the road. And I dropped a little gold man. It's because there's no sign, really. If you're driving down that way, there's trees in the way, and they probably drove right past. But if they turned a right here, there's where the ponds are, and that's where the safety was. But you wouldn't know unless you looked. That's the firehouse. There's perfectly good parking lots here that would be safe. And this is a 2009 photo, but you get the idea. They drove past safety and drove this way towards doom. There are many culverts and such. Just use different layers of the map. Everywhere that the road passes over a body of water, that's a creek, that's a culvert, or it's a bridge. Many of them will be just perfect, and you can survive. But make note of this and test drive your evacuation routes and see, get out of the car and try to see, is that choked with weeds? Is it accessible? Can I get in there? Is it too steep to go down there? And just check it out. But if you look back here, what I was talking about, this is perfect. Stop the car right here. Get in the water if you must. Sit here at the edge, and if the firestorm comes, that's shallow water. Throw the blanket over your head and just let it pass. It would just pass you. Your car sitting here would probably be okay. The biggest threat would be falling trees, but they're not that big. This perfect contour right here, this is cut back. If you parked the car right there, it'd probably be okay. It's just, like I was saying, the other side of the pond is no good. See the very tall trees that could catch fire and fall on you. If you were sheltering down here in the water, you'd have to swim out to the deep end. You would be driven back by the heat. But just remember, you just use your wits. Stay calm, stay cool, and you can survive almost any situation. So, and you look back at chat. Sorry, this is an important teaching time. The Caldor is going to get some aircraft. I muted it for a second because we couldn't hear anything. But looks like the first scouts are headed out there, and we'll check our cams. We were waiting for Leak Springs to get a little bit of a different sun angle, but that's even worse to see what's going on at the Caldor. At about 11, the winds will pick back up, and I think it'll come back to life. Mountain Mike says didn't go there because it was at night in a full panic and the wind-driven firestorm breathing down their back. Precisely. They didn't think about shelter-in-place plans before the fire happened. You won't be able to think about anything when there's that coming towards you. The only hope you have is to have already made your plan. And you'll remember it. You'll be able to follow it, especially if you marked your map. That's the nice thing about training and planning. The part of your brain that deals... Hang on. Talk about Kyber's something. Kyber's group. Part of your brain that deals with logical reasoning is switched off by your subconscious mind trying to make you act. It doesn't want you to stop and think about danger. It wants you to act and go do something. So if you already have a plan, you'll just remember it and do it. And just like the fire drill at school. If there ever was a fire in your school, you'd be panicking, there'd be lights out, there'd be choking on smoke, there'd be screaming. But since you drilled a bunch of times, you would know where the exits are. You just find yourself doing what you practice. So it's really irritating to say it, but it's a good slogan. Drill, baby, drill. Right? Drill yourself. That is why firefighters don't panic, and you won't panic if you already have a plan. You will panic if you don't know what to do. That's what panic is, not knowing what to do. If you've already made your plan, not only will you just execute it, you will find yourself a lot more calmer than you think. You'll find yourself like, wow, why am I this calm? You'll be the calm when everybody else around you is panicking, and you'll tell everybody else what to do. And you may even save lives that way. The cool thing is, you'll probably never need to use such a plan. Your A, B, and C evacuation plan and your D, your shelter-in-place plan. You'll probably never need to use it. However, when fire danger happens, when fires are kind of near you, you're going to go to bed sleeping soundly, knowing that you're prepared. You'll have anxiety if you're not prepared. So that's why you should make a plan. You just sleep soundly at night. And that's my best advice to people is, once you've done everything you can do, then you've done everything you can do. So just go to sleep. And rest. Knowing that you've done it all. It's out of your hands. Go to sleep. That's how I end a lot of my streams. Not in front of a mega fire, of course, but like, in the vicinity of one. So, let's see. Going back to the chat. Sorry, I did not look at it for a time period. I'm hoping we can get eyes on the windy. It was explosive. This is the windy. Let's duplicate the tab and see if we have... Oh, really? The camera pivoted away? Okay.
Copy, thank you. Be that way shortly.
Okay, we have two competing radios. We have El Dorado County Wildfire Operations East, and then we have Caldor Fire Operations.
32 is in service, McDonald +3, available Blue Canyon, engine
verified en route.
Zero copies, engine 341.
Here, engine 341 in service, Lincoln +3, you can show us on a delay.
Zero copies, in service on a delay.
Where's Blue Canyon? Is that by the K&P?
343.
That's the Sequoia.
Good morning, Sierra, engine 343 is in service, staffing is Demanti and 3, and show us on a delay. Zero copies, Demanti +3 on delay.
Huh.
LUR, Sierra.
Blue Canyon.
Sierra, LUR 8160 is in service, Mayor +1.
Okay, that's Blue Canyon.
Copy, 8160 in service, Mayor +1.
Cyclists behind you, give them some time to get through before you flip around.
Well, shut my mouth. Every once in a while, every blue moon, the Sequoia Kings National Forest radio chirps up. We have two competing radios on the Caldor. I'm not sure which one to listen to, El Dorado County Wildfire Ops or Caldor Fire Ops. I was playing both earlier. Okay, that was loud. Oh, sorry. Alright, that one's so scratchy, I'm gonna leave Caldor Fire Ops on. Yeah, and Sequoia almost never speaks, so we'll just kind of leave it running at the same time. Sorry if that's disorienting. Oh, interesting. Now, if the east section of the Windy is the most active, then the wind may have shifted. Or it found new fuel over here. But we are almost blind on the camps. It's going to be hopeless to see the K&P. Look how thick the smoke is. But the Windy down there was looking atomic. Just absolutely atomic earlier. Move that away. It's Leak Springs, Colville Mountain, Tobias Peak. See what I mean? That was 7:03 in the morning with the Windy going absolutely nutso. And we were enjoying this view in a shock and awe kind of way. Trying to figure out if it would spawn a true pyrocumulus. And then the camera pans away from it. What? What? Just what? Into the sun, and we can't see anything now. We went from this view to bam. No. Just don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. But that was our last known image of the Windy fire. Take that one off. Okay. Now we could check social media. Maybe they have a morning update. I was hoping the Dixie would have a morning update. We did the River Complex one with Dennis. So let's see if Tulare County Sheriff's Office has anything to say about EVACs or anything. Nothing new. It's pretty cool that they had a powwow and such, so let's check out Sequoia Kings. Did they have a morning update? We were hoping that some of the Sequoia Groves just made it. It's headed for two very important ones. The 100 Trails area is still looking okay, but there's a grove just to the northwest of it that's at risk. Massive risk. So 50 minutes ago we got a update on the K&P, post update. The K&P is now at 25,147 acres. It's at 25,147 acres based on an infrared flight. The two fires, of course, having merged. There's 965 people on it now. Yay. They're getting more people arriving every day, including 33 crews, 24 engines, 17 water tenders, and 8 helicopters. It's a pretty ugly map. We watched with a sort of horrifying fascination that it spilled over the ridge the other day right there by the right flank of Yucca Mountain. I thought it was the left, but it was the right flank of it. By Crystal Cave on the Fresno 1 cam the other night. And it was just eerie to see it walking around. Oh. Now that's a good example of rollout. Where flaming debris from a higher elevation rolls down the slope and lights stuff on fire at the base of the slope. And if it goes across a road or across a ravine, then it'll climb the other side. And that's one of the things that can trap people. But pretty ugly K&P pictures. heat perimeter. This is a strange little part of their update. That's it. That's what we have for images. And an update on the KNP fire. So there's 8 helicopters. We will check and see if any of them make it to the air. 11 hours ago, there was an update. They said in a single day, the fire grew 25,020 acres. That's because of the wind. The red flag. Wow. Looking from a peak south of Shepherd's Saddle, you can see the extent of the contingency line. That's about 1.5 miles from Three Rivers, seen on the 19th. Photo Mark Garrett for National Park Service. That's a nice, somewhat wide line. Hopefully they can continue to widen it. Now, if there's a red flag, that's not really going to help much with high winds, but it's a lot better than nothing. It's like a speed bump. They can run up and down the line chasing it and putting out anything that crosses, like any little embers that cross. But what a whoosh, that would just race right up a hill if an ember were to take. 11 hours ago, it says Chinook helicopter drops water on the Paradise Ridge. That was a scene from the 19th. And boy, did they have a lot of water in them. Now, aircraft help the most with the spots because they can just go splash with pretty intense precision. They really turn the tide. But the funny thing about that is we watched some incredible firefighting videos before on the Bobcat fire in Southern California. And I can't really show it right now for copyright reasons, but if an ember goes like that, first the fire will be this big, and very soon it's that big, then soon it's that big, soon it's that big, soon it's that big. And that's about the size that they can hit with a splash. Maybe it's a little bit too big. But minutes tick by. Just 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes is probably too big to hit with a splash. That chopper pilot will just go, and they don't hop. Hang on.
Yeah, just back it up there to my right, and I'll load from his side.
Okay. Now, the chopper pilot doesn't hover and drop. That almost never happens. The thermal updrafts will throw a helicopter out of the sky if it's intense enough. What they do is they make a wide swing. They fly towards it and they veer away, and then they splash and release with some pretty intense precision. If they hit, and the day is saved. And if they don't, they probably had one shot, and then the fire can race up to the top if they miss. It can be pretty hairy. When they miss, it's heartbreaking. But they're pretty dang good at what they do. This is some incredible terrain. This is basically a aircraft game. At the Windy and the KNP. But they need clarity to work. They need the smoke to be out of the way. The KNP is totally smoked over. But on some portions of the Windy, I bet they could work today. We'll have to find out. So, let's see if we have any more updates. Looks like we won't have a morning update, at least for a bit, on the KNP area. They canceled red flag warning of today. Whatever. Just whatever. And I'm not sure what that thought process is. So here's Hawkins Peak looking at Caldor. And around 11 is when the winds will pick back up, and we could check on it. This is the last 3 hours. The moon set. Yeah, we've still got that smoke right there from the crazy flare-up during the night that was alarming. Looking at least. They downplayed it on their morning operational briefings, so I guess their lines are solid, I guess. But if you want to see the 12-hour, that was pretty insane. Everything was going good till about midnight. Which is about now. Bam. So that is southwest of Sierra Tahoe, a little bit over at Sales Canyon, Sales Ridge area. Yeah, thanks KDoc for the links. Sorry, I kept telling you guys I would look back at chat. So, let me scroll up quite a ways. Did I see the movie Brad Gale Says Fire on the Ridge? Oh, sorry, that was a long time ago. I missed that. No, I did not. I don't know that I'm ready yet. I was going to try to pen my own experience with the Paradise. Like, not that I was real close to it when it happened, but the fact that my brother's house burned down, and I went a couple of times to see the rubble, and was thinking of writing my own script first, for the most part, and then trying to interview survivors, and I didn't want to see too many documentaries that might influence my own before I bang on a script. But it's also going to be hard to watch. I mean, I took horse riding lessons there as a kid, and it's hard to even still comprehend what happened there. Looking up. I think I'm caught up with chat. Let me look down, down, down. Okay, 2 radios are going at once, Caldor and Sequoia, but I'll let you know if one of them is Sequoia. They're almost never queuing up. And I think they're about to get aircraft on the Caldor, because that crazy scene from last night was totally nuts. The Leak Springs is one heck of a time lapse. I'll play it again for anybody who missed it. We thought we'd have a quiet night. Oh boy. And Cindy came in at 3 in the morning and said, "Did you see the cams on the Leak Springs?" I was like, "Yeah, nothing's going on," because for a long time it's facing the wrong direction. Then it pans over at 3 in the morning to the explosion that basically happened. So we're getting towards, that's 1:55 in the morning to just wait for it. Yeah. I turned around and went, "Oh my God." So, but today's 7 a.m. meeting, they weren't there. They were pretty nonchalant about it. So hopefully it's not threatening their lines. But it was pins and needles until they spoke about it this morning at the morning operational briefing. I'm dying to know what they'll say about it at 5 p.m. because that was a wow. 11 a.m. the winds will pick up more. Tomorrow's winds are going to be worse than today's. Just don't ask me why they canceled the red flag today. Okay. Whatever. There must be some secret about the weather that I don't know about. When you have high wind gusts and very poor humidity and dry air, I don't know what more you need for a red flag. But that's current look. So we've kind of been blinded. There's another camera to check. But this was still going pretty good at 7 during their meeting. That's 6:30, 6:45, 7. And we still saw the smoke puffing up and trying to form a pyrocumulus cloud. It was not quite. But now we can barely see anything. So we keep checking on it. I'm going to put
MRB, hello base on command 2, radio check.
Hang on. Guess that was just a radio check. So there are some flare-ups over by Echo Lakes and such, and you can see the wind was pretty good, not terrible. The trees in the foreground are not really moving too much, not like the craziness of the night before last. But that was a wetting rain. The wetting rain is probably why this fire didn't explode like insane this morning. It may not be completely dried out yet. But we did notice, with grave concern, that over here, which appears to be one of the ridges, during the time lapse and down in here, there may have been a spot fire that came down, but we saw smoke from down in here. But the fire was up on the ridge, right about here. The stupid tree was in the way. But we were trying to figure out which ridge that was. See how the light of the heat is right there. And the best I came up with is it's probably, we saw the heat detections there. That was a sales ridge. And then down up under there was a spot fire down into Sales Canyon, or just something else, some kind of a fire down that canyon. But they have a completed hand line down there, so it may have been not that big of a deal. It may have never crossed them. They barely mentioned it. They just kind of gestured at the map and said, we had a lot of activity last night. We'll have a lot of wind today, too. But go get him, Tiger, was basically it was a kind of a funny, jolly kind of a upbeat meeting this morning. But when the public sees this all night, we're the ones going, ah! Trying to figure out if it was making a run for Sierra Tahoe, and if it had breached lines or not, because we couldn't hear any radio chatter. We can only hear pilots during the day. And that was the issue. So instead of the west flank, we have the east flank of the windy now being the most active. So who knows what's going on, but we have two very, very vulnerable groves right in the crosshairs. Hopefully this one will eke by. Mostly the wind was going that way. And if today at 2 p.m., we hope the wind goes to the north, hopefully the Indian reservation land won't be impacted. It's kind of inching closer towards their permanent buildings, not just campgrounds. There's a painted rock and such. I don't know, it's right there. Sorry. Painted rock in a casino. Yeah, it is over there. Not too far away. And it was making a hard push. It was going atomically nuclear throughout this morning. But by 2 p.m., the wind should shift towards almost due north or northeast, and hopefully it'll keep it from getting there too fast, so they have time to prep in case that they're impacted. But that's why we haven't seen crazy explosive growth down here yet, is the wind changes direction so frequently, the wind that the fire blows back on itself. Otherwise, we would have seen it take off like a rocket with those crazy dead sequoia fuels. Some of the heaviest, biggest fuels in the world, literally, from some of the world's largest dead trees from the beetle kill and the fungus kill and previous wildfires. KNP up here. Now we have the most activity on the south side of the I can't remember which fork this is. This is Yucca Creek. And it's away from the trees. We don't have a heat detection in the General's Grove right now. Yay! The wind pushed it away from it last night, so hopefully that bought them some more time for prep. We have a warning now, evacuation warning, for the Wilsonia area, which we're investigating the last couple of days. It's got a lot to lose up there. But it's just another warning and nothing has changed. So hopefully the wind will shift around and keep blowing it back on itself. That's the best outcome. Buying them more and more time to get more and more people there to strengthen lines. Because, like I said, guys, like the lesson began at 9 in the morning. If the Santa Ana's winds happen before these are out or contained, God help us. Like the true 77 and 101 mile wind gusts. If that happens, and that can happen in October, like it did 2017, Friday the 13th, October 13th, in 2017. They will run like lightning for the valley and try to eat towns in the valleys. Every single one. They happen all over the state at the same time. Wherever the fires are, wherever the open flame is active, it'll just run downwind towards valleys, just wherever it is, just where it happens to be at the time, even if it's a new start. So if Caldor still has open flames that are still able to escape, you could have crazy scenarios like it running like that way for Sacramento, because that's all unburnt fuel, you know. They really need to get a handle on this as fast as possible. Otherwise, insanity can happen. So that's at least predictably, the Santa Anas and Diablos would go down the slope. That's what they do, is they leave in two areas. They leave San Francisco Bay and they leave down Santa Ana by Pasadena. And wherever they come in, there's just two places where the winds leave. And they're seasonal. It's not climate change, it's just seasonal. But they're hot, dry, and hurricane-force wind gusts. So the clock's ticking for Santa Ana wind season, and hopefully, we don't have any uncontrolled fires up in the mountains at the time that they strike. And hopefully they de-energize power lines all over the state that are insecure during Santa Anas. They don't last too long. It's usually not longer than a night or a day where their fiercest winds happen. It's totally acceptable. In fact, most of California is very, very, very welcoming of a power safety shutoff during Santa Anas. That's just common sense. Not that many people complain about the power safety shutoffs. People complain when the mega fires erupt, when they don't happen. Everybody in their right mind, anyway. So we do have a helicopter. Maybe they'll talk soon. And he's going over the area in question. That is of concern, because we saw the crazy flare-up on the Caldor happen here. So I'm hoping this pilot will make a report to the ground crews after scoping the area out in this extremely old Cobra. That's 52 years old. Wow, that's a classical aircraft. It probably saw service in the war. Okay, looking back at the chat. K-Doc says, Caldor Fire new forest closure order just issued. Lake Tahoe Basin Managed Unit backcountry. Really? Okay, let's check this out. Desolation Wilderness Closure Area. Okay. Yeah, that's not safe. That's not safe with that active fire still there. I'm hoping we can hear the pilots. Usually by 10:30 we have them launch, and so around 10, the eye in the sky goes and takes a look around and does a report. Speak of the devil.
Okay, just curious if acquiring the MRB is staffed. We got two trucks sitting here. We're gonna wait till we get a little closer. Yeah, Fresno 4 is on scene in the Bayshore. Fresno 4, Sierra Copy, 10-1.
Okay, I'm sorry. There's some construction work happening in my neighborhood. I have no idea what that drilling sound is, but I don't know if it's coming through my microphone. Just let me know if it is. What are they doing to the street now? Hopefully I don't have an internet disruption. So, looking back up at the chat. Yeah, Bob, wasn't that a crazy time lapse? Okay. I went way too far up in chat. So, yep, thanks K-Doc for the links. Those are good. Oh, Helen, yeah, sorry, that doesn't flag me. I don't know why. You must be on mobile. Wildfires Tobias Windcam working now. Okay, let's check on it. It was out since yesterday. But it's not looking at the cloud. It's looking to the east of the windy instead of directly at it, which is just frustrating. I wish it would pivot a little bit or zoom out. But thanks for the tip. I keep forgetting about it. Look at the little flapper right here that tells us the wind direction. Looks still windy to me, like it's still cooking. Look at that. It's breezy. There we go. Look at the charred, blackened mountaintops. This is going to look ugly. We know we've lost a lot of sequoias. We just don't know how many. So let me make a note here. 9:21. It's 9:21:21. Where the heck does time go? So the 3 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. was the crazy Caldor flare up. I'll mute myself for a second. Okay, we are waiting for the pilot to give a report who's flying around the Caldor. And then he'll order the appropriate aircraft for the situation. They've got a decent amount of aircraft that they can use today on the Caldor. I'm hoping to see aircraft down on the windy.
27 right now. Stay put until Mike gets a little closer. And then once he gets up to where I am now, just go ahead and pull across.
That was funny at their meeting this morning. They said, guys, we don't want another... Oh gosh, what was the acronym? I should have written it down. The safety message was when you're hooking up the sling loads, which is the helicopters carrying around cargo in a net, dangling from a rope. He's like, make sure you secure that. We don't want another, what was that, TFOA. And then the crowd chuckled, and he said, things falling off an aircraft. TFOA. I'm going to use that. Things falling off aircraft. Firefighter humor is pretty funny sometimes. Hey, Husky Eagle. Smitty says they don't say they're going to de-energize lines, then not do it like they did last weekend. I know. So they said they were going to de-energize the Tahoe area lines, but I bet they didn't because it poured down rain. They may have an excuse there. That basically just dumped an insane amount of rain at Tahoe. But elsewhere, they should definitely have done that. The Zog fire erupted because they didn't when I was covering the glass fire last year, and that was fatal. They put down everything that they were doing at the August complex, the lightning complex, just when they were getting a handle on things, to go running off after the Zog fire because, well, it was threatening Reading. Here my family members are evacuating Reading. And half-dead people are crawling with severe burns on the highways trying to leave the area, who later died. That's what happens when they don't de-energize lines. They pled guilty to manslaughter again and got a hand slap again. Just, you can't rely on them to do the right thing. Did you see the KCRA article about PG&E and what the probation judge said? That the headline is PG&E is a danger to the public. Not my words. The judges.
Southbound right now with an Eagle.
This article is from September 13th. Judge digs deeper into PG&E's suspected role in the Dixie fire, says the utility poses a safety hazard, meaning to the public. The judge says PG&E is a convicted felon that poses a safety hazard to California, says U.S. District Judge William Alsup. My job is to rehabilitate you, and that is what I'm going to do until the last minute. He was talking to the lawyer team of PG&E. A Pacific Gas and Electric troubleshooter spent nearly 2 hours in federal court Monday fielding questions about whether the beleaguered utility could have turned off the electricity sooner to a power line now suspected of sparking the monstrous Dixie fire 2 months ago. The grilling came before a federal judge. Mind you, PG&E has started like 24 of the California's 27 deadliest and largest fires in the past several years. So this would just be another one under their belt. A Pacific Gas and Electric troubleshooter spent nearly 2 hours in federal court Monday fielding questions about whether the beleaguered utility could have turned off the electricity sooner to the power line now suspected of sparking the monstrous Dixie fire 2 months ago. The grilling came before a federal judge who's overseeing PG&E's criminal probation for a felony conviction after the utility's gas lines blew up part of a neighborhood in San Francisco Bay in 2010.
Shows engine 32 in service local on a delay.
The U.S. Judge William Alsup has repeatedly hammered PG&E for creating dangers with its fraying equipment, igniting some of the deadliest wildfires in California, causing so much death and destruction during 2017, in which my friend died, and 2018, in which my brother nearly died, that the company negotiated more than $25 billion in settlement during a 17-month bankruptcy that ended last year. That's because the governor helped bail them out. The judge is now weighing whether he can impose more stringent conditions on PG&E before his authority expires when the company's 5-year probation ends in January. PG&E is a convicted felon that poses a safety hazard to California. Judge Alsup told the utility's lawyers near the end of Monday's hearing, "My job is to rehabilitate you, and that is what I'm going to do until the last minute." Alsup and a lawyer from the U.S. Attorney's Office spent most of the hearing trying to construct the timeline between when the PG&E troubleshooter first was sent out to a remote area of Butte County where the Dixie fire is believed to have started, and several hours later when he first smelled smoke. The identity of the troubleshooter, known as Trouble Man, was not revealed in court to help shield him from potential threats. He needs to be in the witness protection program. Like, threats might come from the company, in my opinion. Although no formal findings have been reached, PG&E has acknowledged to California power regulators that a tree leaning into one of its power lines may have started the Dixie fire, which has scorched nearly 1 million acres to become the second largest fire in the state's history. It's not even mentioned that they started a second fire with their same thing happening on the Fly fire. I guess they'll get to it. The backlash to that initial disclosure and numerous others in the last decade prompted PG&E to announce an ambitious plan to bury 10,000 miles of lines to reduce the chances of equipment causing more fires. Day late, dollar short, people are dead. Half of Plymouth County is destroyed. Half of Butte County is destroyed. Nice that you think about it now, but okay. A statement, PG&E said that its shares the courts focus on safety and recognize we must take a leading role in preventing future catastrophic wildfires. God, I hope that that's sincere. I just have a feeling it isn't. The troubleshooter testified that he tried to contain the fire by traversing the treacherous terrain and employing a pair of 2.5-gallon fire extinguishers, as well as trying to dig breaks around the vegetation. He estimated these efforts started shortly after 4:40 p.m. on July 13th. But the worker, who has been with PG&E for 10 years, first began to investigate a problem along the line around 12:30 that day, after getting a non-urgent notification from the utility. Remember, they detected a surge in their line and didn't tell CAL FIRE until 5 hours later. He testified that he initially used binoculars to scan the area from well below the problem area, but he couldn't see any evidence of a tree leaning into a power line or any other issues. He said that prompted him to drive the circuitous route on an unpaved bumpy road and over a bridge with no cell phone service with limited coverage for radio transmissions, so he couldn't call 911. Like I say, guys, we need to have cell phone service everywhere in the mountains for firefighter communication, and well, early response means you're saving a whole lot of money in disaster. A penny of prevention is worth billions of cure. He said he did drive up over there, and then in his questions, the judge pressed the troubleshooter why he didn't go to a nearby PG&E switching station to turn off the power to the line, after realizing he couldn't even determine what was wrong. The troubleshooter testified he could only take that action if he was ordered to by management. Oh God, because it would involve cutting power to customers. See, here's the positive in this. We could change laws. We could protect whistleblowers like this. We should make a law right now. Any utility line worker who senses danger should be able to shut the power off and not face any consequences, not get fired, nothing, if it's in the public safety's interest. Like just there. That would do so much to help prevent wildfires right there. The troubleshooter testified he could only take action if he's ordered to do by management, and he had no cell phone service to call the management. Dear God. A dam and tunnel in the area had already lost power on the 13th, but the worker testified that he believed a railroad would have lost electricity had the power from that switching station been turned off, though he didn't know whether any households or businesses would have been affected. The judge ordered PG&E to provide the names of the dispatchers who communicated with the troubleshooter that day for possible questions about that decision-making, saying it seemed obvious that the most prudent thing to do would have been turn off the dang power until more investigation could be done. Err on the safe side, because that's what the judges have ordered PG&E to do year after year after year. The governor said do it too. Err on the side of safety. If you detect surges in your lines and something is wrong, just cut the power till you figure it out. But they didn't do it. They gambled with people's lives. The judge accused PG&E of downplaying the risk posed by the power line suspected of causing the Dixie fire. He said he has received information flagging the troublesome power line as the 11th most dangerous in PG&E's sprawling service territory, meaning it's rickety, ill-maintained, and will fall over. Trees will fall over on it because they haven't been doing their legal duty of trimming vegetation for years, for decades, and inspecting lines for hazards like that. PG&E has until noon Friday to provide the dispatcher names. The judge has said he would assess where to call them to court. Now, this should have been done immediately. PG&E has had time to pressure their employees now. That's what ABC 10 and others have been worried about. There's been a long time for PG&E, the millionaires and such, to put all kinds of pressure on their employees to say certain things in court. We hope they'll do the right thing. But that they should have been immediately put into like a witness protection program type thing, sequestered away from PG&E so they couldn't be coached on what to say, so that they'd only be able to say what happened, what the truth was. That's a long time to run around hiding evidence, too. Ugh. Remember, these are convicted felons that have killed more than 100 people, or at least 100 people. They blow up a San Francisco neighborhood in 2010. They're convicted felons. They kill 84 people and plead guilty to manslaughter to Paradise. They killed 4 people at the Zog fire and plead guilty to manslaughter. They poisoned well water in the 70s and give people rare cancers and just get a hand slap, Flint, Michigan style. This is a company that kills people. They are protected by a weak set of laws that say that you can't put corporate CEOs in handcuffs. You can only give them a $10,000 fine if they kill dozens of people at a time. That is nothing to a millionaire. We can change laws and we can change what happens here. This is enraging, but we can change it. This doesn't happen to other states. This doesn't happen to other countries because they have more robust public safety laws. In other countries, like in South Korea, when they did a building collapse, when these engineers at the Sampoong Mall, the owners of the mall ignored engineers and they did not evacuate the building right when it was about to collapse, and hundreds of people were crushed to death. It was a lot like the collapse of the Florida condo. South Korea slammed those CEOs in handcuffs, sent them to prison, confiscated their assets, and paid the victims. We need that law. That is just justice. They're not ever going to grow a heart. They're not ever going to make decisions of public interest, any cold-hearted snake-type corporation CEOs and bigwigs. We don't need them to. All we need to do is make them afraid of the law, afraid of some sort of a personal consequence. And we'll have a different outcome. So PG has until noon to provide the dispatcher names, which is from 2 months ago, and boy, I imagine they're going to provide all kinds of interesting names. It may not even be the real people involved. Who knows? Hopefully it is. But boy, Alsop made it clear he didn't blame the troubleshooter for the fire. He tried to stop it from the outset, and I thank you for that, the judge told him. He probably did everything he could within what the corporation allowed him to do. But what I like to tell people is with these disasters time and time again, there's usually somebody who knows. With the Florida condo collapse, with the Sampoong Mall disaster in South Korea, with the ship that was going to roll over and trap the students inside, and the captain ordered them to stay in their bunks. You can take control and you can change things. You can speak up. You can do something. All you have to do in life is die and make choices. You don't have to obey company rules or whatever the heck's going on. You can decide, screw this, I'm doing the right thing, and pull the plug. Obedience culture has to die. The next thing we have to do is enact laws that would protect people that act heroically in the public interest, like whistleblower laws. You know, the engineers who inspected the Sampoong Mall probably regretted till the day they die, not pulling the the fire alarm to get people to evacuate the building, even though the owners of the building wouldn't. So you can do something. You don't have to follow rules that are just going to get people killed or cause a disaster. Somebody could take away on the ship, take away from the captain and speak into the microphone, don't listen to this idiot, abandoned ship, it's going to sink. You know, oftentimes there's a couple individuals that could avert disasters. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying you have a choice. Obedience culture has to die. Just stand up and be a hero. Sometimes you may get an opportunity to. It's just a miracle that hundreds of people didn't die in Greenville. Just a miracle. We could have had another Paradise at Greenville. They ran for their lives, and fire trucks melted in the streets. You know, we've had logs on fire fall on the firefighters and send them to critical condition. We've had injuries and near-death experiences. We may have fatalities before the fire season's over, but I'm just hoping we don't. But what you do, your individual actions can make a difference, and that just goes for anybody in any situation. Are people not really responding to danger? Well, take it upon yourself. You know, Don't pull that fire alarm. People are still shopping. Whatever, dude. Yank it. You know? Just be bold. That's all I got to say about that situation. Hoping that that we'll hear more from the pilot. I just heard it was muted for you guys. Yeah, a little bit of chatter. Okay, maybe we'll hear what's the verdict on this. Is he gonna take VLATs today?
Charlie Hotel, altimeter 3044, you're cleared into Cody check, and then direct to Margaret, clear the smoke, 9,000 and below, Hocus at 9,500, and we'll get you lined out with 3 Tango Hotel.
Here comes the Black Hawk.
Go 44, and we'll get you contacts.
That's where you're wrong. Employees can decide to disobey orders. I mean, we can't blame them, right? But on a personal level, there are only 2 things in life that a person must do. That is die and make choices. What choice are you going to make? Make the choice you can live with. I'm sure after causing a disaster, a lot of people who are following the company orders really regret that to the day they die. You know, it's you got to make the choice you can live with. But we shouldn't crucify people when they're not to blame. Mostly the rule set is to blame because there's a lot of pressures, and I know about it. If you lose your health insurance because you lose your job, and then you get cancer, you have bankrupted your family, and you're probably going to die of cancer. You won't get treatment unless somebody takes pity on you. We have a lot to fix about the system. A lot of people in a good job with health insurance will not want to lose that job and will feel pressure for a company to be unsafe. It's a horrible choice. Get fired, you know, at the next time you're 5 minutes late to work. And suddenly have a $6 million bill for your son's cancer treatment. You know, it's hard. That's why it's so important to make new laws to protect people. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Both of the Caldor channels are talking over each other with an echo, so I just turned off one.
You got a Type 1 helicopter, it'll be 3 Tango Hotel outbound using the 50 route. You might not see it because they're
And I don't think that's actually true, J.E.Cat. Power safety shutoffs, you can't really sue when they happen. I mean, the rolling blackouts and stuff of the Enron era, if your oxygen generator doesn't work and you kill somebody and having a lawsuit, that's not really a thing. Oxygen generators fill up tanks that can be stored. The people on oxygen have backup tanks and such, and can make phone calls to get new deliveries of oxygen tanks. So I mean, that's not a thing. The worst thing that would happen to the employee is he'd get fired because we couldn't bill the train company for their electricity today. You went against our policy, you know.
As of right now, no minimal smoke showing, and last night mop-up operation 30 feet plus and successful.
That's really low. That's Sequoia. Well, they're mostly just chattering. I'm going to mute that about the that Bayshore fire. That's basically a done deal. So I'm going to mute that. We have just Caldor West playing right now. So, yeah, John Robinson was saying no power on end for days equals no CPAP machine and such. Yeah, well, what PG&E has been ordered by the judge to do is cut off the power when there's fire danger. They've already been doing that. And so they don't have a consequence to that. The people of California mostly just bought their own generators by now. And the thing is, it's all PG&E's fault, because the only reason the power's being shut off for days on end because of these fire things is they neglected maintenance for about 40 years. So they should be sued for the entire shebang. However, you know what just happened? The governor had signed a bunch of, he signed a bill into law that limited the liability of PG&E, and that bailed them out of their bankruptcy. You guys remember that? Remember that? That's why the people in my chat are so enraged. The victims of the Paradise Fire got screwed. A lot of them are still homeless. That's not political, that's just factual. That the governor signed that legislation to limit their liability so they didn't have to pay the victims as much, and authorized a rate hike.
Brian, I got about a third of the load. You want to use it or just go top?
Authorized a rate hike on the victims to pay the victim settlements, so their stock wouldn't tank too much and that their company would survive. It's absolutely evil. That's just corruption. That's not political, that's corruption. It's a matter of justice. That's why I was enraged that he did that. That's why he was very unpopular. If you look at the counties that wanted the recall, it's Butte County. They got super screwed. And the counties that are most affected by the fire, for the most part, these wildfires, they're not happy about it. And after Paradise, the Zog fire broke out, same thing. They neglected to turn the power off, and they let Redding just about burn down, and Igo and Ono over there just got it, and people died. Yeah. I know. The thing is I just don't think enough of the people of California knew that he did that. What they heard is what he announced to the public. He announced, "Oh, I increased the fire budget by $500 million," or whatever crazy claim that was. And then Cap Radio and NPR investigated that claim and said, actually, he slashed it by $150 million. And he's like, "Oh, I put more firefighters out there." And they investigated that and said, actually, he shut down 8 firefighting camps this year, and we're understaffed now. And he points at the shiny new helicopters, but they're not here. They're sitting around. They're not doing the nighttime flying. I know it takes a while for them to get certified, but they're not helping this fire season. But he takes photos with them and stuff, and it's a good PR stunt. But in reality, he's slashed the firefighting fire prevention budget by $150 million, according to Cap Radio and NPR. They were going to have a hearing about that. It got postponed before as the recall happened. That's what Brian Ritterman was explaining on ABC 10. He wasn't allowed to take a camera into this hearing, this one with the judge either. The majority of Californians just don't know he did that. Yeah, they are criminals. They need to be broken up. They've been killing people since the 70s. I mean, see the Aaron Brockovich movie. They cold-heartedly just poisoned well waters with toxic chemicals, giving families and communities cancer. Knew about it and just said, "Oh, well, we covered it up." That's what the Aaron Brockovich movie is about. The lawyer, well, she wasn't even a lawyer at the time. She just stood up to them and won in court. But they still just got a hand slap and said, "Oh, we actually don't face a consequence for killing people." Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, Rafael Gonzalez says, "Well, when more homes burn in more urban affluent areas and not just the yokels, they will reap what they sow, voting and coddling the politicians." I don't wish that fate on anybody. You know, people in urban areas may think they're not affected by wildfires, but look how Oakland burned when Santa Ana's hit and the Diablo winds hit Oakland. in crazy statistics of another structure being lit on fire every 1.5 minutes. The rate of spread was insanity. But you're right, until they're personally affected and wake up. I mean, most of it's the media. The mainstream media didn't cover this. ABC 10 is not a big fish. It's a small one. It's a small local thing. And I read horrible articles such as the San Francisco Chronicle saying recalling the governor would be a mistake. And I was just like, you cowards. You cowards. It's the New York Times that covered this story, but that's New York. You know, it was the Wall Street Journal that shows that PG&E started 1,500 fires. I think that was the Wall Street Journal, and that's an old article. It's 2,500 now because this was dated in the past. That's Wall Street Journal, but it's back east. They were brave enough to run with the story. Business Insider was brave enough to run with the story, but that's not your local paper, you know. The local media has a sort of fear of angering politicians in power, especially at the top levels, because they will be shut out of press conferences and stuff that they need to reach and do their job, you know. And it's hard. This is going up against the upper echelons of power in the United States, against some of the richest corporations, the richest people in the United States, the elite, who have no compunctions about killing people. That takes a lot of bravery to go out and tell the truth. You know, these people if they lose $2 million, that's nothing to them. They will throw that at you to try to ruin you in court if you say the wrong thing, if you do a slander thing. I am quoting the media. This is not my supposition. This is what the actual media investigates and is brave enough to say. They start a fire at the rate of once a day in California. That is an insane track record. There's no other corporation that recklessly endangers the public like this. How do they get away with it? They're protected by the elite. It's criminal.
A federal judge is demanding more information from PG&E about the start of the Dixie fire. In court today, the judge asked an employee why they didn't ask to have the power shut off sooner. The judge has told the utility to file more information about those power lines by Friday. Judge William Alsop also told the utility's lawyers today that PG&E is a convicted felon that poses a safety hazard to California. He said, quote, "My job is to rehabilitate you, and that is what I am going to do until the last minute." In a statement, PG&E said it shares the court's focus on safety and recognizes that, quote, "we must take a leading role in preventing future catastrophic wildfires."
I actually do hope that is sincere, but I just fear that it isn't. Their track record isn't very good. Since 2014, it's just again. And then San Bruno as well. And then before that, the 1970s, the cancer stuff. I was even told that they had an even worse safety track record, that they kind of recklessly endangered the workers even at the turn of the century on their power projects, kind of spending workers' lives like it was nothing. But, well, the turn of the century was like that. Safety culture kind of began in the 30s when workers started making demands. When building the big projects like dams, but there used to be on major construction projects, it was pretty routine to have a dozen fatalities or so, like building a dam, building a big building. And they had no safety harnesses when they built the Empire State. People just walked around on the 70th floor on the girders. You've seen those horrible, crazy photos. That's the way it was. Whoopsie, another guy died. Write a check to his family. I mean, the 1800s is way worse. We've come a long way. But the 1800s, when they were blasting in mines and such and making the railroads, holy mackerel. But, yeah, it makes me too angry. It makes me too angry to think about PG&E too often. I just do it every once in a while because I have to tell the public the goal here is to save lives and prevent the mega fires, to educate people about fire safety, what they can do to protect themselves, educate people about why the mega fires happen and what we can do to prevent them, such as get rid of fire promoting weeds in California, make laws that prevent their sale, get rid of the eucalyptus gasoline trees, the fire promoting weeds like Scotch broom. You know, when we replant fire resisting trees that are native, such as cedars and those types of redwoods and such, not just the cha-ching, fast-growing, profit-making pines. We can do a lot to fix the situation. But stroke of a pen is the easiest ones. Laws that would help. We could do everything in the world to prevent carbon emissions, but what does it matter if we have these mega wildfires? Check on the CO2. The CO2. Look, the mega wildfires like this in the Dixie were this bad. You look at the world's worst CO2 emissions right now, and you have all the industry of Asia and such going on, but the world's worst air quality and such comes from these fires. And if you saw the Dixie and the Caldor when they were going, this was insane. So what does it matter if we cut emissions, but just have half the landscape burn up and with super emissions and pollution? What does it matter if we make progress on healthcare, if we choke on the smoke that's unbreathable and get people killed with it? What does it matter if we have environmental policies that are great if we let the state burn up and the environment get ruined? There are California condors that burned alive, that chicks burned alive in the nest because of these fires. I don't know about you, but I'm really pissed. Excuse me, I'm really angry. For the entire shebang, the people, the landscape, the state, the environment, enough is enough. When we have too many people on the PG&E fires and not enough people to send to the others get huge. The Tamarack was tiny, but there were not enough people to send to it because they were all in the Dixie. So the Tamarack got huge and crossed state lines. Same thing with the Caldor. 25% of America's firefighters were on the Dixie. They ran out of people. When the Caldor erupted, they had nobody to send. The river complex and the monument and the McFarland broke out from lightning, and there was nobody to send. They kept ordering. We need aircraft. We need people. We need engines. Sorry. All the firefighters in the Dixie, there's nobody to send you. We ran out. All these other fires got big because PG&E started the Dixie, and just when they had the Dixie under control, they started the Fly Fire. Everybody forgets about that one. But the original Dixie footprint was looking like it would be this big. Remember that? They were winding down the response to the Dixie. They had a 4850-something containment on it. They had a Quincy base. They had a Westwood base. They had a Chester base. Remember when Chester was the evacuation area? And Greenville was an evacuation area. Remember that? And then PG&E equipment starts the Fly Fire right here, and it runs for Taylorsville and Crescent Mills. They had to drop what they were doing, which was making containment lines here. They would have protected Greenville from that little spot that came over. They dropped what they were doing, it seems, to fight the Fly Fire and protect Taylorsville. And then it took off and obliterated Greenville, obliterated Canyon Dam, took off and nearly obliterated Chester. It destroyed the stuff in front of it. And then went over and almost reached Susanville. It almost circumnavigated Lake Almanor, it almost destroyed the peninsula and almost destroyed Westwood. It was just a midnight miracle that saved it, and they got the ability to respond. If it had taken direct aim at Chester, Chester would be erased off the map. That's what happened. And then the spot fires just spread out from there. It just spread out and spread out from there. Remember what they were doing the night before that all went wrong is they were shutting down some of their extra bases like at Westwood, and they said, guys, we don't even need nightly community meetings anymore. We'll just do them every other night. Remember how the Dixie was winding down when PG&E equipment started the Fire 2. Just that's what they announced. They have to be stopped. And so people say don't get political. I'm not getting political. I'm telling you cause and effect. Do you want to see more of the state burn up? I don't. This is unsustainable, having $1 trillion disasters or whatever these will add up to be. It's cause and effect. You either address the root cause or you get more of the same. This company is causing most of the problems of fires in California, and most of the deadly ones and most of the expensive ones. So you got to do something about it. And if politicians are protecting it or laws aren't good enough, change that too. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I don't know who you should vote for. But I can just tell you that the upper echelons of the government have to care, or at least pretend like they do, and do something that's right. I was so disappointed when the presidential debates didn't even mention the fires. They were still raging last year. I just couldn't believe it. My best advice is that we get new blood in, people who are maybe fire experts, and just vote them into office. They'd be actually good. They wouldn't have a dog in the fight or have political corruptions. That's what I was hoping somebody would stand up. But whoever it's going to be will have 3 features. They won't blame others. They'll take personal responsibility and say we can fix things. B, they're going to have a plan, and C, they're going to be uniting. They're going to bring both sides of the aisle together and say we all need to help the situation. Whoever that is, if they have an ounce of brains in their head or good advisors, they'll make a huge difference in what happens with these fires. Because for the most part, they're happening because that company is starting fires. We don't have enough personnel to send to the other ones. So the other ones that would have stayed small, the traditional lightning fires, the traditional accidents, your occasional arson, they're getting huge instead of staying small like they used to in the past. And whoever's in charge of the budget needs to increase it instead of slash it. If we just have more personnel, more equipment, preventative measures, boom. We have a very bright future. They have done an amazing job with the small amount of personnel they've had, and an incredible job. We've got skills, we got good people, we just need more of everything. Even though the climate's doing this crazy stuff, for the most part, this is all solvable. But it is my duty to tell you what exactly is going on, how to go about fixing it, and then boom, public demands change. That's it. The best way to go about getting new laws that would protect whistleblowers and such, that could shut off power, company rules be damned, is write your congressman.
A little more room to roll this.
Write your congressman, because you know what they're going to do? They're going to love coming up and taking credit for being the congressman that has the Saving of California bill, right? The Wildfire Saving bill. Because unfortunately we're going to have more. There's going to be more and more people affected, and more people are going to wake up and start demanding. I don't care what the rest of your policies are, because they don't matter if the state is on fire. I mean, how can we tackle homelessness and housing if we keep getting the fires increasing it? How can we tackle healthcare if the fires make everybody sick? How can we tackle the environment if this destroys the environment? How can we create jobs if this destroys entire towns and obliterates jobs and makes power too expensive to afford in the state and the companies leave? How can we tackle any issue? Fires will wreck it all. We need money. to fix crumbling infrastructure. How can we have that if we have billion-dollar disasters constantly occurring several times a year? Because a corporation decides it wants to make money. You know? There's no getting around that issue. So, there you go. It's laid out. Now, demand it. That's all we have to do. We take personal responsibility. All that shenanigan stuff happened because we were kind of asleep at the wheel. We were unaware. But now that we're awake, we can work together to change things. No more arguing. No more left versus right. No more logger versus environmentalists. Extremists, shut up. Sanity's in the center. We unite. We shake hands. We say we don't even have to like each other, but we have the same common goal. So let's work together for it. What do you say? Nobody wants these fires. Just unite and realize that you are the elephant in the room. We're the powerful ones. We're the ones with the vote. We're the ones who can change stuff. They only win if they can keep us divided. When people realize they have the power, they see that.
Moving southbound with traffic. I'm in just big. I've got traffic behind me, and I'll get out of the way. Copy. Copy.
If we don't unite, there's just one thing that we have to look forward to. If we don't. And that's this. This is what happened last year. This is the Bear Fire. Killing a dozen people, erasing 2 towns, and running for Orville, and they barely saved Orville. This is what happened last year, the 6th of September. Remember this. This is the day I started streaming last year. This is the insane inferno. This is what awaits California if we don't do something immediately, and we must unite to do so. We have to do something. Arguing, pointing fingers does not work. Stop it immediately and just say, okay, let's work together, whoever we are. No more blaming the left, right, calling names, blah, blah, blah. You know, we did that for like the better part of the 20th century. Look what it got us. They win if we fight amongst ourselves. That's the only thing we have to do for the people just making money off these fires to just continue to do so. Well, not making money off the fires, but making money off the policies that cause the fires. Profits over people, profits over safety. Politicians being indifferent and just blaming cow farts and global warming when they have a hand in what's going on. They're in the way of true progress. We must ask them to step aside and elect people who will actually do something. I don't know who they're going to be. I don't endorse candidates. I don't get political. But they take personal responsibility. They say we can fix things. They have an idea. They have a plan. They listen to good advice, and they unite people from every corner of whatever state they're in. They're going to have those qualities. And anybody who blames somebody, yells and sneers and says, it's somebody else's fault, or that person didn't, just say step aside, sir, ma'am, or somebody who knows how to get stuff done. This is our reality. This is our wake-up call. There's a lot of dead people already who would probably like to speak to you and tell you about how they wish that action had already been taken, and hopefully that that number of dead people won't increase. I think the best way to honor the dead is fix this situation. This didn't happen in the past. Not with this frequency and not with this severity. Remember, these are the California's worst wildfires ever. The worst ones. This did not happen in the past because the lines were new in the past. The infrastructure was new in the past. It's now falling to pieces. And at wind speeds that really shouldn't destroy things. It's fallen down. It's erasing towns, erasing cities, and just ruining lives, ruining the environment, killing endangered species, and destroying things that are irreplaceable. It's time to act right now. We may even see something like this in the coming months. We have to be prepared. When I say right now, I mean right now. It is time to be making phone calls and making letter writing campaigns and sharing videos and saying, guys, we have to make dozer lines and such in front of our communities right now for the Santa Ana wind season that's coming. That's the place to start right now. We need to protect the towns, figure out their vulnerability, start masticating and start dozer line creation, start fuels reduction, start prepping people's home, inspecting their property, finding the people that let a jungle grow up in their yard and don't trim their weeds because they are endangering the entire neighborhood, finding people that let up invasive weeds take over immediately. Stroke of a pen, executive orders, make it illegal to sell fire-promoting weeds at places like Home Depot. So that people aren't planting more of the dang things. Immediately identify the eucalyptus and cut the dang things down, the gasoline trees. Immediately change building codes. No more building tinderbox, cedar shake roofs in fire areas. No more wooden fences in fire areas that spread it from yard to yard. We're talking masonry retaining walls. Fire break walls. Alternatives. There's alternative types of fencing. Really small, simple things. Instead of wooden shutters, metal ones. Fire oftentimes enters a building through the windows when the glass shatters. The clock's ticking, and this is what's coming. You want to see the future, you look at the past. That's last year at the 6th. So, we should begin right now. That's our reality check. Let's go back to the present. Hopefully, the cams have changed. We can see now what's going on with the Caldor. Hopefully, they get this Caldor under control before the next wind event, before a big Santa Ana or Diablo. The clock's ticking for them to do so. Because nothing in the valley is safe when there's fire in the mountains. With Santa Ana wind season coming down the pipe. Show the blue Kern cameras. Which fire's putting up the plume? That's the windy. And that's the windy. We've been frustrated trying to look at it. The blue Kern shifted away from it. I hope it came back. Remember how nuclear it was looking? Oh, did it come back? Perfect. We're so frustrated when it shifted away.
Or you can back up.
Here's 12 hours. Here's 12 hours on the windy. Now, hopefully the Indian reservation will be spared eventually. The structures down by the painted campground. The best hope is for the wind to shift, and at 2 p.m. it might. But guys, it's about 11 in the morning, so the wind is about to pick up on the Caldor, the windy, and the KNP. It's still a bit moist on the Monument and the north end of the Dixie, but those other areas could have some quite fierce activity between now 11 and especially 5 p.m., maybe up till 8. At 7 p.m., this thing erupted like a nuclear bomb. 7 a.m. And we were in awe of it, and the camera pivoted away.
Right now.
It pivoted away, but I hope it swung back.
We got.
Does it swing back? Come on. There we go. Yes, thank you. Thanks for letting me know it did.
Yeah, I think it came through, Brian. It looks like you're chipping dirt.
Chipping dirt? I guess some guy is using a wood chipper wrong, the masticator. Looks like you're chipping dirt. Wow. Goodness gracious, that's the windy. So we'll look at its heat signatures.
You know, I'll make sure that doesn't line up. They're going to drop when you're in the same area.
Hey, sounds like helicopter drops.
Okay, something's in there.
Yes! They're there on the Caldor. Excellent. Excellent.
Whatever it was that came out. Sir, did you notice how clean it is out here on the roadway?
Ugh. Yeah, the windy. The windy just roared to life, like it did, like it was all night this morning. It took a breather, but now it's back.
Dorado, Trinity, Hilco, did you copy that?
Okay, 11 a.m. Windy. I'm making a note. Windy. Exploding. Now, the lovely thing about having the cameras is this tells us more than any stupid satellite view can. Look at the wind direction from the cams. As I was explaining to people, there's very, very few weather stations in the mountains of the Sierras at all. Well, in the Sierras. I was pretty shocked at how few there were, and I was reminded that the wind programs that we're seeing and all the apps that are kind of like showing visual images of wind is all kind of, well, made up. They do take the information from the wind gauges, but where there's gaps in between, it's just sort of animated to the best of their ability. It's not solid like you would assume. It's not confirmed. Wind speed, current wind speed and direction at different altitudes is mostly, there's so many huge gaps in between different valleys, different ridges, the different gauges and stations, that it's really kind of, well, assumed. This is the meat and potatoes. This tells you the only thing you need to know about the wind is at the fire's altitude, which direction is it blowing? And follow the smoke. The hard east wind today was doing a strange curl, and the K&P was sleeping last night. While the windy was going crazy, you could see it just exploding during the night, pushing its way towards the west. With the east wind, it's a really good animation, but always check the cams to get the true picture on where the wind is blowing, at which level of the atmosphere. It can be very different. The wind can blow in different directions at different valley areas and at different levels of the atmosphere. So, yeah, a lot of times prevention goes a long way. Just changing some minor building codes. I was talking with retired fire captains and chiefs. Really simple, tiny things that you can do at your house. The Tulare County has an amazing program of citizen education, and if Barbara was here, she's part of one of those. These citizen education groups are making a huge difference. Simple things I never knew, such as take screens and make sure they're stapled really firmly to your soffit vents underneath your attic, or underneath your roof. They go to the attic. Many homes burn down because an ember gets up underneath that little crack and gets up into the attic, and the house burns down from the interior of the attic. So just taking a staple gun and a ladder and nailing that down tight is one of the best things you can do. And so during the community meetings for the windy fire, okay, the wind is still pushing towards the west for the most part. However, that can explain why the east part is so active. The fresh air reaching it. There's a lot of smoke on this side. And that can be putting a little bit of a damper on it. There's so much smoke buildup on that side. So that would be very bad news for some of the places that we're on pins and needles about, like the Redwood Grove right here. It's possible it might survive if fires kind of hop over. Especially if there's people to protect it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Or if they wrapped.
Come down here when you get a chance, please.
But
All right, on my way.
this here.
Just had some quick traffic. I'm just trying to stay ahead, but it got up on me quickly. Over.
That's a Redwood Grove. Here.
Take 11-5.
Remember that's.
Okay, yeah, your choice really. 11-5 works for me. So cleared in 11-5 for now. How it goes overhead with 4 copters. Actually 5 copters. Copy.
Remember that's
Right.
That's one of the worrisome places. That's the 100.
7 Helco, if you wanted to meet over Quebec, Division Quebec, Romeo area, that's where we're all working.
Yay. New helicopters coming over on the Caldor. But this is where the 100 Grove, 100 Giants Trail is. And now we have a heat detection here. Red, last 15 minutes. However, that's the margin of error. But if it's on the ridge above, eventually flaming debris will roll down the slope and threaten it. We just hope that they had enough time to wrap the trees and do whatever they had to do. But it's smoking. It's going like crazy.
Alright, copy that. Hey, pilot truck, you hear that? Northbound. Yeah, Ryan's got a couple behind him. He's going south, so keep an eye out. Stretch the stop out a little bit so we don't get, chip truck too close.
Alright, let's look at the Windy's east side right now. That's really flaring up too. So we see most of the west side with the Blue Mountain,
That's it, I think you did there.
where the atomic cloud is. But this is where there's a lot of activity. The wind is so fierce that it's blowing the smoke to the west, but it's really cooking the fire up on the east zone. That's why we have so many heat detections.
And I saw that glad hand. They're broke. I'll get it in there.
Dang. So this is the west part. Let's do a 15-minute. That is really doing its best to form a pyrocumulus. I dare say it really might succeed in forming that and maintaining it. The amount of embers that could go high up into the sky and then drop out to the west is
We'll run into your pilot cars here. We need to just do one.
that's pretty concerning. Let's see if they have aircraft there. I don't think they'll be able to do the west side at all, but we've got a plane of some sort at a higher altitude, 14,500 feet. I have no idea if it's involved. Going towards the east side of the K&P. I really don't know if it's, but there's no. Okay, there is one helicopter inspecting it from a distance. In fact, it just flew past the 100 Grove. It's headed towards Johnsondale. So when we look at the cameras, the atomic cloud is here. And the east flank of the Windy's over here. And the cameras are looking at it like that. That's Tobias view. And this is Kern. And the massive smoke plume is just
Got it. Got point 69 to 73. So, Rhett Sunstrom wanted to know if we should get more retard.
We're listening to Caldor because that's the only radio we have. So this is current west side of the windy, just absolutely insane. Going atomic. Latest view. And the east side of it. Little time lapse.
Said there wasn't enough product at the base to support an all-day event. That's what he called. So I'll pick that up.
Notice how the upper atmosphere winds are in a totally different direction. Look at the smoke going somewhere else on the upper atmosphere. And then it changes and goes off towards the north after a bit.
You got the crane, 5 Hotel Tango or 3 Tango Hotel?
See how it swings around? It's like, never mind, I'm going to go north. I didn't want to go east.
So 5 Hotel Tango, 1 Bravo Hotel, 3 Tango Hotel, all on MRB off.
Okay. Hi, Paul. How are you? Sorry, I hyper-focused again and ignored chat. Let me look back at chat.
Going, Christmas route was the better route. So, and also as we've been overhead, visibility has been coming and going, just so you know. Okay, copy. So you were having a route on 50 all the way around to get on the west side of the smoke and come into work in Margaret. Yeah, that's correct. We did 50 to Cody check and then Cody check direct to Margaret. Got it. On the, so there's no ground contact for 8 Charlie Hotel or 3 Tango Hotel. On the MRB mission, there's no concern of anybody being in the way, but if you did need to contact anybody, it's Dorado training. Okay. Yeah, one thought that Mark and I were talking about was, I don't know if they're available, but maybe putting an order in for a couple more Type 1 helicopters to help with this MRB mission. We looked at it from the point of view of putting 6-wing in there if the visibility ever cleaned up, and it's just, it would be very difficult to find that in a lead plane. Yeah, okay. Got a little push to get a lead plane and scoopers out here. Told them negative. That was even air ops talking to me on the air to ground. Told her negative. Visibility doesn't support that. At least when we were having that conversation, so you might hear about that one again. Okay. We're coming over Cody check. 11,500. Copy, we're 9,500 over Margaret. One more thing, 1 Whiskey Lima just came out of Tahoe Valley on a recon flight counterclockwise, starting at Echo Lake. He's going to call on the blind on rotor every time he gets into the division break, and then he's going to contact you once he gets to Romeo. Okay, 1 Whiskey Lima.
Oh, did you see the Caldor explode last night? The pilot's just explaining to the others.
Yep. So did it spot across the retardant from yesterday 10 days prior. What are you thinking? I think we're coming overhead of Margaret Dip now. In between us, two pictures on the east, one's on the east.
Nah, we need to hear this. He's explaining the problem.
I'm just going to catch up to you.
Dang it. Shoot.
No, just stay right there.
Ah.
It launched spots over that rock, didn't it? I did. Yesterday's thing, yeah, I just kept spotting it. I'm pretty impressed how far west it moved after we saw it last. What I'm getting at, man, it really hucked some stuff up and over that rock band. That's rock, not ash. Got into that timber beyond the end of our retardant line. I'm looking at what you're talking about right now. And that happened. Did that happen while you were on station, or did that happen after you left? None of this was down here at 1900. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a heads up. 50-50, where it was when we left, that it would stay there, but it was still not beyond the retardant. It was still parked in that last meadow. I wonder what the heck happened to cause that. That's pretty impressive. The wind, man, the wind was just laying over solid. I mean, that smoke would travel a long ways when we flew home last night, and there's smoke in Grass Valley right now. Yeah. Just flying over the first two drops from the copters on the retardant mission, and feedback for them is going to be that they've got drift west to east. I mean, the road's red, and there's even retardant on the wrong side, in the burn side of the road. The road visible, though, I haven't been able to pick it up. Easiest would probably be to find DP-73 and then pick the road up from that. It's that road that runs right through it. And that road is actually Dozer Line. I think pretty sure it's a good improved dirt road. It looks drivable even by an SUV, you know.
Okay, I switched channels because we weren't hearing everything. I'm glad the second channel has the pilot chatter. They're grimly assessing what happened last night.
Looking for you. We'll try and pick up 73. Look for you.
From about midnight to 7 this morning, the Caldor exploded north of Caples Lake to the northwest. And they're just trying to figure out what they can do about it. It's too smoky for fixed wing.
Those guys need to adjust for left to right drift if they're working to the north, right? To the north, it would be right to left drift. The wind is coming out of the north, out of the east. Here in the flats, it's coming out of the, it would be coming out of the southeast or east up here on the top, which is weird. We got one of them pins on right now. I can talk to him. Take a look before he drops and have him adjust for that drift. Yeah, if you can do that, then we'll just take it and you can head back.
If you didn't see the Caldor explode last night, you gotta watch the Leak Springs cam. I was lulled into a false sense of security when I checked it, and then I went down to look at the Windy, which was going crazy. And then Cindy gets in chat and says, "Have you seen Leak Springs?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" Well, it pivots. It wasn't looking at the right spot. But you could see from several different cams last night that around 3 in the morning it just exploded over northwest of Caples Lake. It tried to run for Sierra Tahoe as best as we could tell, but it hit some lines. They were nonchalantly talking about it this morning at the 7 a.m. meeting, which just blew my mind.
One thing, man, I don't have time frames on these coppers. I've asked all of them to give me a 30-minute heads up.
But the pilots are now dismayed about how far over the lines it's gone, and just in general. Part of it was their drops went over the lines instead of where they wanted it, but the fire spread was pretty serious last night. And with this crap visibility, they can't use the tankers that they want. They just decided not to use them, but they're ordering in more helicopters.
Corner there in the timber, is that drop point 73, just behind where he dropped? Yeah. It opens up, you got a white vehicle in there and a couple pumpkins. Got it. So their intent is burning that, so we want it on the green side of that road, right?
Yeah, the truck coming.
So I knew this would be the meat and potatoes that the people on the ground may not have understood how bad that it looked on the cams. And when air attack would get over the situation and look at it, we'd get a more accurate viewpoint, because it looked terrible. We were just kind of wondering what the hell's wrong with them. Not like seriously, but what the...
Deselected, but we want him to paint the green side, right?
They must not...
I just told him he just dropped on the wrong side again, so you're going to have to watch this when they come back out. I don't know if he's got it or not. I told him 2 different times, and they ended up dropping on the black side, so...
Anyway, not what the heck's wrong with them, but what the heck's wrong with the... with that meeting where Rosie... talking about the day, not really being too concerned about this major flare-up on the Caldor. It just looked pretty monstrous. Maybe it's because they were not aware of how bad it was, because only the aircraft flying directly above it can really tell the story. But the wind's picking up again. There's a couple hours of lull, and so now that they might be sobering up, because the afternoon winds from 11 till about 5 especially will be pretty fierce in the Caldor. Tomorrow's will be even worse. We're also wondering what the hell's wrong with them, the National Weather Service not issuing a red flag warning for today. It's extremely dry. It's windy. There might be 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts to 45 on places like Tahoe. The relative humidity is less than 15%. How is that not a red flag? I really don't know. But they canceled that before 11 a.m. this morning, when I thought they would for sure renew it. So the National Weather Service, I guess if they thought the red flag was ending, things look better. I don't see how that makes things look better. High winds, low humidity, dry fuels. I just don't know how that works. So... Oh, yeah, one of the UFOs, we thought that they would dispatch a plane immediately at night to take a look at that major flare-up, which was visible from like 4 different cams. And we saw a plane go over, and I checked flight radar, and it was a UPS plane. Yeah, JE-CAT 2 UFOs, definitely. Yeah, the UPS plane was just a UFO disguising itself as a UPS plane. They're crafty. I guess it went to Sacramento. So I am kind of dismayed. I'm just wondering, I do not understand the thought process of some of these things. Maybe there's some secret about the weather I don't understand, such as the winds will be a lot less constant or some other factor, but I see critically low and critically dry fuels, high winds, and low humidity, and I think red flag, but only the National Weather Service can explain that. So then we saw during the 7 a.m. meeting the atomic explosion of the kind of detonation sort of thing at 7 in the morning. To have a higher cumulus cloud form in the middle of the night or in the morning is one heck of a bad sign. So the Blue Mountain Kern was kind of insane for the windy down there. Now, this tells the tale the most. Why did the windy blow up when the KNP went sleeping last night? KNP is east of Fresno, and you can see this pocket of almost no wind. East of Porterville is the windy, and there was high wind last night. Here it is at 8 a.m., but we take it to 2 a.m. and see how it was much fiercer. And this is at 8,000 feet. If somebody looks at this at ground level, well, the winds weren't bad at all at ground level, right? You take it 2,500 meters, it tells a different story. So the windy was going yeehaw all night, and it will continue to do so pretty much throughout the day. The thing that'll save the Indian reservation is it might start roaring towards it. Is I don't know if it's immediate danger from today, but maybe tomorrow or the next. The casino and the painted campground area. We were watching it advance with the wind that direction. The wind is still blowing that direction, which is concerning. At 2 o'clock today, the wind might blow due north, and that would buy them precious time to do something to prep the structures in town. We'll keep watching Tulare County Sheriff's Office a statement on it, but the Caldor and the Windy are just going nuts today. The KNP is not so much. It is actually smothered by the smoke of the Windy, which it is day after day, which is a strange kind of benefit. But there are in immediate danger lots of the sacred groves, the amazing giant sequoias.
I dropped the speed back down and got up to like 164.
These two in immediate danger. There may be a battle right now to save this, or maybe they're just wrapped them and left. I don't know. But they had a couple of days for the for these two groves, the Redwood Corral and what was it, the Parker Grove. So fingers crossed. Hopefully we get an update. But it's a hold on to your butts day. Supposedly not red flag. I'm just gonna say I don't know why. Technically, red flag. Excuse me. The mouse went wild. Is has to be a X, Y, and Z. But hopefully a weather person can let me know.
1 Whiskey Lima on the rotor vector on the TFR Vic. 1 Whiskey Lima aircraft. Whiskey Lima, just division Delta, and like I said, we're making a counterclockwise orbit, so we will be ending at Lake Tahoe. When you get to Silver Lake, hold short for further clearance, but continue your blind calls as division breaks. Roger that. We'll let you know for sure at Silver Lake for 1 Whiskey Lima.
This is looking at the Caldor's minor eruption from a different view, all the way from visible from Big Hill, and it goes on until now. There's been just enough of the winds dying down for a couple hours that smoke has filled the area by Tahoe and is keeping away the big aircraft that they want. They want big aircraft splashing now, retardant all over the place. But unless the wind picks up, which it just might, starting about now, it's now 11:30. Unless the wind picks up and blows away the smoke, they're going to work on carefully with helicopters, but they're kind of grimly observing what they were seeing. It's a tough situation for today. Northwest of Caples Lake, it sort of tried to make a run for Sierra Tahoe yesterday. It ran into Handline and some others that they had, thank goodness, in place. But yikes. The camera was a little bit alarming at Sierra Tahoe as well, but you could just see it like through a bush. The Hawkins Peak kind of tells the story best in Leak Springs. It's kind of nuts. Okay. Looking back at the chat. Sorry, I keep ignoring it. Let's see. Going back up the chat. Raisty 2002 says, I was watching houses on La Palma just sit there while the lava rolled up to them, and they really didn't catch fire until they were under mounds of lava. You need to figure out how to build like that. Yeah, you know, the Spanish-style homes were perfect for California because it's the Mediterranean climate. They're already with fireproofing in mind. The adobe is like a natural air conditioning, and then the plaster, the white plaster reflects light away as heat, and adds another protective layer. And then they had the fireproof tiles, you know, the ceramic tile. So that's really good to build like that in fire country. I mean, the people of Iberia learned the hard way, and kind of Italy kind of followed suit, and Greece also has similar building construction. I mean, it's not foolproof, but it's very good. And it cuts down your power bills. The whole wooden building construction, that's back east tradition. That when people moved out west, they needed to have left that kind of building behind for the Mediterranean climate of California. Okay, the type of homes for New England that are wooden and stuff around the Great Lakes, you know, the pioneers came out on wagons and just had the same building techniques. That's okay for wet, soggy places like Oregon and whatnot. California, you need your tile and your adobe and your masonry, you know, your more fireproof stuff. There's plenty of ghost towns of California that are mining towns that burn to the ground. Except one building survived, and it typically is the Wells Fargo station. And they were expecting assault, and not only by fire, they didn't want to lose all the money, the cash to fire.
363 is available from Dewdrop.
They didn't want to be robbed either, so they had
3 at 11:29.
So they had sturdy brick walls. They had either copper or tin roof. And they had iron shutters, so if they had to lock themselves inside during a robbery, they could. But it was also very fireproof, and so a lot of times entire towns burned down. The Wells Fargo building is fine. In places like French Corral today, above Bridgeport, not really a town to see, except there's a Wells Fargo office. Still sitting there from the gold rush era. We could do a lot to save homes with a couple building code adjustments. Even the homes that are wood right now, you could do simple things like replace wooden snow shutters with iron. Then that would be much more fireproof. So, yeah, Terry Hirschman says, I went to an old prison in Arizona around Yuma that was made from adobe. It was 100 degrees outside and much cooler inside. Absolutely. Have you seen the buildings, the UNESCO World Heritage Site at Timbuktu? We're talking about medieval era and Renaissance era African structures with natural air conditioning, but they were based on ancient designs. They have a strange kind of beehive-looking shape with holes cut in for ventilation, and they have there's plenty of examples in Middle East and hot places where they have just sort of they manipulate the laws of physics to provide air circulation and cool air. That's why places like the Alhambra in Spain had
engine 624, Forest Tone 3. Engine 624, Camino.
Kind of cooled by.
Engine 64 is in service local. Camino copy, 1131.
Cooled by evaporation, evaporative fountains and such, you know. Water gardens, you know, can do well that way. So, yeah, you're right, Terry. There's they just, in fact, It's new technology for a new era, but it's also old technology for a new era. There's a guy who invented a whiter shade of paint. The whitest white shade of paint that could replace air conditioning in buildings. I just saw that headline. Let me pull that up. It's intriguing.
Sounds like we're going to fall back. With until we can get fixed point conditions, and then I guess attempt to burn.
What? Are they going to attempt a backfiring? I don't know. They just broke up. Yeah, here's the article. It's in the Smithsonian. Now, white paint promotes global cooling too. No joke. The best way to cool the planet is have more white surfaces.
Yeah, I can't tell. It went a long ways last night, Ben, after the 1900 release of rotors, I can tell you that. It went way down canyon along the toe of the slope beyond the meadow.
He's talking about where retardant drops in water landed. But here's the thing. People can cut emissions all they want, but painting your own roof white might do more to cool the planet than anything else you do in your life. But here's the thing. Too many white reflective surfaces give you cataracts and damage your eyes. It might blind pilots. In Greece, there's a lot of people with cataracts because they traditionally painted their buildings white for the natural air conditioning, and then the reflection of the reflections of the sun off the water is insane too. But here's the this ultra-white paint may someday replace air conditioning. Developed by researchers at Purdue, this paint reflects 98.1% of sunlight. So when we were discussing earlier, I mean months ago or maybe last year, somebody was saying we need to cut emissions for global this and that. No. That may not do too much these days. The most effective way to cool the planet immediately and reversibly would be cover as much of the Earth with white right now as possible and reflect most of the sun's light back to space. That's what cools the planet and causes ice age. Ice ages is too much of the planet is covered with a white surface of snow, which cools the planet, which makes more snow, which cools the planet, which makes more snow, which cools the planet. I have no idea how we would do this. I'm not suggesting it, but I'm just talking conceptually. That would do more for the planet. And this, if you just cooled buildings with it, you could just help to cool the planet by reducing energy use, which is good. But a new coat of paint is an easy way to freshen up your home's curb appeal, so it may also help you keep your house cool. It will keep surfaces up to 19 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than their ambient surroundings. This new paint, which may become available for purchase, could someday help combat global warming and reduce our reliance on air conditioners.
Is North Zone coverage. Camino continuing, Battalion 31 now has North Zone duty officer coverage at 11:35.
Okay. Our paint only absorbs 1.9% of sunlight, whereas commercial paint absorbs about 10 to 20%. So that's pretty awesome. The paint is a marked improvement from current heat-rejecting paints available on the market. When struck by the sun rays, surfaces covered in today's available white paints get warmer and not cooler.
Idea of the footprint before he left.
There you go. New technology. That's cool.
Montgomery for Walt. We got 71 Bartlett hooked up with the Myra there.
Oh boy, Tobias did turn. Thank you for the heads up. So Tobias has now shown the atomic side. showing the atomic side of the Windy Fire. But we were joking. The reason that came up was there's a movie.
We're not really anything with the law. We're doing the best we can. That's all we're really doing. But it didn't chew through the retardant line from last night. It spotted over it like we talked about last night.
Uh-oh.
And do you have resources for 2 days if there was a decision to try and burn that, I don't know what that road is called, Strawberry All-Wheel Drive Trail, Strawberry OHV Trail, 73 to 69. That would not be an easy thing to burn.
Oh dear. It's over the line that they have. Well, not quite like that, but this is Strawberry Trail. I mean, we knew it was up here. They already had that as a thing. We saw it on the cam. So they're thinking of making a backfiring, but it would be difficult to control it down in there. But somewhere in here, it's over their line. And that's why I was wondering what was wrong with the meeting this morning when they were like, we saw the crazy blow up of the Caldor. So here's the place in question. Here's their defenses. And the only thing I saw protecting...
pretty limited on rotors, and the viz is not fantastic right now. So we'll make it part of the lap we do over and over and over again.
It's not going too well. So the big flare-up happened here and around here. So these X's are dozer lines, but the fire is up in here. So here's Sierra Tahoe and the ski resort. So they've got black line here, which is good, but this is incomplete. This is just hand line because that's steep, rugged terrain, and this is Sales Canyon. And we were trying to figure out which ridge was on fire. This one by Strawberry or this one by Sales Canyon. It looked clearly like it was Sales Canyon to me, but we couldn't quite be 100%. But he's talking about burning in here. Sorry, that's Sales. Burning in here, which is Strawberry. And somewhere around in between these lines, thing would be difficult. I think he means difficult to control because of these steep cliffs or whatever they want to do. I think the fire penetrated the line like that. They did a good job of keeping it south of it, but it's over. It's over here. It's over there. This is an old map. I'm hoping that they have a new one for this morning. That map dates to the 17th, so I'm going to look now and see if they have a new one. But they didn't fly over this, as far as I could tell, for an infrared last night. I was
Air attack helicopter 3TV on TFR.
Super surprised. But they're grimly assessing it right now.
We are 9 miles to the west, 5,300, requesting to operate along Highway 50 within the TFR.
So back to the
3TV, altimeter 3044, air tax overhead at 10,500. 4 to 5 rotors working north of Caples Lake, 9,000 and below. Stay altitude request over Highway 50, please.
We're a media helicopter, so we can do any altitude you can accommodate it. Really, just whatever's easiest for you. 3TV. Thank you, 3TV. And 3044, 3TV.
Yeah, I think asphalt's going to be banned. I don't know why it is already. Maybe we just don't have an alternative. But it splashes deadly benzene all over the country. It's the most toxic kind of tar, and it gets into our tires. And when we try to recycle tires and we put it on horse racing tracks and playgrounds and stuff as a super absorbent thing, in the 90s we thought that it was a great way to recycle, and we had a safer playground where Johnny could fall off the swing and it would be into super absorbent stuff, and put it in soccer fields, and the goalies would land in it and not scrape up their elbows. Then all of a sudden horses started getting rare cancers, racehorses, and so did goalies on soccer teams. We found out that our tires go on asphalt and absorb the benzene from it over time, and boy, it runs off of the roads into streams and kills fish and God knows what, pollutes drinking water. And when we put tires in the ocean to try to make tropical reefs, nothing grew on it. In fact, it killed tropical reefs because the benzene was leaking out. It's one of the most toxic chemicals known to man that causes cancer. Whoopsie. And we stopped doing that, but that should give us a clue that maybe we should stop paving the land with asphalt. The black is a heat-absorbing color, and we're wondering why the cities in America is getting hotter. Well, there's more and more blacktop everywhere. In the past, we had concrete, which was more of a reflective kind of a gray. It wasn't great, but it wasn't black, at least. So the funny is discussion, and trying to finish that before there's too much talk on the radio over me, is last year I was having a discussion with somebody about how there's a movie called Snowpiercer. It's really savage, like really savage. Like, it has themes of cannibalism and gritty survival. It's really a super intense movie, but it's set in the future, as sci-fi, and there's people on a train. They're the last survivors on Earth of a calamity where people tried to solve global warming and they accidentally cooled the planet into an ice ball and froze everybody to death, and all living things basically died, except the people on a certain train that has a snow-piercing ability, like if the train's going fast enough, it can go through a snowbank. And so the train is apparently solar powered or something. It'll never stop, but if it ever does stop, they'll freeze in place and then they'll all die. And they have gardens or some way of making food or something on board. It's pretty savage, but the whole point is they put sulfur dioxide or something in the air, which is basically air pollution, like from volcanoes, to try to block the sun's rays. And a super volcano erupted and put more of it in the air, and it froze the planet. And once you have too much white on the planet, it keeps going. It goes and goes and goes, and the planet gets colder and colder and colder, and that's how the ice ages happened. And we're not sure how the ice ages ever ended, actually. But the point is, at least if you tried to combat global warming, and that was the running joke, you could do it safer. You could do it in a more safe way by maybe doing, I had a joke like this: paint a bunch of rocks black on one side and white on the other. Put it all over a desert or something, right? Flip it on white side up when you want global cooling. And if there's too many volcanic eruptions and you want to balance that out and stop the process instead of having the Snowpiercer scenario, then you would flip the rocks over and they would be normal colored or black colored or something. But on a practical scale, just to cool a city down, to make it more livable, you could do it by using super white paint, such as invented by this guy. This could cool cities down and cool individual buildings down and reduce our energy footprint. That's pretty sweet technology. The next thing that I think would come down the pipe is that all of our windows would generate electricity for us. because we'd have graphene windows that would act as solar panels, and they would dim according to sunlight hitting them. So they not only block a lot of the heat from entering the structure, but generate electricity with all window panes in the future. We could also do that with roof tiles, and Tesla stole my idea. I mean, not Tesla, Elon Musk stole my idea. I already had that idea. Replace all roof tiles with, instead of being wooden and flammable, it would be graphene and generate solar electricity. I just have to run off to the patent office and patent it first, right? So, but that's one of the running gags, is that the painted white rocks thing and the Snowpiercer joke. So when I saw the paint, I was like, oh, who was I talking to last year? Dude, it's for real. Like, this is real science. This is Smithsonian Magazine, man. I was ahead of my time. I was the one who had the idea about painting stuff white first, man. I beat you to it. No, my idea was last year. I'm just kidding. So, anyway. So, yeah, there's a lot of theories about that stuff. The Younger Dryas, when the Ice Age was ending, and suddenly came back with a vengeance and killed the megafauna. Caused the megafauna extinction. No more saber-toothed tigers, and no more dire wolves, no more mastodons, no more mammoths, no more giant sloths, etc., etc. That seems to have been a comet strike, perhaps in Greenland. I've known about that for about 15, 20 years now. But finally the scientific community is starting to get a hold of the idea. They had a stupid theory that mankind suddenly went on a killing spree and killed all the megafauna for no reason. After living in harmony with the planet for 300,000 years, we suddenly decided to do that. That never made sense. But that stirred enough dust into the atmosphere to block out sunlight and cause a new and more intense ice age that just screwed up everything. For the most part, animals can adapt to climate change, but not if it's too fast. Not if it's super fast. Same thing about humans. So, there's been a couple super volcanic eruptions that humans barely survived as a species. That we went down in our DNA as a bottleneck of population, where we were once very, very genetically diverse, and all of a sudden we were not. And I think that was the 70,000 year mark, and they think it was the Toba supervolcanic eruption. Might explain it. Having a nuclear winter for about 10 years because of a volcanic eruption where no plants really grow for 10 years, that could do a number on a planet. Okay, guys, Blue Mountain Kern. Let's look at. We have more. What is on the lens? Is that some ash? There's some grime on it. Oh dear, Terry is telling a story. When I was a kid, Harry Hirschman says, when I was a kid, we stopped somewhere near the border of California and Arizona at McDonald's. I was wearing flip-flops and the rubber kind from the dime store. I almost got stuck in the asphalt because it was so hot. Yeah, sometimes it remelts. Yeah, and Paul Coffey says, oddly enough, the same thing is happening with CO2 as opposed to sulfur dioxide. In relation to, say, natural phenomenon, the problem self-perpetuates like dominoes. Yeah, it really isn't a CO2 game anymore. That may have gotten the ball rolling. It's methane. It's methane. It's the permafrost release. Methane is so much stronger of a greenhouse gas. Never mind cutting CO2. That's a weak way to do things. The incredible amounts of methane being released by the melting permafrost, I don't know what to do about that. We would just have to think of something else. We're probably past a point where CO2 emission cutting does anything. That's a debate for scholars, and it's out of my realm, but that's what I keep reading, is that we need to do something a bit stronger than cut carbon. It's a relatively weak greenhouse gas. Methane is insane. we need to stop these mega wildfires because of the aerosol pollution. We're starting to figure out that that's way more of a greenhouse gas than we figured. And the nitrous oxide, holy mackerel! Have you hit the nitrous oxide button for these fires? Duh. I mean, stopping our above-ground nuclear test, that was a real good thing. But the mega fires with the nitrous oxide and that kind of pollution, that needs to go. It's also just extremely bad for our lungs and such. So we know the winds are pushing the nitrous oxide from the fires towards the only two places that it can leave. Remember, there's only two places that wind escapes California, and that's out the Bay and that's out Pasadena. So this is not pollution. This is the fierce winds carrying the wildfire NO2 pollution away. Speaking of NO2 pollution, volcanoes. You can track volcanoes very well with that button.
Camino engine 622, Forest Zone 3.
Yeah. They could kind of clean up their act in Asia.
62 is in service local.
But some of that's the mega wildfire smoke from the mega things going on in Siberia. But the earlier this year with Canada's fires, it was all just dark red everywhere, just off the charts, deep red NO2, nitrous oxide. That is some bad stuff. Now, that's not all. That is not all industrial, but well, a chunk of it is.
334, Zone 3 available, Quintet.
334 at 11:53.
Much of this is the volcanoes in Guatemala right now. Fuego and a couple others erupting. Same thing with the God, wasn't it?
Camino engine 624, Forest Zone 3.
Somewhere near Martinique is a volcano stirring.
24, Camino.
Engine 624 is changing locations to Bald Mountain Lookout.
624, 11:54.
Okay. I'm not officially, just want to be clear. I don't think humans can control much about the climate. Just we may have tipped the scales, but I don't think it's really too well in our control, especially by now. But I'm super concerned about the normal kind of pollution that wrecks people's lungs, wrecks the environment. That's enough reason to try to stop it, in my book. I don't think CO2 is that big of a deal compared to what, I think it's a bit more of a scapegoat when you compare all the other serious offenders. And I'll get totally shot up now for making that statement, but that's not the point. We're all in this together no matter what we believe. We all want to stop the mega fires no matter what we believe. We know that it's bad for us and bad for the planet. Instead of trying to convince each other of our different belief systems and different ways of looking at things, all we got to do is say we have the same goal and stop arguing. The mule got stuck in a ditch. We will now have to work together to get the mule out of the ditch. As I think RJ said, we don't have to convince each other of anything.
Hey, road guards, this is 702. Let me know when you have a car going through, and then let me tell you that I'm full at that time. Over.
We know that deforestation is going to mean less oxygen and less fresh air and screwed up environment and going to harm the economy. No matter what your stance is on anything, we don't want this. That's all we have to do is agree on that and work together. Okay, so here is the time lapse. We still have a lot of smoke east of the Caldor, so I don't know that they're going to get fixed wing in anytime soon. but by 2 p.m. there might be fiercer winds that might clear the smoke away from Caldor. They're really kind of, I don't hear the pilots depressed often, but that's what we're hearing. Is they're like, we need the tankers. It's spotted over. They're even talking about depressing options like lighting a desperate backfire by the Strawberry Creek area, probably to protect the Sierra Tahoe area from a run on it from the south. We saw the crazy, this is the current conditions. Real hazy. Here's the crazy explosion of the Caldor last night.
And surprisingly,
Thanks, Husky. I'll look at it, Husky.
there is some stuff established on the other side of it, kind of at the end of our retardant. It looks like it came up and either chewed through and or spotted. Probably a combination of both, right?
Crap.
Kind of, once it takes care of what's available there on the rim of that canyon, that Cables Creek Canyon, I think it's going to struggle a little bit.
Okay, he's circling Little Round Top. That's the good thing about flight radars. We can kind of see what he's talking about.
But there are definitely opportunities to come in kind of from Cody Meadows area, I would think, and access this from the black side and get in there. But I don't know. We'll see if it behaves. It just doesn't feel like the year where pushing it into the granite is going to buy as much of anything if there's anything sticking out of it. When we get opportunity, we're going to start going direct with some of this retardant along that stuff that's out of the canyon, but right now the viz is a little bit sour.
Well, yeah, my point is that I think it's hubris to think we know too much about the planet yet. We barely understand it. To think we can control it is extreme hubris. Remember how in the 1960s they said we could stop hurricanes if we nuked them? Sure. Yeah, that's all kinds of folly. But we can. It just seems like common sense.
5 Hotel Tango, that was a good line. Yep, we'll just offset about that much is perfect.
It seems like common sense to just try to not upset what appears to be a very delicate balance too much. Because we have no idea what the consequences might be. Or if we can even fix it when we screw up. But, you know, I had an idea for a funny bumper sticker. Something like 9 out of 10 woolly mammoths agree that climate change is natural, or something like that. Or that climate change is real. Yeah, 9 out of 10 woolly mammoths agree that climate change is real. I think it would be awesome. Somebody will just steal my idea now. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not a driver. I'm just saying at this point, Kim, at this point, now the permafrost is melting and at a rate that's pretty unprecedented, releasing the much more potent methane. At this point, CO2 control may not be the most effective means to get the result that people want. You know, it's like having a hole in your boat. And CO2 was the big problem, right? It was the big leak in the boat, and we would want to patch it. Well, now we just ran into a log, and there's a huge hole in the boat. It's not the size of a pencil anymore. It's the size of a log. That is the amount of potency that methane has. So which one's your priority now? Is plugging the pencil-sized holes of CO2 going to be the priority, or should we kind of switch tactics? That's just my point. I do not claim to have the answer. Now, Kim says methane is taking over since the mechanism that degrades it is dependent on high-energy particles and photons impinging on the upper atmosphere at the rate of arrival is pretty constant. See, that sounds very smart and fancy. But the thing I know about the situation is that hate speech and screaming at people and saying you're the problem because you don't believe in CO2 or whatever it is that the others that people want to do is not going to convince anybody. There's like a cult that says, oh, we just have to have laser tunnel vision on CO2 and we can ignore everything else. Well, no, we can't.
Caldor air attack, air ground.
Finding out that our aerosol pollution has a lot more to do with things
Helco relief over the fire at 1430.
than we realized. There are still new discoveries being made. Why get caught up on CO2 tunnel vision with things like Paris Agreement when doing a lot of agreements on aerosol pollution would help? See what I'm saying? Now let's go, thanks Husky for the heads up. And by the way, climate change debates are banned in my channel.
Control 34, Forest Net Zone 3. You can show me clear in my smell. Control 34, Camino Southeast, 1203.
Because they don't go anywhere. The whole point is that I was trying to make is we don't have to agree. We only have to agree on working together. You will not reach that. No matter how hard you try, or how much propaganda you put out, or how much money you put into awareness, there will be a lot of people that just disagree on things because disagreement isn't an intelligence thing. Its roots are in people having different perspectives because they have different life experiences. You will never have everybody agree on something, on any topic. If you want good leadership, if you want to rally people together for change, you stop trying to force them into your belief system. You try to convince them that working together will give a positive result for both parties. That's why I don't allow any argument in chat to happen that has no solution. You and I can't do anything about it. It's going to be a worldwide debate, a worldwide thing, a thing for worldwide discussion and world leaders to come up with things. What we can do to help out the situation is help prevent megafires. This is pollution.
How do you dispatch CCU for a passenger vehicle fire?
What are these emissions? They're bad. Whatever they are, they're bad. You don't have to convince anybody about the CO2 aspect who doesn't believe it. You can convince them that this is going to give them cancer and asthma and dementia because of the fine particulate matter. We're now linking wildfire smoke to dementia as well as increases in heart attacks and strokes. Just talk to people in a way that they want to listen and they'll get on board.
372 Barney Way across the Timber Lane. Check back on Forest Net and 1206.
Okay, we'll check out Tobias. Let's look at it here. I keep forgetting it's not down. I'm glad that it's up, but I fear it's going to go down again. Okay, this is our 6-hour time lapse. It's kind of nuts down there at the Windy. True, Kim. There's or maybe we could try to figure out a way. But you're totally right about reducing emissions from mines. And you know what we were talking about the other night was trying to put out the Centralia coal mine fire. I'm not convinced that it can't be put out. CO2 is heavier than air. Why don't we try to put the coal mine fire out that's been burning since 1962 and destroyed an entire community by pumping CO2 into the ground, depriving the fire of oxygen? Every fire needs oxygen. Wouldn't enough CO2 just fill the mine? Yeah, C-Probe is saying the camera, the Blue Mountain shows vertical wind shear like a textbook diagram. Ooh. Yeah. That, now that you mention it, let's look at that again. Oh, I wish Susie was here. She's still recovering from surgery. She's a meteorologist. And she's got awesome. She has awesome.
Over Strawberry along Highway 58,000 CBD. Got rotors coming out of Tahoe Hella Base, 50 route over towards Cody. Do you have an incident map by chance?
Exactly.
Affirmative. If you would like, we can climb to 11,500 and operate above all of the traffic if that's easier for you, CPD. Do that. It's a little squishy in here right now. 11.5, that'd be helpful. Let me know when you're there. So we are going to start our climb, and I'll report at 11,500, CPD.
Was that a plane? I think that was the helicopter in front of the frame, that little black blip. There was a helicopter flying around the Windy, which is just so atomic right now. It's unreal.
Right now we're kind of whack-a-mole, retardant indirect and water direct. So if something shifts where we can actually do some direct firefighting with retardant.
We're listening to Caldor. It's not going well there either. Joe Malone says looks like an upper level inversion. Yeah. I would like to know more about this phenomenon. If you guys want to explain to me, that would be great. I'm kind of mesmerized by the flowing, curling that the smoke does over the mountains, just like we saw at Janesville.
All right. Do you have a vantage point that allows you to see that most active piece of fire in there? And it's got like a lot of room to kind of type as it continues above the meadow from yesterday. We just need to let that buck and see where the chips fall after that. And if we can get the smoke, it's just not going away, man. There's no transport at all right now. Even with the altimeter we got, it's just not going away. So if we're going to let that direct with retardant on that.
Oh,
doing what we can up in the flats with water, but we'll let that temper rip out of there and see what we got before we start going direct with rotor retardant. Fire helicopter Victor.
That's bad.
Do you have me overhead by chance? Can you still see us? I'm going to dip a wing where we've got what I'm seeing is the biggest concern over in that Cody Meadows. That Cody Meadows is not part of that cable scar though, right?
Okay, I just clicked on the link. The KCRA copter is over 50, but oh my god, that is the most...
We've got some stuff that's over the rim now and getting established in that kind of meadow, timber stringer, place you want to go camp kind of country, Cody.
It's gonna make me car sick. They're zooming wildly. Oh, God.
Worse than the idea that that might be a consideration for getting in there in the future. But, yeah, I think we're going to get spots probably pretty far out in front of that retardant line where it's ripping right now.
It's not good. The meadow that you would want to go camping in. He might be talking about right here. That's where his plane seems to be circling. He's in AC-90, the gentleman talking.
The drop point 69, part of the mile.
I think that's him speaking.
Level 11,500.
Piece that together.
So, I wonder what that meadow's called. We could flip on, I don't know if the Forest Service. Buck pasture. This is the best I can gather he was referring to. He said the fire was going to get up in here, and they were talking about a desperate act of trying to burn the Strawberry Creek area, which is adjacent.
CTV on CFO.
And that's where a line is, and they said that would be hard, meaning I think hard to control because it could race up. But they have a hand line in there there's just a trail. It's not really a road, and according to their older maps, they have a hand line, so that's a weaker kind of line. It's not as thick and wide as a dozer. But as far as I can tell, the fire raced up here and breached to there. It may be here or not. I can't quite tell. Let's see if they have new maps today. Okay, an operations map dated today. Let's get this one.
3 TVs level at 11,500.
Okay, I can't play that KCRA. I'm getting wildly car sick. That is some insane bad camera work. Oh God, I'm gonna puke. Thank goodness I didn't show you guys that frame. Oh, so the helicopter is flying to the right, the camera's panning to the left, and then the helicopter turns to the left, the camera pans to the right, and then zooms out and zooms wildly back in, and I almost just tossed my cookies. Oh boy. Be warned if you click on that link. That's something. I still have the tail end of the flu. I'm not going to do that. So let me save this. And we'll take a look at their new map with more details on their defensive lines and what's got them so dang depressed. I think mainly the pilot depression here is they have aerial tankers standing by and it's too smoky, but it's not smoky enough to dampen down the fire. It's just that worst case scenario for that. Okay, I got it downloaded. Now we can zoom. We'll keep looking at the windy, of course, too. But they're having trouble even using. Well, this is the most horrible colored map. They're having trouble even with the wind flinging around water retardant. It's drifting in the wind too much as a spray. So they are not taking care of the spots like they hoped, and they said being in that that meadow that's above, it's gonna spot over. So this is their new map. It's really messy. This style. They have a key about what this mess means. Retardant avoidance line is this purple and green hex. Contain line is black. Fire is red, of course. Retardant drop is a pink dotted thing. Repair lines, completed fuel breaks are these big V's. Completed dozer lines are X's. Hand lines are H's. R is road line, okay. It's very colorful. Retardant avoidance line. Repeater station. Water source. Okay. Let's go. Oh, sorry. What's the purple stuff again? Retardant avoidance. Huh. Okay. What's retardant avoidance? Where they shouldn't put it? Because probably where the crews work or something. Okay, here's cables. Strange, there's a little black circle right there of black line. Okay. There's your Tahoe. Papa Spike. They're talking about firing strawberry. Maybe they mean from the strawberry line to the Sales Canyon area, but they don't have a completed line. It has spotted over here, but it made a mad run towards the north, towards Cerro Tahoe, and they're depressed about kind of watching it still running around. Let's check on the windy. Here's our Blue Mountain Kern. What were you saying, C-Pro, about vertical wind shear here? Like which section are you talking about? It's gone nuclear here. Here's the Tobias Peak Cam. Thanks again for the kind tip, Husky. I do need donations to keep the stream going, and I appreciate everybody who does that, and people on PayPal too. You have my sincere gratitude. This is day 70 of my stream. I think I've had only 6 days off where I was too sick to do something, but whenever I woke up I would come back, and I just mean chunks of 10 hours off. I haven't had a 24-hour period off since this began July 14th or so. Mountain Mike says if you really want vertigo, try using binoculars for a recon plane. Instant wow factor. Sounds like you have some stories. Okay, C-Probe has another link. J.E. Cat says don't watch LA high-speed chases. Oh, yeah. I was so grateful that O.J. Simpson did it nice and easy, you know. I didn't even have to take Dramamine. Oh, that's a smoke forecast? Yeah, I see. Okay, looking back at chat, that's the current status of the windy going somewhat atomic.
Engine 622, Forest on 3.
Engine 622, now.
I'm going up here. Go back up to chat. Scrolling, rawhide. At 2 p.m., we hope the wind will shift to the north on the windy and veer away from the Indian lands that it's marching towards right now. Painted rock.
Good, yeah, just step up and take what you need to make that recon up towards Trimmer and back down. And then just hold short of Elevate as you proceed in. Break. 5 Papa Tango, air attack, enter, CFR. Tango, air attack. Tango, air attack, CFR.
I think I'm caught up on reading chat. If I accidentally missed anybody, flag me and I'll try to read again. Rob Langsdorff said a friend of mine had embers roll up against his house and it burned down. Had he a deflection wall around the house, it might not have. That's one thing I keep telling people about. There are very simple things that we can do to protect our homes, because most wildfires are not mega fires. Most of them are the normal type. Mega fires, if they're in full swing, like a full pyrocumulus cloud, there's nothing going to save your structure if it comes right at it. But if it approaches at night, or if it's a regular kind of fire, simply having a retaining wall can really save your place, and a metal kind of a gate. Because flaming branches and trash cans on fire and that kind of thing will roll around on the ground, tumbling tumbleweeds, and if they hit a retaining wall instead of the side of your house, it's got a lot better chance of surviving, or at least buying time where somebody reports a fire, like you or your neighbor, and maybe takes 10 minutes for the firefighters to arrive. Well, what if that bought you 5 extra minutes? That's the kind of thing that matters, and then in a normal kind of fire too.
Tornado engine 622, force repeat, tone 3.
Engine 622, I've got you loud and clear on tone 3. How do you get me?
Is en route to Ball Down Lookout.
Camino copies, 1224.
Here, J.E. Cat says, here is a video of the firefighters chasing the hose. It's only the first minute. Still looking for the full one. Were they rolling on the ground laughing afterwards? Chasing the hose, huh? I could use a pick-me-up. This is stressful. I'm still blown away by the Fire World education video. Oh, that is it. That is it. That's where the hose gets sucked into the fire whirl. Yeah. I don't think that's a fire tornado. It would have picked them up and thrown them. That's it. That's just a whirl. Were they really laughing afterwards? Because that I don't know about that. So there's a horrifying video about the Eagle at the fire by Janesville in '89, the Eagle fire. And that spawned it wasn't quite a tornado. Actually, it might have been. It picked up 4 men and threw them and severely burned them. And it burned over the lines, and Mike Wink's speeches were, remember Janesville in '89. Meaning, remember how dang dangerous it is to fight a fire right here. That's what made the Dixie East Zone so terrifying. That's a firefighter's kind of death alley. They lived, but barely, you know. Sometimes those fire tornadoes are real fire tornadoes. They have to reach F1 status by 75-mile-an-hour sustained wind speeds, and they have to move.
Camino engine 624, forest tone 3.
Now, when the media calls that a fire tornado, they're being idiots. Because all of those men would have just been...
624 is available, Bald Mountain Lookout.
They would have just been picked up in the air and thrown, as well as their vehicle. Now, the scary thing about the smaller whirls like that is the presence of even a tiny whirl on the ground. The education video about the Eagle Fire was when you see tiny whirls on the ground, that means that a fire tornado could spawn. That it's one of the most... it's not funny, it's not amusing. It's one of the danger signs that the air is incredibly unstable, and you should be on the lookout for a rapid change. And firefighter burnovers, meaning the fire going over the crew and perhaps killing them, is much more likely on a day like that. So them making fun of the hose and trying to pull it out of the sky and stuff in the video, they should actually be pretty frightened. Maybe cut the hose and get out. Well, yeah, however the fire tornado spawns, they can't see it in the smoke. It can sneak up on you. But that's the Windy Fire, the current situation. It's pretty bad. Now let's look back at the Caldor, where they're pretty depressed about it. Around 2 p.m. though, the wind should pick up on the Caldor. It should shift it over, bend it over, southwest wind should bend it towards the northeast, and then almost a hard turn to the east. That might be the way the fire wants to travel. Here's the crazy explosion video of it last night. But they're at that horrible situation where there's not enough smoke to dampen down the fire, but there's just enough smoke to ground fixed-wing aircraft. On both of them, the Windy KNP and the Caldor. And their helicopter drops are being largely ineffective. They're talking about another desperate maneuver, which would be to light up the blinds over by Strawberry Creek. And so, the Husky Eagle says, but I watched the chase on a documentary on O.J. Simpson. It was a very slow chase. Oh yeah, it was. That was something else. You know why they didn't pit maneuver him? Celebrity. Yeah. Any other Joe Schmo, they would have been pitted and probably, you know what a Bronco would do if it flips? It would kill the occupants, because that was the thing about the Bronco. It was the coolest vehicle. But when they flipped over, they pancaked and smashed everybody into the roof wasn't sturdy enough to prevent the collapse and a rollover, because the bottom of the vehicle was so heavy. They eventually kind of stopped making them, and they modified some of them. You could get a roll bar, but boy, they were death traps. High-centered vehicle death traps. Huh? Husky says tornadoes spawn by unstable air and weather conditions. When you see a wall put on a supercell thunderstorm, just get out there. There's mostly likely going to spawn a tornado. Yeah. Oh right, J.E. Cat says the pit doesn't work under 15 miles an hour. They could have just maybe pulled up alongside of it and yanked on the door handle and pulled him on the street, you know, like it wasn't his butler or something driving the vehicle. That was all kinds of what the hell, you know. Yeah, but the basics of a tornado is you have to have winds coming in from different directions, usually cold meets hot. So what happens with a fire? You have wind, heat rising, so you have a lot of that air rising, and it has to be replacement air has to be pulled in from somewhere. It's going to be the cool air along the ground because of the chimney effect. So you have cool air meeting hot air, and blah 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 blah. It can be unstable, twist around. There you go. You have a twister. I don't think Cato was driving. He was just a house guest that witnessed it. I don't think he was in the car. He had like a butler driving or something weird like that. Not that I paid too much attention to that fiasco. Guess it would be like trying to pit maneuver a parked car. Well, the thing is, a Bronco was a pretty serious vehicle, though. Like, if squad cars got in front of it, it might just sort of Bigfoot over the top of them. Remember the Bigfoot? Remember the 1980s and 90s? Do they still have them? They would take cars and line them up, and the monster trucks would just crush cars beneath their giant wheels and all that. Oh, man. That was some super redneck entertainment. Oh, he was in the car with him, though? Yeah. I don't know who was driving. I don't know. But, Harry Hirschman says, wasn't his best friend another football player? Not sure. Mountain Mike says, I had 20 years as a Forest Service fireman, 67 through 87. Saw some pretty hot fires in Sequoia, San Bernardino, and Mendocino. Well, thank you for your service, Mountain Mike, if I haven't before. Lots of lightning fires back then, and many big fires in Southern California. Yeah. What was the terrible one with the Santa Anas that were just unbelievable in Southern California? I don't have a clear memory of it, but people talked, all throughout the 90s. They're like, remember those? Hey, Team Homesteader. Smitty says, it's a bit more complicated. I have an expired Illinois expert observer card. You can get false shelves, funnels, for whatever reason. They don't start the wait and see of it. Yeah. Oh, man. I gotta find something to eat. I've been awake and streaming since midnight. We're on 10.
This continuous timber that was nearest to the meadow area. We were working late into the day yesterday.
Oh, I think he's reporting on a fire location. We only hear one side of the conversation. J. Cat says they can't spike tires with the portable strips under 10 miles an hour. The strips would just get pushed off to the side. So are you saying that was one heck of a genius driver, and his low-speed chase idea was just like crazy, like the Fox?
Yeah, I wouldn't totally give up on that, except that it would be a challenge. It'll need quite a bit of improvement, I think, to burn off of. It's twisty and quite a bit of fuel loading along that road, but yeah, I'm not totally giving up on that one yet. Either way, there's no fixed wing opportunities in here as we speak.
That's the Black Hawk and the Sky Crane.
Yeah, that would still be not great for fixed wing right now, but yeah, that's.
What's the craziest thing you've seen, mountain bike and firefighting?
I'll try and get a vantage point of that whole thing here during this leg and get back to you. And if you could just relay to Division Quebec training, the challenges of seeing anything from the Papa spike south, just relay that to them if you would.
Oh yeah, the Caldor blew up. So the Windy is still going. They're both pretty fierce right now, but the Windy is atomic.
What you're saying, just about a half mile, quarter mile north of Little Round Top, and then the Dozer line sort of.
Oh, we can't hear half that conversation.
Yeah, we'll take a look at all that and see if that Dozer line you just spoke of towards 67 is an option.
I heard aliens did it. So the air pilots are pretty depressed. You don't often hear them. They're usually the jolly people on the radio. But they can't get fixed wing in. There's too much smoke. The fire ran for Sierra Tahoe last night. Didn't reach it or anything, but it ran towards the northwest of Kirkwood. It breached a line. We're trying to figure out where. They've got few options right now because the...
It's up the end of that Dozer line you're referring to that leaves the hand line and kind of goes west-northwest into Section 2, the edge of Section 2, Section 3. Just sort of rock out there at the end of the Dozer line, but if there might be opportunities to dogleg right a little bit, pick up a meadow feature. They couldn't get around that immediate that spur of Dozer line. I think there might be some options. I can't quite see it. There's plenty of time. Obviously, the witching hour is still ahead of us, but if you had anybody that was able to ground cruise any of that on a quad, I would feel pretty safe.
Leak Springs Cam tells the story best of how the Caldor exploded last night, and it was pretty alarming. We watched the 7 a.m. Operational briefing, hoping for information, and they just sort of brushed it off like they didn't even check the cams. And when finally around 9:30 they showed up with aircraft, they were going to use the tankers. Here's the 12-hour Leak Springs. We knew we'd finally get the straight dope about what's really going on from the pilots, because Air Attack, he makes the decision on what they do. I mean, he's the head honcho. He tells ground crews where to go and to get out of the way of the tankers or the helicopters. Or he tells the helicopters and tankers to come in or where to go, what to do. And so this exploded last night after 3 in the morning. It was already going a little bit at midnight. And as 7 rolled around, like boom, there's 7 and dawn. It was still, you could still see the smoke going. You could see this on multiple cams. They barely mentioned it at all. Every single speaker. We were just kind of blinking like, what? And when the pilot finally got out, he's like, oh dear. Well, we could get a lot of aircraft on this, and then the smoke settled and it has not cleared out yet. They're doing what they can with 2 helicopters, but the retardant is still drifting in the high winds and making a spray and not landing where they want. So they were trying, they said the fires got up on a meadow, which I think is this one, the buck pasture, and it's going to spot down into strawberries. So we're trying to figure out if they could fire this at Strawberry Creek. But they were saying, I don't know, man, that would be hard, and I think they meant hard to control. But it's trying to get established and run amok in this general region. So tonight's meeting at 5 is now what I'm waiting for. Like, could you guys explain what's going on? That's pretty concerning. The high winds of tomorrow are the reason why we're concerned. Even higher winds of 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts and worse. So the other time lapses, like Hawkins Peak, excuse me, I have a couple of things going on here. And here at Tahoe. Let's see, sorry, I tried to group these together. There's Hawkins Peak. Okay, I'll just put these over to the right. Yeah, and Big Hill. Even visible from Big Hill was the thing. So here's Hawkins Peak last night. And that was pretty alarming to see. They canceled red flag today before 11. I don't understand that. Maybe it's because the humidity is above 25%. Maybe that's their threshold. Let's see. Then the wind shifted several times. See how the smoke goes to the camera, to the east, and then away from it, and then to the east, and then away from it, and then it clears up, and looks pretty clear the rest of the morning. But it's staying over there. It's staying over there and making it too smoky. You can see it's clearly active. Kind of filling the area right here with its plume. Now 2 p.m. the wind should get more intense. See, smoke is now smothering the camera again to the east. So the activity from Big Hill last night, this is pretty far away across Highway 50 looking to the southeast, and the fact that you could see this much activity was kind of nuts. So
Free TV on TFR.
Big hugs, Terry.
TFR to the west, descending. Thanks for your help today.
Right back at you. So it's still going, but we don't have solid answers because the pilot's just kind of talking and in and out, cutting in and out. He says that meadow right there. So we try to see what he's talking about by looking at Flight Radar 24. But it's hard to get an idea. Looking up, Sean says, anyone have an idea about the best frequency to listen to for KNP? There isn't one, Sean. We've been listening to it constantly. There's nothing in Tulare County. We tried Kern County, Tulare County. There is no ham radio operator down there doing anything about that fire. We have been deaf since day one. So if you do look at this link, there's one for Sequoia and Kings National Canyon and Forest. We got excited about that. However, that KNP is not on this channel. We only have heard about north, considerably north. We only heard them talking about the Bayshore, which was a lot further north than the KNP. That's the biggest frustration. If you do find out, Sean, please let us know, but we've checked everything. The rugged terrain there and their lack of comms and lack of radio towers in general, I don't know if any ham radio operator from outside of the fire zone would be able to pick up anything, honestly. There's almost never any aircraft over. Aircraft would be our best hope, but we just don't pick up anything. So thanks for the high praise, Tyrion. Exactly. J.E. Cat says the only way to really listen to like what they're doing would be in range, and it's usually within visual range, like unless you had some sort of a mega antenna. With the crazy 8,800 foot tall peaks and then the valleys in between them, that's a nightmare for radio comms. And so even on the Caldor, we couldn't hear any of the ground crews. And we had a couple cool volunteers who had their own radios, and they were listening from nearby because they had well, right to be within the evacuation zone. They were coming in and typing and telling us what was being said on the radios, which was really cool. Yeah. John says, no wonder I can't find anything. Thanks for the link and all you do for the untold thousands of people. I'm a ham also and haven't heard anything out there. Oh, cool. Tell me about that. And thanks, by the way. Tell me about ham operation. I have an interest in it. I'm not in the state of California right now, but I would like to get my own radios and get closer to fires. I don't know if I would want to cover them from behind the lines, but I was hoping that maybe I could do that one day and from a car setup. So if you could email me and make contact with me, I'd love to pick your brain about that. And this is my email. And if anybody wants to make contact for any reason, that's my email. I've got a small Baofeng. I didn't realize it didn't have the 800 megahertz spectrum. So I would need something like a $400 Motorola, probably. But then, if I had something like Starlink or some sort of a hotspot, I could maybe upload that live, you know. Just depends. There's a recon plane. Huh. Almost 18,000 feet with no information. It just says Archon 112 following a different Rockwell 690A. That's fascinating. What is this mystery airplane? Yeah, thank you, Sean. I really appreciate it. I have no idea about radios. My miniature Baofeng, I could barely pick up anything. I got a programming cable, but just don't know anything about it. Husky says, well, the Windy Fire is so active that it's looking like a very large firing operation. It's looking like a nuclear detonation. That's the best way I would put it. It's... I want to hear everything about what's going on with the Windy and the KNP. Let's see if we can see it from other camps, like the Rocky Point or something. Look how clear it is in southern Kern County. Those aren't facing it. We might pick it up from very far away. I don't think firefighters use digital encryption. That's a police thing and a riot thing. You know what the sad truth is? Firefighters can't afford gear that has encryption. In fact, they sometimes can't afford basic radios. Last year on the Riverside, we kept hearing the crazy stuff, such as, hey, have you made contact with that such and such crew? No, man, they only have one radio. But we need them to monitor 2 channels. Yeah, but they only have one radio. We've been trying to contact them for 2 hours. Well, what they're probably doing is switching back between the frequencies and you're missing them. Can you reason? No, we tried for 2 hours as well. Okay, will you send somebody to go get him? Okay, that's about an hour drive. So they had to literally send a messenger in a pickup truck.
Engine 62, force net, tone 3.
Yeah, that's the state of communications. You know, that's how some of that's how in Oregon some of the fires got bigger.
Engine 62, force, tone 3.
Yikes, you could see this from far away. Homesteaders has 2 scooper aircraft from up north. Looks like it's headed towards the Windy. I hope so. They could at least work the southern side, perhaps. That's kind of an unreal time lapse. That is at 7 in the morning when it just exploded. We were watching the Caldor 7 a.m. update when we looked over at the other cams and saw the Windy just go atomic with a mushroom cloud. Pretty insane. At least new technology is here. Things like 5G. We could have internet almost everywhere. We have to have some sort of a presidential just sign whatever it needs, get it out into the fire zones of the West immediately. We can't have the whole, oh, there's no cell phone service. Hikers and people in the wilderness and the firefighters need to be able to get emergency information, or people will die out here. When these wildfires break out, there's just people hiking and recreating and camping. They have no idea what's going on. You would think smoke would alert them. Well, not really in fire season. There's always smoke around. Okay, let's check other cams. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Ones from the west are gonna be smoked in. Most of the smoke's going towards the north. Yeah, see, west of the fire, no joy. There's our traditional Blue Mountain Kern. The others aren't facing the correct direction. Georgia Ridge. Kind of smoked out. There's our Tobias. And we need to keep checking the Facebook of Tulare County. See if there's any new evacuation info and such. We had an update 4 hours ago that I read. But it's just there. A 46 minutes ago update. Okay, sweet. KNP operational update.
Good morning. John Wallace, Operations Section Chief of the Southern Area Blue Team. Here to give you a morning update on the KNP complex fires on the Sequoia National Park. So we'll start off down here at the bottom of the fire, what was formerly the Paradise Fire before the fires combined. And this is where really the highest priority or highest objective on this fire. All of your homes, your residences, all your businesses, your livelihood in this Three Rivers community, and then the folks out the Mineral King Road too. Quite a number of people live out this direction. So in this area, we're relying really heavily on our partners from Tulare County Fire, our partners from the California Cal Fire, to put in lines here for us. Cal Fire has put in a mixture of dozer lines along Paradise Ridge and hand crew lines to really put in this first line of defense between the fire and Three Rivers. They've also put in backup lines and also tertiary lines between the fire perimeter and the community of Three Rivers. You know, right now, all this is looking really good. We actually got crews in here, and CAL FIRE has actually mopped this perimeter up on the top, and there's not a lot of heat left in it. To try to put in actually a fourth line, we've been using hotshot crews to actually go a lot more direct up against this fire edge in the last couple of days. They've still got about 1,000 feet left. We thought they would finish yesterday, but they're really trying to build that line and make it nice, defendable as they go. So slow, difficult work and steep, rocky, nasty ground. They're still putting that in, and that will give us just yet another line of defense between the fire perimeter and Three Rivers. Also working a lot of aircraft in here still. As the smoke clears out, you may see air tankers flying in. You'll certainly see the big Type 1 helicopters, the air cranes, the Chinooks, some of those pulling water out of the streams here below and adjacent to Three Rivers. Bringing that water, putting that retardant on this fire edge to cool things down to allow these crews to work safely and effectively. Around on the southern end of the fire above the Mineral King Road, yesterday we pushed some line in along the old Oriole Lake Road, cleaning that road out so that we could use it as a primary line of defense too, which really gets us in close to that fire perimeter. It's almost like there's, one track in the burned area as we're going. So that started yesterday. It's going to continue today. We're going to use a combination of mechanical equipment, dozers, masticators in there, but also hand crews. We're still trying to be light on the land where we can, especially as we move out that line into a sequoia grove. It's one of the smaller groves, but still incredibly important to us. So we're going to protect that as well as we can, but the main focus, of course, is on these structures and residences here along the Mineral King Road. Moving on up the map, I'm going to go backwards today, counterclockwise. This area of the fire is looking really good. There's a lot of rock in there. There's been no appreciable growth in here now in several days. And so we're going to continue watching this just adjacent to the Middle Fork. But right now there's not been a lot of growth in there. Things are really cooling down. We've put some water in there a couple of times with aviation as we got the clear air to help cool things down and really encourage that fire to lay down in those rocks. It's still seeking those little paths of vegetation to burn, so a little water goes a long way in there. We're going to continue doing that. Moving on up along the Generals Highway, we've been largely able to keep the fire to the west of Generals Highway, and so that is a really good catch for us. It makes all this country out in here a lot safer if we can keep that fire west of Generals Highway. So crews are going to continue to do that. There's a lot of rolling rock. There's a lot of fallen trees along that Generals Highway. And so it's almost a continuous process to keep that thing cleaned out and opened up so that the fire resources can go in and out. Certainly not a very safe place to be. We actually had a tree hit a truck night before last. Everybody was okay, but it scared them pretty badly. So a lot of hazardous stuff happening in this, but all of our firefighters are being safe and really working to get that thing cleaned up and contained. Moving on up into the giant forest, for the most part, we've been able to keep that fire west of the Generals Highway. There was one small spot where it slopped over Generals Highway, and crews have been in there working, cleaning up, mopping up, taking the heat out of that area so that everything is contained back. The museum up there, everything is still safe and looking really good with the museum. They've had sprinklers running up there. We've burned around all that infrastructure now and protected it well. So crews are doing a lot of mop up around that, and that's going to continue for several days. For those of you that are curious about General Sherman, I told folks earlier that if you actually drove up to the General Sherman tree right now, it would look like a normal day minus the tourist traffic. and there's a lot more smoke in the air. But if you walk into General Sherman, there's really no appreciable difference. There's no burned area around him. There's aluminum foil around the base, but for the most part, everything is as you would remember it if you'd been up there recently. So all this work continuing, we're cleaning up again using this General's Highway is our containment feature. There's going to be some burnouts between the General's Highway and the main fire today, really small pieces where we can so that we can ensure that when the fire moves up the hill toward the General's Highway, it doesn't spot over the General's Highway. So a lot of that going on. The lodgepole area, we still haven't burned around it. There's been no need. The fire is hung up out here in a drainage, and so we're watching that very carefully, trying to encourage that fire to remain in that drainage and not move any further toward lodgepole. Moving on over to Wakashi, that lodge complex, we burned around it. There were 45 structures in there. Burned around it a few days ago. The California National Guard has had 4 crews in there working pretty darn diligently, taking all the heat out of that area where we burned out, making sure all those structures are safe, and so that work is going to be continuing today as well. Those National Guard troops have been amazing in there working though, and it's really a blessing to have them out there helping to protect that Wakashi Lodge and all that related infrastructure. Moving on up the map, you know, there's a big spot in here that's spotted across General's Highway. We're going to be working on that here in the next day or so. You know, we did start making contingency plans out here and trying to figure out lines out here, but a lot of this is hung up in rock. And so we're going to be looking at opportunities to get in there a little bit closer to it. Again, it's going to depend on snags. It's going to depend on fire activity. But if we can get in here closer to this with crews and really start getting some containment lines around it, we're going to. So that's a piece that we're looking at pretty hard today. Another piece we're looking at really hard is the Muir and Lost Groves. We got a mobile retardant base. You may hear us talk about MRBs. We got that set up up at Meadows, Big Meadows. And we also set up a gel plant. You know, we talked about firefighting gel during our public meeting in Three Rivers a few nights ago. So we got those two things set up there, and so we're going to begin taking gel, taking retardant out of these two mobile bases and bringing it down here and putting it in the Muir and Lost Groves. Not quite the history of prescribed fire in those two groves, so a lot more fuel, a lot more burnable vegetation. It's going to take a little more to protect those, but we're already moving forward to do that in anticipation that some of this heat down here around Crystal Cave may give us some issues in the near future. So really watching this area around Crystal Cave and how it may impact the Muir and Lost Groves, but again, we're already anticipating that and trying to get in there and do some treatments in those groves to protect those trees as well. Moving on up into this area, what we call Division Sierra. It's a piece where the Kings Canyon National Park kind of sticks up and attaches to the Sequoia National Park. We started yesterday on the Sequoia National Forest, working across with masticators, big machines that grind up vegetation. It's like a lawnmower for the woods. So started working in there yesterday with that. They're going to continue up and tie that line into the General's Highway. Then we'll use General's Highway for several miles as our primary line. And then we're going to be able to tie in, coming down some of these ridge systems around Heartland to some Forest Service shaded fuel breaks. They've done a lot of work out here in the last few years preparing for wildfires that could occur, building those fuel breaks and getting us ready. So we're going to take advantage of all that work and move down through it to put this containment line in, and then that brings us back down to the areas that CAL FIRE's working in. And like I said before, they're doing a great job. We had a little hiccup trying to get across Yucca Creek, but we were able to make it across that, and those crews are continuing to progress toward the north to meet our crews as they come south. So with that, I am going to say, almost in the report, we do have a public meeting tonight. What's the name of the town? Pinehurst. We are going to have a public meeting tonight in Pinehurst. You're all invited to come out and see us. And then tomorrow night, we're going to be back in Three Rivers for another public meeting. So both public meetings are at 7 o'clock. Please come out and see us, and I will talk to you again in the morning. Have a great day.
Well, well, I hope that is broadcast. I don't know about you guys, I can listen to him all day. That is the coolest, most soothing. I thought Dennis was soothing, but he's super soothing. Talking about masticators, they're like lawnmowers for the woods. There was yesterday, this Amber got in a bowl, and then we had some falling rocks. No matter what he's talking about, it sounds like everything's okay. We had a big tree, and it fell on a vehicle, and everybody was okay, but they were a bit scared. It's like, what happened now? Yeah, they were talking about. He spoke about it yesterday, and so if you missed that meeting, that was pretty incredible. A super rotten tree that was big fell on a vehicle and shattered itself on the vehicle, but it was weak enough that the vehicle was almost completely untouched. And he goes, it scared the people inside, though. Whoa! Now, what kind of luck is that? Just, can you imagine if it wasn't that rotten? So, well, Gail, I don't drink. So when we make a drinking game related to fire stream, I have to tell people it's about milk. It is a family-friendly oriented channel. And of course, I would never encourage the consumption of alcohol. So we drink milk. You'd take your shots of half and half, So it developed last year. It was one of those zany midnight things. The firefighters came in and said, you have to have some sense of humor. You're going to go nuts. And so we decided that the drinking game would be revolved when special keywords were used. And so masticators was our enthusiastic new technology that's really going to make firefighting cheaper and better, especially for people to quickly make fire lines. He put it very nicely. What are masticators? They are lawnmowers for the woods. They just sort of chew up a tree like a lawnmower. That's an apt description. And we decided the rest of the drinking game would be Papa Papa, whenever Pilot mentions that. And the other one is a couple keywords like, oh gosh, I've forgotten now, guys. I need to get some blood sugar in me. I just realized I skipped lunch. But that's looking peachy on the K&P. The Windy, though, is on fire. Like, absolutely insane on fire. That's our current shot. That's our current shot of the K&P. Just, there's the smoke of the Windy is smothering it, which is just, we'll take whatever blessing we can get. Meanwhile, the Windy has gone atomic. Not cool over here. What, you don't like milk? Well, you can use a milk alternative. Whatever you need to do. Mountain Mike says that's because he's from the south where you still have forage management and logging and thinning. Well, everybody from the south has got a little bit of a less of a stick up their rear. You know what I mean? As far as just take it easy, man. I like that. I like the pace of the south. It's very anti-New York, you know what I mean? So you feel like you can relax when you're down there. So let's see here. Teen Homestead shows a satellite showing what looks like a plume over the K&P. Yeah, that could be a thing. That could be a thing. Which one are you looking at, Noah? Or are you looking at Earth Zoom? Is our like super cheap, instantaneous results with fewer clicking. That would be weird if there was a if there was a pyrocumulus over the K&P. It's not particularly active right now. The windy though is insane. Hang on. Not doubting you, but okay, this is a very unreliable wind thing compared to the other program. Other than showing some smoke, Earth Zoom isn't particularly useful. We could go to National Weather Service and check out. That Fresno one's easier. We go. There's an air quality alert. Oh yeah, that's bad. The humidity is 32%. It's 85 degrees in Fresno. Where's the satellite? There. I don't like this one so much. Come on now. Click. There we go. Animation loops. You try geocolor first. And smoke in general. Yeah, it's smoky. Air mass RGB. Night times or this or that. Blah blah blah. CO2 long wave infrared. That's gotta be interesting. Sort of. Not really. Now, sometimes these flicker terribly, and I don't want to give anybody a seizure, so I kind of shied away from some of these loops. I used to click on all of them to see if they were telling. Which satellite you looking at? Yeah, Mountain Mike says Southern Comfort. Yeah, Southern Manners and Hospitality. Went to our academy in Georgia. Yeah, there's some very nice things about the South. There's two sides of the coin, but you know, out west, the hospitality is taking a nosedive. Like younger generations and such, you enter their home, they don't offer you anything to drink or sit down. They just go, "Yeah, I'm thirsty. Don't you have a water bottle?" Ugh. Okay.
I've been able to dip in there between the into the dozer line we talked about off your second contingency, and I think there could be.
J.E. Cat says, see, Richard Hammond and James May put together Legos while each being asked an auto question every minute. If they get it wrong, they had to take a shot for legal reasons. This is not vodka. Oh, okay. Sounds interesting. Alan T says Tinker 104 headed into California from Idaho. Yay! We need it. We need it. So Husky says YouTube crashed. Well, glad you made it back, Exile. Let's see. Looking back up to. Oh, the BC996T is a good cheap scanner from United. I don't know that I want a cheap, but is it comparable? I mean, like, will it do a good job as a Motorola? Is it going to get me all the frequencies I need? It's a life-saving piece of equipment if I'm ever close to a fire, and I want to get something. My biggest piece of advice to people is the biggest life-saving device is get yourself a scanner and listen to exactly what the firefighters are saying near you. Always. Sleep in shifts if you're near a mega fire, and if they say something like, "It's jumped the line, evacuate that neighborhood," you're going to know way before anybody else. And that's the number one way to keep yourself safe if it's near you. Like the people of Taylorsville or Indian Valley could have really benefited from such a thing. Because it takes time. They first say that on the radio, they say that to dispatch, dispatch says that to authorities, authorities put on social media, they put it out on reverse 911, and there's a delay. And when we heard it on the radio about the Monument fire, I can't remember if that was McFarland or Monument, we heard that they needed to evacuate Post Mountain. We put it out here on this channel before the authorities did. And people come back and say, "Thank you." But I'm like, don't rely on me. If you're in a fire hazard zone, you just might want to invest $300 in one of these radios. Sometimes you can get $28 ones that do decently, but these days the 800 megahertz spectrum is what you need, and that's expensive. Mountain Mike says, back in the old days, we had a southern fireman show up with his tennis shoes on. They hated steep terrain and said we didn't have mountains like this, the foothills in the south. Oh dear. I guess he'd never been to the Smokies and such, right? So I had a very unlucky distant family member, and they lived in southern Georgia, had a beach house in Florida, and had just inherited the family cabin in the Smokies from a tragic death in the family. And then on the same week, an electrical fire burned down her house. A hurricane destroyed the beach house and left only with the cabin. I couldn't believe it. But a wildfire approached the cabin, but thank goodness didn't take it down. She basically almost had a seizure hearing that the wildfire was now approaching the cabin. I was like, oh my God. Terry says, a little off topic, my husband calls tortillas burrito shells. So I married him because it was funny to me. Oh, that's adorable. Favorite southern after supper treat is toast and gravy. My dad loves grits. I'm trying to develop a taste for grits. They're a little on the bland side. I'm not sure how you spice them up. But they're kind of cool. JCat, oh, you sent me an email. Cool. Thank you, Alan. Thank you. The BC996 is a base mobile. It runs on 12 volts. You don't want a handheld unless you're chasing on foot. Get a good outdoor base antenna. Well, that is the idea. I probably would be chasing on foot. And putting it in my pocket. Or just nearby. See, I would have it on the desk if I'm visiting places or in a hotel room or something. And I can't just sit in my car all night, you know? You know what I'm saying? Grits are great with butter or syrup. Like Maple?
So down for maintenance, thanks.
2-4, stone 2.
Okay, the recon plane is leaving. Or it's gone. Oh, there it is.
Afternoon in service, Highway 88 corridor.
Control 15, 1323. Good afternoon.
She's cheerful. Oh yeah, I said an hour ago I was going to eat something, didn't I? Okay, if you're just tuned in, the Caldor kind of blew up last night. They're still struggling with it. Windy is atomic. But we haven't heard any new evacuations or warnings on the Windy, but that might change. We just had a K&P update, which looks rosy. Fingers crossed there. Let's look at the Tulare County Sheriff's Office. It's kind of inexorably pushing towards the Indian Reservation and the casino, which is very scary. I haven't seen an update to the webpage. So we'll continue to monitor. I haven't seen a West Zone Dixie warning operational update since the 13th. I have no idea where they put those or if they're even publicly available anymore. If you know, do let me know. The Monument Fire 22 minutes ago has reduced evacuation orders. That's nice. For a huge update. I can't possibly read all that. But go ahead and check it out at the Trinity County Sheriff's Office. Shasta Trinity National Forest has fun facts with the Rangers. I don't think that's fire related. We have some things to read about there, but oh, there's a Monument Fire warning update. Did we already look at that? No, we didn't. That's Chief Brandon. Let's look at that. I'll go get some food.
Yeah, good morning, folks. Brandon Chakowski, Operations here, Northern Rockies Team 2 on the Monument Fire. Another nice morning here in Redding. I do want to point out a couple things. Some of our folks working on some maps last night. There's a couple line features out here. I want you to be aware of that. We're just, I think, some mouse drags or something here. Got this one here, which doesn't actually mean anything. And then this red line up here. So just wanted to make sure folks they'll notice as we walk around. So I'm just trying to get that piece clarified. So once again, we're going to start up here on the North Fork of Trinity River and the East Fork of the Trinity River. Up here on Backbone Ridge, things are going really well up here. We're working on hand line, coming there off Backbone Ridge down near the Horn residence, direct hand line with a hot shot crew in there. It's going really well. They did some bucket work in there yesterday. Another area, a very rugged area, was actually a little bit further out, and it's this piece up over here. We actually had some Type 1 helicopters doing bucket work over here. But that's an area that we've identified that's very rough. It's remote. That we will probably just work with aircraft if we need to kind of slow down its spread as it comes down into the North Fork of the Trinity River. So it's not a good place for us to put personnel at this time. The rest is we kind of come down through where the fire went over the road there to Hobo Gulch Road and back down here to the East Fork of the North Fork. We've had crews in there yesterday. We'll have crews in there again today, patrolling and mopping up. And we anticipate some additional containment line coming up and around over here probably for tomorrow. So overall going really well in there. We come over here in the area of Canyon Creek. We've got a lot of contingency lines out there, roads that we've improved. Some dozer lines we just established and did a lot of masticator work on both of those. And this over here is kind of coming to an end because we're at that end state where we're ready. If for some reason over the long duration this does want to kind of come out, but we don't anticipate that happening. So we have a lot of work that's been done all the way up to Globe Mill. So really good operation going on over here. Yesterday. Reports there, we had aircraft up. There was no areas or anything of concern as we come down through branch 20 and 30. Down in here, the CAL FIRE is finishing up in this localized area down in here today to doing some suppression repair. Like I said before, fixing some of those dozer lines that were put in, kind of putting some water bars in there, waiting as an erosion control measure when the rains come this fall, and kind of knocking the berms down in there. So they're doing some work down in there and should be finished today, which we will be starting up some similar work along other areas of that we're kind of managing here. And as we kind of start down here, kind of going around the Horn and Division Whiskey over here along the 08 road, heading out towards Butter Creek Meadows, Turtle Pond area, we continue a lot of really good mop-up going on in there and getting good containment. And we anticipate that we'll be past Butter Creek Meadows today with some good containment line with what all the work that the crews are doing. And we continue along the 08 and down the dozer line from Grass Mountain down into High and Palm Road, doing a lot of mop-up and snagging where necessary to make sure that we were removing the hazard trees that could harm a firefighter before we get in there and do mop-up activities. We continue to do some hazard tree removal for imminent threat hazard trees along the High and Palm Road, and we actually expect to probably increase our presence and activity along that road to make it safer for the long run, especially as we start to enter into the fall and the possibilities of heavier rain here in the near future. As we come in here in the bar 717 area, overall that's looking good. The hand line that was put in on the north and south piece of that slop going down the Hayfork Creek is doing really well. Probably expect here in the next couple days we'll be pulling the containment line through that area as well. So crews are working hard and getting things wrapped up down there. As we kind of move up here to Pattison Peak, they're off the trail and come through the corral bottoms all the way out as we head towards Burnt Ranch around. That's continuing to be monitored by air and some ground personnel, and we've had no issues or concerns there of any fire near the line at all since we've been here now. So we move further up, and as we kind of move further up here, and we're looking along the Trinity River here and the piece between Cow Creek down to the confluence of the New River. And how we're looking at that there, we have about 400 acres left in here that over as we come out of the rainy time that we just got there, and as our fuels become just a little bit more available, we will plan on coming in here and basically bringing that fire's edge just kind of down to the river and really making sure that that is secure. And what we're wanting to do is just, we're pretty sparse fuels in areas, but we want to be able to do is take the vast majority of the energy out of those fuels if a fire were to get into there under our terms. And so that's what we're going to be doing. Still working on the exact timing of that, but in the next few days we'll be looking at doing that and probably be an evening time frame like we have been and where we've been successful in keeping our control lines stable as we come up from the Fisher Road, Fisher Creek or Cow Creek area up to 204 and the dozer line and on over. All that was done during some evening burning activities and successful in holding that, so be even more so down here. But all this stuff up around Denny is all looking good. The Denny Road, the 402, as we take and head out to the daily properties, all that is really secure and looking good. And we're actually doing some additional moving of some water handling and some equipment like folded tanks for holding water along the road out to Denny just as a contingency measure right now. And we continue to look and doing some mitigations, some fuel mitigations out around the Jam Trailhead, looking to get a masticator in there to do that, like it's on an excavator. And so it'll kind of clean up the sides there and just kind of open that road up just a little bit more in case we needed to use it in the future. That's looking good there. And the knob fire is looking really good. We expect the knob fire to be more in a patrol status with just like an engine or two after today, so looking really good on that. We still continue to have a night shift. Our night shift is primarily focused here in the Trinity Village area and Gulf and India. We also have a larger contingent of night resources down in the Zulu area because there's a lot more Zulu Yankee whiskey because there's a lot more area down here to cover geographically. And then tonight, up over here as far as night shift, we plan on downsizing night shift tonight at midnight up in the area up over here by the East Fork and the North Fork of the East Fork up here on Backbone Ridge. Just kind of where the fire's at, all the mop-up progress that we're making, and the fire being secure and where our weather's at, we're feeling good about doing that. So overall, another good shift yesterday, and we plan another good one today as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'm in the kitchen. Let me return to the computer. And I understand the device 1 camera is explosive and continues to be explosive, so let's go check it out. I'm glad things are going so well in the northern fires, the ones that got the rain. So that's Blue Mountain Kern Tues. Look at the windy. That's King George Ridge. Where did I put Tobias? Now, let's just make a new one. I'm sure that tab is around here somewhere. Yeah, mostly atomic looking. Let's do a 1-hour time lapse. We are frustrated we can't hear anything. You can't hear any radio comms on the KNP or the windy. KNP is looking not too bad, but the Tobias Peak cam and maybe like 4 others now, looking at least from the south at the windy, is just going, oh my god. Sorry, what? I like which guy? Oh, I was in the kitchen. What's been going on? And don't spam Husky. Jeez. What is it about the Tobias Peak one that's different that you are overexcited about? I don't think that's making fun of him. We were talking about how we love the beard. That's pretty dang sweet. Yeah, and Alan's making a ZZ Top quote. That's pretty awesome. And one of the 4 members just died. That was really sad. Always wanted to see them. I don't think anybody is making fun of anybody. But anyway, yeah, the Winnie is nuts. The kind of humor we have it's okay. It's hard to tell with text, you know. The kind of humor that we have to try to keep each other sane is kind of cheerful amusement. It's not harsh. It's not like, oh, look at his beard. It's so, oh my god. It's, oh wow, he's got a ZZ Top beard. Sweet. You know, that's kind of the way we are here. I would not allow a toxic atmosphere. Whenever they happen, I kind of hand slap a couple wrists, but somebody out of line, I don't care how knowledgeable or whatever they are, they will vacate. It's a supportive atmosphere, but we do encourage humor. Every once in a while we get somebody coming in saying, I don't find these wildfires funny, and it's like, well, you know, we don't either, but we have to laugh or we will go insane. This is day 70 of my stream, spending almost every waking hour looking at a wildfire. And last year when we were looking at things, the firefighters in the chat said, look, you have to find something to laugh at. You can't do a job being completely grim all the time. Firefighters crack jokes all the time. And no matter what's happening, first responders do too. It's a mental need.
Hey, road guards, there's a white truck that just shot by me and I didn't know about it. It's going hot, over.
Whoa, that's Caldor again. So that's turned people off. Some people have left the channel saying, how dare you crack a joke during a wildfire, and it's like, well, sorry, but we have to. So it's just like mood lightning stuff. I think ZZ Top's amazing. Now, there's a couple other guys that had sweet beards. That was just amazing. I can't remember which fires. I think Antelope. Yeah, it was the Antelope Fire presenter. Man, when he was taking the stage, I couldn't hear anything he said. His beard was just too distracting and awesome. Oh, hey, Desiree. By the way, guys, I cannot find any kind of antacid in my house. And I've developed some horrible indigestion. Do you have a home remedy? I don't think I have any cider. Is baking soda an option? This kind of sucks now. Is that like a home remedy that works? Or do I have to send for something? Yeah, everything's okay. So, let's see. Because when I take time to explain something like Gail, there's 56 people here. I'm kind of addressing everybody. I'm not dressing you down. I'm not saying anything's bad about you. But this is, it's like a frequently asked question. A lot of people who are a bit new to the culture, who especially weren't here last year, may not know what the kind of mood is, you know. So it's, we have people coming in and out constantly. So we kind of repeat a lot about, to make sure we're not coming across as jerks or, you know, whatever. It's a welcoming environment if you have any questions about the fires, and no question is stupid. Let us know which one you want us to look at. We have a double plume on the Windy, finally visible in the Tobias cam. We can look at the heat signature. It probably was there all the time, but only one camera was picking it up. This one has a different angle than the others. So here's the Blue Mountain Kern, which has a cool 1960s looking film cast to it, you know, almost like an Instagram filter. It's unintentional but artful, you know. Yeah, hey, thanks, Paul. How you guys doing? And Smitty's here. Okay, but yeah, I'm serious. I'm developing crazy indigestion. Does anybody have a relief? I just tried to burp myself by slapping myself on the back. It's getting that bad. Let's see. Oh, peppermint tea? Oh, good. I don't have ginger. Fennel. Fennel seeds. I may have that. Baking soda. 1/2 teaspoon of baking soda to 4 ounces of warm water. Okay. But there's unwanted constipation as a side effect. Oh dear. And muscle spasms. Oh dear. Yeah, let's move on. Lemon water and licorice root. Okay. I just might have fennel. It says you should not eat peppermint, even though it can ease indigestion when it's caused by acid reflux, because peppermint releases the lower esophageal sphincter, and drinking it can cause stomach acid to flow back into the esophagus and worsen acid reflux. I don't really know why I have indigestion right now. It's mostly, it feels like I can't burp, you know. Root beer? You'd have to drink a lot of baking soda for that to happen. Okay. I'll go scan the kitchen. Bitters would help. Oh, I have no idea. Hey, Big Al, by the way. Cinnamon and spearmint. Okay. Yeah, the Winnie's gone nutso. Hey, is that a bird? We just had a bird. Did you see that? Did you see that bird? Let's try to ID that bird. I was back here somewhere. Let's go. We're still listening to Caldor. Make sure it's still playing. Okay. The pilots are very quiet right now. They'll probably scare me when they come back. Yeah, that's a bird. Looks like a vulture. But in the southern Sierras, there's been a condor or two. I haven't seen it, but I've seen screenshots. And boy, would they like a windy day like today. I think seeing a condor would be a very, very auspicious sight. One of hope. Okay, I didn't zoom back enough. Let's go forward. Up. It's probably Smitty's Phyllis. I think we named that one Phyllis, right? Or it could be a brand new vulture that we could name. Look at those humongous breast muscles. Like, dang. They have got some super strength. That's a turkey vulture, right? It's pretty big. But then again, there's nothing in here for scale. What would a condor look like flying versus a vulture? Bird's the word. Yeah. I don't have any root beer. Baking soda is a good one. Lukewarm liquid, okay. I'm at this point wanting to figure out how I can burp myself. It's like, can I get a stick or something and start beating my back? Anybody know if the winged turkey, vulture versus condor, if there's a way to kind of, do they carry their bodies differently? You know, turkey vulture may have a V thing, but here he's in a glide. That's not going to be relevant. We got some super spread. The condor has kind of a peachy face. That's a bright red. That's got to be a turkey vulture. When I googled it. Yeah, they got more of a peachy face, you know, and kind of a bulbous head. That's gotta be turkey buzzard. I mean, they're both beautiful, but it's turkey vulture. Okay. Hey Jay, yeah, we'll see you soon. Wingtips and yellow beak is an eagle. Yeah. Ouch. Yeah, root beer sounds awesome right now. But why isn't the radio working? There we go.
Maybe 15 minutes left before he returns for fuel, but the crane will be in your neighborhood here shortly. MRB air attack, air to ground.
They're trying to work on the horrible, expansive problem spot.
702, just so you know, there's a short period. We are coming down this direction. Working your MRB. We've ended water dropping for the time being. Your newest rotor, 3 Tango Hotel, he's probably got another 10, maybe 15 minutes. Return to
What about charcoal? Is charcoal good for the stomach? God, look at the windy. Wow. Now it's almost 2 p.m. Hopefully the wind will shift, go north, and blow it away from the Indian reservation and kind of back on itself. But here's the problem. A south wind blowing it to the north blows it closer to the powder keg, which is the dead vegetation from the massive scar of the SQF. Remember how I was talking about how the windy fire is kind of like somebody taking the gunpowder and putting a trail of it on the ground and then lighting the match? And that's the powder keg of fuel, is the SQF, all the dead trees up here. So that's the powder keg. With the trail blown to the north, it'll go boom when it hits all that dead vegetation, the massive, huge dead forest. So this is not good in any way, shape, or form for today, really, to have any strong winds on the windy, and it's going atomic. Okay, I'm gonna go in the kitchen and try to get some foods. Try to figure out something for this indigestion thing. I think I will make peppermint tea, why not? Okay, why don't they say anything when I want to go and get food or something or take a break? Okay, I'll just be right back.
Cooper, Whiskey Trainee, you up on Command 1.
Okay, since they're kind of like not saying anything on the radio, I guess it's random topic time as I'm in the kitchen. I remember reading something. There's a couple YouTube channels I love all about like the atomic era, which is like the 50s and 60s, right?
4702, thank you.
Apparently, kids were recruited to be airplane spotters to try to verify the aircraft in the air were American or Canadian or Mexican and not Soviet spy craft. And there were like little handbooks that were distributed to kids, and like they were told to get out their binoculars and go to hilltops, and there was a book that had how to identify aircraft and differentiate Soviet style craft from the United States. Was this a real thing? Does anybody remember that? I don't know where to find this now, but I had seen this. I didn't know if that was a gag or like a real deal. That kind of highlights the difference in generations. It just blows my mind. I mean, the Cold War kids had a lot of stressors. People were telling me that it really stressed them out to do the duck and cover drills, and the whole threat of the world ending around the corner was a pretty real, horrifying prospect. The whole subject came up because youth were coming in the channel saying it feels like the world's ending, and I'm like, well, it always feels like that, pretty much. Just ask the boomers and how their parents were trying to build bomb shelters discreetly without the neighbors finding out, because the problem with the neighbors finding out is they would try to probably take your shelter away from you at gunpoint if the stuff hit the fan, you know. So But the spotter plane program, I wondered if that was a thing, or if anybody did it. That would be amazing to have one of those little booklets. I will be right with you guys. I'm desperately looking through the cupboard for this tea. I know I have it somewhere. Oh. And if anybody has any other suggestions for indigestion, I'm all ears. This is not fun right now.
Bound traffic, Michael. After this bridge, that wood city traffic.
If you're back hot, we got a vehicle coming toward you.
One.
Thank you.
Oh, I just saw that. I'm still in the kitchen looking for that. Whatever will help this horrible indigestion. Let me, Sonoma, Mount Bertle, Cam, Petaluma. Okay, what region of Cam? Is that North Bay? I don't see a Mount whatever, Cam. Mount what? Mount Burdell? Okay. Oh dear. Is that a structure fire? Why didn't the app notify me? I have that app that's supposed to tell you about fires in the Bay Area. What was that one called? Watch Duty? Yikes. What county is this? It notified you? Okay, maybe I just don't have the right settings. Oh, I didn't turn on the notifications. Whoopsie. New incidents, okay. Well, it's a good thing I figured it out now. I must not have pressed the button hard enough. Okay. Happened 9 minutes ago. Yikes. Is it burning in a northerly direction? 2 Type 3 strike teams, 10 engines called to Eli Boulevard, looking to close down Eli to traffic. 3-alarm structure fire that has moved into vegetation. Yikes. Calling Cal Fire for air attack. Well, at least...
He spoke to me earlier. He said to angle the broom head really hard towards the driveway and keep going. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for causing more work.
Whoa. That sounded hostile on the Caldor. But at least they had aircraft standing by for the Caldor that they could send here. Because it's too smoky on the Caldor. Oh no. Hey, there's red splashes right there. Is that aircraft hitting it already? Did you see that? Is that my yeah, right there. There's a plane. It's a little plane. Maybe an air tractor or something. Okay. Okay, guys, I have to find something. Something for this indigestion. I'll be right back.
Texas Engine 641, Task Force Ward, command.
Okay, is that the same North Bay? Okay. I'll leave it on this one. Be right back, guys. I'm really starting to feel some intense discomfort here.
Yellow bucket. Copy. That's clear. Upper lower road guard, hold traffic please. Down traffic. Over GMC pickup.
Unreal. That takes off. And they say it's not a red flag day, guys. Whatever. They canceled at 11 in the morning, just, you know, whatever. I don't understand it.
Division India, Task Force Ward, command.
I guess we can switch to it. I'll mute the Caldor, and this is the Napa County Fire and Cal Fire LNU East.
Swanton County, Battalion 30, County 3.
Battalion 33,
San Elena, Battalion 33, we're responding to report of a traffic accident. Motorcycle versus pickup truck. Susun Valley in area. Conflicting reports upon Wooden Valley at 121.
Yeah, guys, I've got to restart the stream.
Battalion 33, 1410.
This happened at an awkward time, so what you should do if you want to come back, I just have to press a button. On every YouTube video, there's a person's channel page, and it's right here. You just click on my name, and you'll go to the channel page, refresh. Hit the like button too, if you would, please. Hit the subscribe button and the ringing bell if you want to know whenever I go live. But I have to restart the stream every 12 hours, otherwise YouTube doesn't save the video after 12 hours. We've been broadcasting for 11 hours and 54 minutes. 11 hours and 54 minutes. So I'm going to restart it right now. See you guys on the flip side. Be right back.